The story begins with the main character, Han Dae-sung, and his friend walking together on the day before their high school graduation ceremony. Suddenly, without any meaning or warning, something strange began to happen to the guy. Something began to pull Khan in and transfer him to another place, and no one could help him. Sometime later, the main character comes to his senses and realizes that he is in hell. Dae-sung is in shock. He doesn't believe what's happening. Everything around him scares him. The guy sees huge monsters fighting around him, killing each other. Khan hides from them, thinking to himself why and for what purpose he ended up here. After 10 days of wandering, the boy realizes that he is hungry and needs to eat. In hell, there is no day or night, not even sunlight, so food is hard to come by, and the only edible thing here is monster meat. The guy understands that this is the only way out and way to eat. Khan bends over the rotting corpse of the monster and tears off a small piece of flesh to force feed. While the main character is eating, a monster appears behind him. Dae-sung turns around in horror and barely manages to escape the monster's attack. The only thing left for the guy to do is to defend himself from the monster by throwing stones. Finally, the hero manages to drive away the monster and remain untouched. The boy can't hold back his tears from stress, so he says out loud how much he misses his mother. On the 39th day of his stay in hell, Khan got himself some reinforcement to defend himself from the attacks of monsters. The hero notes in horror that in order to survive, he had to give up his humanity. On the 51st day, Khan had more or less settled into hell and had gotten used to the fact that he needed to feed on the remains of killed monsters in order to survive. Suddenly, a sign appears in front of the hero indicating that his level has been raised to the 3rd. Dae-sung looks at this in surprise, thinking that he has finally gone crazy. However, after thinking for a moment, he accepts the level up notification. After 7 years in hell, Khan is level 24, meaning he has certain abilities to survive. After 24 years in hell, Dae-sung easily defeats most of the monsters. After 51 years in hell, Khan became capable of killing an incarnation, which was not a difficult task for him. At the age of 79, Dae-sung has become strong and advanced enough to face the most powerful opponents. Now the guy has his own assistant who claims that it is time for an audience with the Demon King. The guy is glad that he will be able to meet the one who dragged him to hell for 80 years, so in anticipation, he easily defeats the small opponents guarding the castle. However, after the minor demons, the Demon King's gatekeeper appears, threatening Dae-sung with death. Khan does not fall for the monster's threats and engages in combat with him. However, the gatekeeper is incredibly strong. He easily throws the main character away from himself. The guy doesn't get lost and continues to attack the enemy, and his assistant notes that the gatekeeper is a tough guy and needs to be finished off quickly. The monster is furious that Dae-sung won't give up so easily, so he prepares to attack. However, something goes wrong, and Khan gets ahead of the gatekeeper, attacking first, literally ripping his opponent's chest apart with his sword. Dae-sung looks calm, not even tired after the fight with the gatekeeper. The protagonist's assistant tells him that after killing the gatekeeper, the Demon King will definitely be angry, which Han confirms. The assistant asks again if Dae-sung is sure that after killing the king, he wants to become the absolute ruler of hell, to which the guy brushes it off, saying that he is not interested. The creature asks Dae-sung why he is fighting the Demon King then, and Han explains that it has been 80 years since he was sent to hell. The guy continues by saying that all this time, he has been fighting monsters to survive, and the assistant agrees with him. Dae-sung explains that everyone has different reasons for why they ended up in hell. That is why he has a question as to why and for what purpose he came here. The Khan smiles and tells his assistant creature that he will ask the Demon King about this, to which the creature replies, "Why not talk to the king politely?" The assistant tries to stop Khan, arguing that it would be better for him to beg for forgiveness on his knees. However, Dae-sung does not listen to the creature and says that the price for suffering must be paid. The main character takes his weapon and confidently heads towards the Demon King. However, at this moment, something strange begins to happen. The guy opens his eyes in a hospital in the real world. Dae-sung notices the IVs around him, still not understanding what's going on. Khan looks around and notes that he hasn't dreamed about Earth for 30 years. The exhausted guy wonders why he sees a hospital while realizing that he can't move. At this moment, a woman, Khan's mother, enters the room and drops a tray of food. The woman begins to rejoice and cries, hugging her son, and Daesung thinks to himself that it would be better for him to wake up now as soon as possible. However, the guy immediately wonders why he can feel everything as if it were real since he is sleeping. At this point, Han comes to his senses in hell, where the assistant says in surprise that he didn't expect the guy to seriously kill the Demon King. Daesung doesn't regret what happened, saying that his body, split in half, looks better. The assistant asks the protagonist what he is going to do, because now he is the rightful ruler of hell. Before Han could answer the creature, a sign appeared in front of him asking if Daesung wanted to return to Earth. The guy still doesn't believe it and doesn't understand what happened, and the assistant is interested in the land, asking if the guy is from there. Daesung remembers praying almost every day to return home, so there is no reason to worry. Khan, without thinking, presses the button to agree to return to Earth, and the portal gradually begins to transport him. A moment later, the main character opens his eyes and sees a doctor examining him. The man moves away from Daesung and towards his mother and explains that due to his son being in a vegetative state for so long, it may be difficult for him to move at first, but that he will get better as he receives rehabilitation. The woman thanks the attending physician, to which he replies that everything happened thanks to her care for her son. At this point, Khan starts screaming loudly, and the doctors and the boy's mother nearby do not understand what is happening. Daesung doesn't understand when he managed to return home, and the patients in the ward nearby watch the guy in fear. The doctor slowly approaches Khan to help, but he is aggressive and demands that he not approach him. Instead of accepting the man's help, she bites his hand until it bleeds. Still not believing that he is home, Khan accuses the doctor of using some kind of magic or poison to immobilize the hero's body. Daesung starts to get hysterical, deliriously repeating the same thing about 80 years in hell, not believing that everything that is happening now is real. Khan screams that he won't make it in time and asks to return back to reality from this dream. At this time, two orderlies enter the room in response to the boy's screams. Two men grab the protagonist, wanting to put him on the bed, to which Khan shouts and threatens them with death. Daesung is furious that he woke up in such a terrible, weak body, and while he is being laid down in bed, he looks out the window. At this time, something strange happens outside. A bright portal appears in the sky. The portal grows and spreads over the city, and the main character wonders where the wormhole came from. Meanwhile, the orderlies manage to put the guy in bed, but he starts to struggle again, screaming that they won't live after what they did to him. The nurse injects a sedative through the boy's neck to help him come to his senses. Before passing out, Daesung repeats that he will get rid of everyone present, while those around him silently watch him. Sometime later, breaking news starts playing on the TV in Khan's room. The host announces that a gate has opened in Seoul, but fortunately, hunters have already been dispatched to the scene to clear the area. One of the hunters is contacted on the air, demanding a situation report, and he replies that the mission is in the final stages of suppression. The hunter is asked how much more time it will take to complete the mission. The man thinks and replies that it could take about an hour. The leader in charge of the hunters demands that he be contacted immediately after the mission is completed, and he will take care of the rest himself. The broadcast comes to an end, and the news anchor announces that the mission is successfully coming to an end, and all consequences have almost been eliminated. By this time, Khan had already woken up and managed to listen to part of the broadcast, surprised that the hunters were operating in a wormhole. At this time, the very head of the hunters, a young man in a suit, enters his room and joyfully greets Khan. The main character looks at the man who entered and does not understand who is in front of him. The leader smiles and asks if Daesung doesn't recognize him. The guy looks closely at the leader and asks if it is Chan-ho. The young man is glad that Daesung recognized him and is interested in Han's well-being. The protagonist gets up a little from his bed and replies that he feels fine, and Ho replies that Han has finally woken up 10 years after his sudden fall. Daesung focuses on the time spent in a vegetative state. The protagonist recalls that fateful day 10 years ago when he and Ho were returning home. Chang-ho explains that Han was full of energy, but then suddenly collapsed. Since then, the hero lay in a hospital bed in a coma for 10 years. The guy thinks that, according to his calculations, he spent 80 years in hell. However, it turns out that in real life, only 10 years have passed. Han is happy out loud, but Ho doesn't understand what he's talking about, to which the main character waves it off and asks his friend not to worry about too much. Daesung thinks about his mother, who was worried about him all this time, so she had to get 2 jobs at once. Ho smiles and tells his friend not to worry about anything because the most important thing for him now is to recover, and there is no need to transfuse Han with work since Chan has already taken care of everything. Sometime later, the main character's mother helps him in a wheelchair for the sick, and they walk together. However, Khan is not at all in the mood for walks. He thinks that now he has to take responsibility for himself and his family. However, at the moment, the guy can do little because his body does not obey him and he is very weak. Daesung angrily notes that he could become a heavy burden on the family now because in reality, there is no less cruelty than in hell. Suddenly, 2 adult men appear in front of Daesung and his mother and greet the woman upon seeing her. The guy looks at the man and feels that they are dangerous and becomes wary. One of the men, in a black suit, asks Khan's mother why she didn't answer the calls and whether she was not going to return the money, while the second, in a gray suit, is surprised that the woman thought she could get rid of them so easily. The woman looks at the man with fear and apologizes, saying that she will definitely give the money back next month. However, the man in the black suit does not listen to her and reminds her that she constantly says the same thing. Khan's mother carefully takes the man's hand and assures him that this time she will definitely give everything back. Feeling the woman's hand, the man abruptly throws it off, shouting how dare she touch him. Han Daesung, who had been watching this whole time, looks angrily at the man who was treating his mother so badly. The villain in the black suit reproaches the woman, saying that money that is borrowed must be returned, and threatens Khan's mother, asking if she really thinks that they will treat her well this time. The woman starts crying and asks him not to sort this out in front of her son and swears that she will return the money next month. However, these words do not affect the man in the black suit and he rolls up his sleeves, angry at her. The man hits the main character's mother, saying out loud that perhaps this will help her listen to him. Khan, who is powerless to do anything, becomes even more angry and helplessly watches his mother being beaten, so he calls the men names. 2 villains look at the guy, talking about him among themselves. Daesung curses men and continues to call them names. The hero's mother turns around in horror and asks her son to stop talking about men like that. A man in a black suit grabs a guy by the chest and lifts him up, threatening him. Daesung's mother looks at this in horror and asks her son to apologize. The woman continues to ask the man to let her son go because he is just a patient and has nothing to do with it. The man looks at the woman and says that all the large sums of money went specifically to his treatment. However, Khan does not seem scared and continues to call the villains names, asking what they are going to do next. The man looks at the guy and says that he is a cheeky fellow who seems to have problems with his head since he keeps asking for trouble. The man in the black suit smirks and threatens Khan, calling him names. The man throws the boy down roughly and yells at him, saying that Khan is now completely helpless. He continues to beat the guy roughly, saying that he deserved it. The man mockingly demands that Khan call him names again, but the hero can do nothing but defend himself from the powerful kicks. The guy deeply regrets that he can't do anything because of his weak body. The mother watches in horror as her son suffers and begs Tae-sung, the man in the black suit, to stop. However, the villain does not hear her and continues to brutally beat Dae-sung. Khan endures, but thinks to himself that if they were in hell now, everything would turn out completely differently. Suddenly, a sign appears before the guy's eyes, just like in hell, offering to start a divine quest. Khan is surprised, looks at this sign, and thinks about the choice that suddenly appeared. Of course, Khan accepts the quest, and suddenly, everything around him changes, and he doesn't understand what's happening. The guy sees that everything around him, except him, has frozen, as if time has stopped. The hero assumes that this happened because he took part in the quest. After studying the test details board, Daesung considers the quest's reward of restoration, assuming that his body will be restored to its previous state. In front of him, Khan sees a red mark, the goal he needs to reach. At first, Khan looks at the suddenly appeared test with disbelief. However, then he realizes that for the sake of his previous body shape, he is ready to do anything. Barely, but the hero begins to crawl towards the mark, feeling that this is very difficult for him, unlike life in hell. Looking at the sign, the guy sees that there is very little time left, so he tries to think rationally in order to complete the quest. Daesung rereads the challenge and realizes that he can complete the challenge in many different ways, and he doesn't have to get to the point on his own 2 feet. Khan reproaches himself for having thought of this only now, when there is so little time left until the end of the quest. However, he does not give up and gets to his stroller, which will help him get to the point faster. Somehow, the boy manages to sit in the wheelchair, although it is still difficult for him. There are only 10 seconds left until the end of the test, but Khan does not give up and reaches the checkpoint. After completing the test, a bottle of medicine appears in front of the guy. Relaxed, Daesung drinks the contents of the bottle. Immediately after this, Khan feels a surge of strength. He feels how the pain in his whole body has gone away and his strength has returned. It is at this point that the test ends and people return to reality. So the hero's mother and the two men look around in search of Khan. Tae-sung looks around, wondering where Daesung went. At this time, hospital orderlies run up to the villains and Khan's mother approaches her son. Tae-sung glanced at the protagonist, wondering how he managed to get so far away from them. A man in a gray suit approaches his partner and suggests that they leave for now. In the evening in the hospital, Daesung reflects on how the window with the choice appeared in front of him. Like the main character, I also lay in my bed after preparing this video for you, my beloved YouTube viewer. I worked hard and collapsed without strength. In a half-asleep state, I dream of only one thing, for you to subscribe, leave a comment, and like. This will help me restore my body. All the best to you. Kisses, hugs, misses, love. The guy thinks that he needs to restore his body as soon as possible before the villains return, so he decides that he needs to create a quest for himself. Suddenly, the protagonist hears some kind of notification that the Pantheon is waiting for him and he wonders where he is hearing it from. Suddenly, his body seems to be transported somewhere and he thinks that he is in a dream. A notice board appears in front of Han, informing him that an avatar has been created based on the information for training purposes, and Daesung feels that this is not a dream. First of all, the program generates a task for the hero, destroy the specified object, and a blue monster's face appears in front of Khan. Having gathered himself, the guy hits the object with all his might. After completing this task, Daesung is tasked with running 10 kilometers in 3 hours. The next workout for the main character is 1,000 sets of push-ups, which the guy does with difficulty. After completing these tasks, Han looks at the notification table and sees that he has only completed 55% of the implementation, which surprises him greatly because he has already done so much. Daesung continues to be indignant and asks to be given a normal task. The system listens to the guy's wishes and issues a new training, a fight, where, having studied the information, Daesung sees a target, a crying demon. At this moment, a teleporter appears, from which a monster, the hero's enemy, emerges. The guy recognizes his opponent and says that he almost died in hell because of him. The monster attacks Daesung, and he begins to defend himself, noting that at this rate, Han will be killed. Therefore, having gathered himself, the hero jumps out to meet the enemy, swinging his arm to strike. However, the monster easily counterattacks the guy, knocking him into the ground. However, Khan does not despair and is going to attack again, considering it humiliating that he is losing. The opponents continue to attack each other when suddenly the monster manages to grab the guy. At first, the hero looks confused, but then he remembers how he dealt with the enemy in hell and got rid of him. At this moment, the monster's paw holding Daesung breaks in half, and the boy is freed from its grip. While the enemy is recovering from the pain, Khan happily says that he completely forgot about the sword that can summon here. The monster comes to its senses and prepares to attack the guy again, but Daesung is ready for it. With the weapon, Daesung easily cuts the enemy into pieces, and after that, a sign appears notifying about the end of the mission. The next morning in the hospital, the main character's mother wakes up from someone opening the window, but sees her healthy son. Sometime later, the boy is examined in the hospital. The mother asks the attending physician if it is possible for her son to recover so quickly. The woman still does not believe what is happening, that her son was able to recover in 15 days. The attending physician replies that he cannot say anything for sure, since from a medical point of view, such a quick recovery is impossible. The woman begins to get nervous and stutter, wanting to ask the doctor her question. As a result, she asks the doctor if what she thinks happened to her son is what happened to her. The man hurries to reassure the hero's mother, saying that usually some peculiarities appear, so she should not worry. At this time, Khan brushes off another examination, to which the doctor explains that the guy's condition and case are surprising. The main character's mother looks at this picture with intensification, sincerely glad that her son is okay. Daesung is glad to himself that his body is normal, so he decides that he needs to return to his previous state as soon as possible. As he leaves the hospital, the boy turns around to wait for his mother and sees her saying goodbye to the hospital staff. The boy hears a nurse reassuring a woman who has been waiting for her son to wake up for 10 years. Seeing his mother's tears, Han thinks about how hard it must have been for her all this time, so now he understands that he will protect her. A little later, while going to the toilet in the hospital, Daesung calls a teleport to the Pantheon, wanting to speed up the implementation. The system offers the guy to take a random test and asks him to choose the difficulty level, but the guy thinks to himself that he will finish this boringly as soon as possible. Once gathered, Khan selects the highest difficulty level, Hell, and an enemy begins to appear from the ashes. While waiting for him, Daesung stands quietly and is surprised at how much noise there is. However, looking at his current opponent, Daesung is surprised. He is shocked to see his own copy standing in front of him. His opponent looks strong and powerful. At first, Khan is not at a loss. Seeing his copy, he calmly calls his weapon and prepares to deal with the enemy. The fight begins. The opponents beat each other almost equally. The Khan from Hell continues to attack the protagonist, who notes that he is still weaker than his copy in his current state. The copy continues to attack, and Daesung smirks at how his own fake is superior to the original. However, the guy does not relax and does not lose heart, completely confident in his victory. Gathering his strength, Khan uses the Bloodseeker's Wrath technique. However, the copy is not lost and moves closer to attack the hero. Seizing the moment, Daesung manages to grab his opponent and slam him into the ground. However, the copy does not give up so easily, so it deftly breaks free from Khan's grip and successfully wounds the hero in the arm. The protagonist looks at the copy and assumes that it also uses the same technique as him. Daesung from Hell stops attacking the guy, and Han is already exhausted. Deftly attacking the protagonist, the copy places its sword against Daesung's back. Without wasting any time, the guy's opponent wounds him in the shoulder and raises his weapon to cut off the limb completely. At this moment, in reality, a cleaning lady knocks on the toilet, asking if there is anyone inside. Khan does not react in any way because he does not hear her words, and the woman behind the door is indignant that the door is closed. The cleaning lady takes out the keys to open the door to the restroom. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the protagonist feels that all his attempts are useless. The guy is bleeding and begins to despair because if he loses, everything that was accumulated before will disappear. Daesung tries to find a way out of this situation, to come up with a way to kill his own copy. Suddenly, the hero gets the idea to look into the inventory. At this time in reality, the cleaning lady has almost opened the door when suddenly someone turns to her, asking if she heard her being called on the 3rd floor, and she agrees, walking away from the restroom. At this time, a small teleport appears next to Daesung in his inventory. The guy extends his hand towards him, asking his opponent to wait because he has not yet completed his task. From his inventory, the main character takes out a bottle of potion, which he receives for each completed task. Khan drinks the contents of the bottle and notes that 5 more of these will help him survive the fight. The enemy no longer waits for the guy and approaches to attack, but the protagonist dodges the copy's sword. Having skillfully struck the enemy from Hell, Daesung is glad that he feels exactly what he needs now. The guy again reaches into the teleporter for the necessary potion. After taking out the vials, Khan takes the potion, realizing that there is no point in waiting any longer. Daesung, drinking the contents of the vessel, dodges the copy's attack to the face. The guy drinks several potions in a row, deftly dodging the enemy's attacks. Daesung is now able to parry enemy attacks, restrain them, and counter-attack. The guy still takes potions to strengthen himself during the fight. While parrying the copy's blows, Daesung still realizes that he is inferior in strength to his opponent. At this moment, the copy grabs the main character by the neck, not allowing him to escape. The enemy is already raising his sword over the guy, but at that moment, Daesung calls his inventory. The inventory appears right in front of Khan, protecting him from the sword strike, but allowing the hero to pierce the copy's stomach. Daesung doesn't look tense. He doesn't feel any pain from the blow. Gradually, the copy begins to weaken because Khan defeated it. At this moment, the copy seems to be sucked into the protagonist's inventory, and Dae-sung relaxes. At this point, the system notifies the guy about the end of the mission, and Han feels that something is happening to his body. His body has returned to its original shape, which Dae-sung is very happy about, but at the same time a little disappointed that his scars from hell are now visible. However, the guy gets himself together and asks the system to bring him back. At this point, a sign with an unread message appears. Khan reads a message from the system stating that hell welcomes its sovereign and the demons will await his arrival in the pantheon. Khan smirks that he is required to help, despite 80 years of suffering spent in hell. Dae-sung gets furious and sends the system, demanding to let him out. Returning back to reality, Han begins to do physical exercises, and his mother, seeing this, is surprised because the doctor said that he is not like the awakened ones. The man explains that there are no specific symptoms of awakening yet, so the mother should not worry too much, but her son's current behavior cannot be explained. The woman despairs, saying out loud how this could have happened to her son. The doctor tells the woman that he did everything to help the guy, and a special association will deal with the rest, for which the woman thanks him. On the way home, Dae-sung thinks about the doctor's words about the association. The guy tried to pretend that he didn't notice anything, but still, something is wrong. The boy decides to himself that his mother is hiding something from him. Looking out the car window, the hero sees how the city has changed. Many destroyed buildings have appeared, and Dae-sung wonders what happened during the 10 years of his absence. Finally arriving home, Khan's mother tells him to rest for a while before she arrives. Entering the house, the hero sees a pink-haired girl and does not understand who she is. The beauty stands up and looks at the guy in surprise. At this moment, the mother comes into the room and asks her son with a smile what he wants to eat because he must be hungry. At this moment, the mother notices the girl and asks in surprise where she, Jisoo, has been all this time. The pink-haired girl timidly squeezes the money in her hands, and her mother accepts what's what. Dae-sung, meanwhile, looks at what is happening in shock and nervously notes how he did not recognize his own sister, Jisoo. The girl, meanwhile, passes by her brother and tells him that he looks almost healthy, while for them every day was like hell. The pink-haired girl goes outside, and her mother rushes to the door to ask where her daughter is going. At this moment, someone knocks on the door demanding that the door be opened. Khan and his mother learn that these are the voices of two villains from the hospital. Behind the fence, a man in a gray suit threatens to smash the door if they don't open it for him. For some time, no one opens the doors, and the bandits begin to go crazy. Jisoo is still standing in front of the door, and she nervously asks her to come closer to the house. The man in the gray suit continues to break in, and Taesung asks if they're in the wrong house. At that moment, Jisoo comes out, unhappy with how noisy the men are, and walks past them. The bandits don't know who she is, but they assume that she is the daughter of the main character's mother. Without wasting any time, both of them go behind the fence to Khan's house, unhappy that the door was not opened for them. Dae-sung's mother begins to make excuses, saying that she couldn't call because her son was discharged from the hospital. The woman takes out several bills and gives them to the scoundrels, saying that this is all she has for now. However, the men are not happy with this, and they knock the purse out of the woman's hands, and Khan starts to get angry. A man in a gray suit threatens Khan's mother, hits her, and shouts that she really thought they would come to her with such a paltry sum of money. The woman falls on the asphalt and does not answer. Dae-sung, seeing what was done to his mother, becomes even more angry, so he hits the villain in the suit. At this moment, Tae-sung comes in and sees his beaten partner. Khan looks at the bandits confidently, saying that he had been planning to find them for an hour, but they came themselves. Tae-sung remembers where he saw the guy and angrily asks if he was the one in the wheelchair at the hospital. Dae-sung ignores the question and begins to walk closer to the men, grabbing Song's face. The guy swings his arm to strike, saying that in hell he returned everything to those who hit him. The guy continues to beat Tae-sung. Despite the fact that the man is already bleeding, the hero does not stop and continues to torture the bandit. Finally, Han lets go of Tae-sung, and the man sees a chair next to him that he can use against the guy. An angry Tae-sung grabs a chair and swings it to hit the protagonist. However, the guy expects this from the bandit and punches the man in the face right through the chair. The bandit falls from such a blow, and at this time, his partner comes to his senses. The man in the gray suit takes out a knife and provokes Khan to come closer. Daesung comes closer to the villain and grabs the hand that holds the knife. Daesung asks if this is the hand the man hit his mother with, and without waiting for his answer, he stretches the bastard's hand unnaturally. Seeing what they made of him as a partner, Taesung angrily tells Han that he won't be able to live a normal life after this. Daesung is not affected by the man's words and calmly replies that there is only one way in such cases: murder. However, the hero is stopped by his mother, who shouts at her son to stop. The woman tells her son that this is not right, so the scoundrels quickly run away and drive away in a car. Among themselves, the bandits discuss Khan, his physical condition, and the fact that he was recently in the hospital. Tae-sung is outraged that Han is acting like this after 10 years in a coma, but his partner is more concerned that they haven't received the money or even the receipt that the boss talked about. Tae-sung replies that the receipt and money are not important now. The main thing is to defeat Han, but at that moment, the bandit's car drives past Jisoo, and the man comes up with an idea. At that time, in the Han family's house, the mother says that she sold the house and left a small shop to support her son in a good hospital. The woman hoped that Daesung would quickly come out of the coma. However, the money quickly flew away, and the woman, on the recommendation of a friend, received a loan in the financial sector. However, repaying the debt turned out to be difficult because not only the loan amount grew, but also the interest on it. Khan asks his mother if his sister is still in school. The woman replies that Jisoo dropped out the year before last, and last year her mother got hurt while working at a diner, so her sister helped. The woman adds that her daughter has also suffered because she works at a gas station during the day and goes to the store at night. Daesung is outraged that her mother stopped her sister from being expelled from school because Jisoo should get an education, but the woman says that she tried to stop her daughter, but it didn't work. The hero's mother adds that he has no relatives and perhaps something happened months earlier. Daesung is angry that his family had to go through this, so he says out loud that they should have left him. The woman tells her son to stop talking like that because they are family. Suddenly, at that moment, the phone starts ringing. The boy's mother looks at who is calling and says that it is those two scoundrels, to which Khan asks to give him the phone. Daesung begins to talk to the bandits, and they give him information about his sister, whom they have taken hostage. The men caught Jisoo and put her in their car and threatened Han over the phone that he had attacked the wrong people. Taeseong says that the protagonist has one day to get 100 million and contact him and asks him to be without tricks because Han's sister is with them. After ending the call, Han looks angry and focused, so his mother asks what happened. The guy doesn't say what's wrong and is about to leave, but his mother wants to stop him. The woman asks her son not to leave if it is something dangerous, because anything can happen. If her son goes to prison or somewhere else, she won't be able to live. The guy understands to himself that he won't be able to kill the villains, because after all, he's not in hell. The boy doesn't say anything to his mother yet, but he gets a notification and stops to read it. The main character turns to his mother and asks her not to worry and that nothing will happen to him. Having gone to a secluded place, the guy begins to study the information from the table, which provided a list of skills. After thinking carefully, Han Daesung chooses a specific skill for himself. At this time, the bandit brings Jisoo to his hideout, and the man in the gray suit hopes that Han will not come here. At first, Tae-sung looks calm and confident that Daesung won't come so quickly, but as he enters the elevator, strange flashes of light appear everywhere, surprising the man. At this moment, something appears in Tae-sung's polygons, and he gets scared. Khan appears in front of the bandit, smiling at the bandit's reaction and saying that he was asked to come with money. Previously, the hero chose the Shadowcaster skill for himself. Trying out this skill, Khan was surprised by its abilities. The guy opened a small portal to the shadows and threw a piece of cloth with Tae-sun's blood into it and asked the shadows to track the bastard and transfer him to him. Thanks to this technique, the guy was transported straight to the elevator where the bandits and his sister were. The man in the gray suit begins to attack Khan. However, he dodges and counterattacks the enemy in the face. Tae-sung is amazed by the boy's abilities. He is nervous and scared by guesses about who Han is. Jisoo, who had been in the elevator the entire time, was as amazed by her brother's abilities as Tae-sung. Dae-sung turns to the bandit, asking what awakened means. At this time, the elevator arrives at the desired floor, and Tae-sung hurries to run out of it to inform his comrades about the unwanted guest. However, the guy catches up with him and knocks him out on the spot. Seeing what happened to the man, the partners, who had been sitting quietly until then, jump up from their seats and prepare to attack Khan. Daesung easily passes by opponents with the help of technology, deftly attacking and winning fights. Sometime later, the guy overcomes all his ill-wishers. Han approaches Jisoo, who was watching everything that was happening. The boy leans over to his sister and asks if she is okay. The brother pushes the tape away from the girl's mouth and unties her hands, telling her to go home. The girl asks fearfully what her brother is going to do. Daesung turns to his sister and says that he will be late because he needs to see something. This is the last thing Jisoo hears as she enters the elevator. The guy goes to explore the building where his mother's ill-wishers are located. As he climbs the stairs, the hero sees smoking men looking at him questioningly. Daesung mockingly says what kind of fleas are in this building. Naturally, the men react to the insult from the young man and are going to fight with him. Khan is prepared for this and tells the bandits that they irritate him. The guy easily deals with the men who stand in his way. At this time, the stranger's phone rings. A menacing, pumped-up man picks up the phone and sternly says that he asked not to be disturbed while he was steaming, but he is told that there is a problem and he should show up at the office. The man is angry because he is not a dog on errands, but he is told that the matter is urgent and the office is in danger. At this point, the conversation is interrupted and the man stands up irritably, realizing that he will have to go to the very building where Khan is. At this time, Daesung continued to deal with the bandits, defeating each one. Now there is a frightened man sitting in front of the guy, begging him not to touch him. However, Daesung is not going to stop. He is extremely serious. At this moment, a man from the bathhouse breaks down the wall and bursts into the building. He doesn't stand on ceremony and hits the guy right in the face. Having slammed Khan into the floor, the man notes that he has gone completely mad. At this point, Daesung thinks that neither his mother nor his sister were surprised when he used his powers. The guy wastes no time and starts using the new shadow technique, thinking to himself that it's amazing that people like him can live peacefully with ordinary people. The man walks away from Khan, who was using the technique. He also notices that the hero has torn a piece of fabric from his shirt, so the villain notes to himself that the guy is quite clever. Standing up, Han asks the man if he is awakened. The man grins and says that there is no need to feel sorry for him and that he is going to send Khan to hell. Instantly, he uses some technique and becomes much larger, demonstrating the power of his body. However, Daesung does not lose his nerve and punches his opponent in the face, making him bleed. At the same time, Khan easily throws his opponent straight into the wall, and the man, in horror, does not understand why he is weaker. He doesn't have time to do anything before the main character attacks him in the face again with his foot. Khan gets angry, asking out loud how much this bastard knows about hell, and in general, the guy's family has suffered during all this time of his absence. The man notes with horror to himself that the guy is of a completely different class, so he needs to be careful and definitely survive. Having thought it over well, the enemy asks Daesung for mercy. The man says he is ready to give all his money just to survive. The Khan becomes interested in the villain's offer of money and asks where it is. The enemy points out to the guy that they are in the safe in the office. Khan mockingly says that he will accept the offer since the man himself says so, and turns to go to the safe. As soon as the guy moves away, the man immediately runs away. Entering the office, Khan tells the man sitting there to leave, otherwise he will kill him too. At this time, the man who was beaten by Khan gets into his car, cursing the protagonist, saying that he will kill him and his family. But at that moment, right behind him, in the back seat, Daesung appears, accusing the scoundrel of not telling him the code to the safe. Naturally, the man is surprised and scared that Khan found him. He asks the guy how he found him, but the hero doesn't answer his question, and we can't use our shadow technique. The guy adds that what is important now is that he will know where the scoundrel is and will be able to find him at any moment. Sometime later, the main character teleports the money from the safe to himself. In total, the guy received 500,003,201, and now he is wondering how long he can live on that amount. Han wonders if he could buy a couple of apartments in Seoul with that kind of money. Sometime later, the protagonist comes to a tech store and is advised on a new phone model for almost 3 million won. Daesung is in no hurry to pay for the purchase and asks the consultant about another model. The seller explains that another model is more popular among girls and it costs almost 2 million. Hearing this, the hero thinks about buying a phone. The seller sees the young man's torment and thinks that he is being too persistent, so he openly offers an installment plan. However, in this case, Khan confidently says that he takes both models, and the seller is surprised. The consultant thinks to himself that he has hit the jackpot with such a large sum of money. Arriving home, Khan leaves a package with new equipment on the table in his room. At this moment, she calls him, saying that it's time to go eat, but the young man replies that he needs to go out. The woman looks into the room, asking her son again. However, he sees an empty room and is surprised that he managed to leave so quickly. Meanwhile, the guy goes to meet his friend Chan-ho. Seeing him, the main character approaches the table where his friend is resting. To himself, Pro notes that Khan has changed a lot. Friends sit down at the table and gather to drink to the meeting. Chan asks his friend if he has decided what he will do next. Dae-sung drinks the drink and replies that he doesn't know yet. Ho seriously tells his friend that they are no longer stupid school children, but Han is not up to it. He is completely absorbed in drinking. Suddenly, the protagonist asks how many floors in the building he can buy for 500 million, and Ho wonders where the guy got that kind of money. Thinking about his friend's question, Chan-ho says that for that amount of money, he could look for an apartment outside of Seoul. Hearing this, Han asks how much apartments cost in Seoul. Taking a sip of alcohol, Ho replies that the cost of an apartment in the capital is approximately 2 billion. Khan falls silent, and his friend grins, advising him to pull himself together because in the 10 years that the guy was out cold, a lot has changed. After drinking some more, Ho says that according to the main character's mother, the guy has awakened. Khan replies that he can only answer after he learns what awakening is. The friend smiles and says that Dae-sung might not have known about this, even if he woke up. After finishing dinner, the friends continue their conversation, and Ho begins to talk about how, after his friend's fall, various portals began to appear. Chan explains that the authorities initially ordered an investigation into the phenomenon. However, at some point, these portals began to crack and monsters began to appear from there. Of course, they attacked people and no modern weapons could stop them. Because of this, the number of victims increased more and more. Khan asks again if the monsters are really unaffected by anything at all. Ha confirms this, saying that it can be considered that no conventional weapon works. However, later, as research progressed, it became clear that only aura weapons obtained from the biomaterials of the monsters themselves worked on them. Only the awakened can use such weapons. Finishing his story, Chan-ho points to his friend and says that Han can face monsters because he is awakened. Dae-sung takes out his phone, thinking out loud about his friend's words, and Ho asks about the model of the device, to which the protagonist begins to brag about purchasing the latest version. But Ho says with a grin that the model is not new at all and can be bought for next to nothing. Dae-sung gets mad at his stupidity, and his friend jokingly calls the hero a klutz. Returning to the conversation about the awakened, Ho says that one of their features is the strengthening of the body through control of the aura. Turning to his friend, Chan-ho points out that the guy quickly restored his body and also beat up several people. Dae-sung thinks about it and asks his friend if awakened people get paid. Ho is surprised by his friend's lack of seriousness and asks. However, Khan claims that he is seriously interested in how much money can be made from this. His friend doesn't have time to answer him when suddenly a portal begins to form not far from his friends. The surrounding people begin to watch the red portal in anticipation. At this moment, orcs begin to appear from the portal. The people around are shocked and start to panic. Ho doesn't understand why the portal opened now. Khan wonders what kind of freaks these are, because in AOU there were completely different monsters. The main character picks up a stone and says out loud that it's probably worth competing with the monsters that have come, which surprises his friend. Dae-sung throws a rock at one of the orcs and looks closely at the monster. Khan senses that something is wrong with the orcs. They behave and look unusual. After carefully examining the monster's reaction to the attack, Dae-sung sees that the orc has some kind of shield. Ho yells at his friend, saying that he already mentioned that human weapons don't work on monsters. At that moment, one of the orcs starts to attack his friends, and Ho takes cover, feeling that the end has come. However, Khan saves his friend by crushing the monster's head, saying that he can handle them with his bare hands. A shocked Chan-ho looks at Dae-sung and is surprised at how easily he can deal with the orc. Meanwhile, the monsters begin to attack one by one, and Dae-sung fights each of them in turn. Seeing his friend deal with monsters quite easily, Ho estimates Daesung's level to be above B rank. However, he immediately comes to his senses and realizes that he needs to start evacuating civilians. Some monsters are distracted by unarmed people who can do nothing to them. Seeing the confusion of the civilians, Chang-ho shouts and demands that everyone calm down and that he knows a safe way out of here. The guy moves closer to the people and asks them to follow him. Suddenly, several orcs appear right in front of the unarmed men. People start to panic, and the monsters start attacking some civilians. A little girl who lost her mother in a crowd finds herself in danger. The monster was about to swing at the child, but the girl was saved by Ho, who grabbed her in time. At this moment, Khan comes to the rescue, attacking the orc who attacked his friend, which makes Ho very happy. Daesung is glad that his friend is okay and asks him to leave since he is only getting in the way. Chan-ho and the girl look at the savior and are about to leave for a safe place. Ho commands and tells the people to follow the riverbed as quickly as possible. However, at the moment of the monster's attack on civilians, someone in a nearby cafe is recording a live broadcast of what is happening. The eternal waiter, who is not at all worried about his safety, comments on what is happening. Orcs surround and attack the main character. At one point, Khan misses a blow from the monster and is thrown into a nearby car, so viewers of the broadcast believe that the guy is dead. At this time, Chan-ho, who was saving people, brings the girl to her mother. One of the civilians asks the guy if he wants to go back to the surface. At this time, above, the orcs gradually surround the main character, who is still unconscious. The waiter recording the broadcast looks at Daesung lying down and says that the guy is in great danger. The monsters are approaching Khan, and the cameramen cannot watch as the hero is killed. However, at the last moment, something happens and the orcs stop. Daesung appears behind one of the monsters and kills him. The waiter is amazed that Khan survived and continues to film what is happening. The protagonist lands on his feet and turns to the monsters, saying that thanks to them, he was able to recharge a little. The guy adds that he will now kill the orcs one by one without any pain. Footage of Khan's massacre of the orcs is broadcast. The cameraman receives comments asking him to come closer to capture the most interesting part, which he thinks the fans have gone crazy about. However, to motivate the waiter, they start throwing money at him with conditions that he come closer. The operator thinks that no matter what the amount, it's still scary to get that close. Looking at Han, who easily dodges all the attacks, the waiter thinks that coming closer is no joke. Meanwhile, the operator is promised even more money if he continues to fulfill the conditions. At first, the guy hesitates whether he should go somewhere, but someone sends a sum of 20 million won, which shocks the guy. However, it turns out that the money is being donated by a certain organization that fulfills the boss's conditions. The employees discuss among themselves that now the waiter will move to fulfill their conditions, and the people of the organization also go to the point. One of the men tells his colleague that they finally feel like they are spies, and Khan is the one they need. Meanwhile, the main character has finished with the orcs that attacked him. The approaching monsters cautiously examine the battlefield, and the guy mockingly notes that the orcs have become afraid. Suddenly, one of the monsters is killed by the same orc, only larger. The waiter watches all this and understands that he was paid too much to refuse it so easily. The operator goes outside and hides behind the car, reassuring himself that such a chance comes once in a lifetime. Daesung looks at the newly appeared orcs with irritation because if this continues, his strength will quickly run out. Suddenly, Chan-ho appears next to the operator, asking what the waiter is doing here. The guy yells at the cameraman, who drops the camera and microphone out of fear. Ho leads the waiter from the street into the building. The operator panics because he has lost his camera and microphone and cannot continue broadcasting, which means he will not receive money. Suddenly, an orc appears right in front of Hody the waiter. The cameraman immediately loses his composure, and Chan-ho becomes nervous as he doesn't know what to do next. At that moment, something blows off the monster's head. Turning around, Ho sees his friend Han, who saved his life again. Entering the cafe, Daesung asks his friend why he came back and asks if Ho can stay alive for the next 20 minutes, since the guy needs to go somewhere, and Ho agrees. The guy tells Han that clans will arrive here soon and promises to tell him about them when Daesung returns. The main character summons a teleport to the Pantheon and is transported there. The observer is surprised that his friend can open portals. After moving to the Pantheon, Daesung loudly complains about being tired from the past battle with the orcs. After checking how much magical power he has left, the guy becomes disappointed and asks the terminal what is the fastest way to restore it. The system suggests using a diary, and the guy remembers that he filled it out when he was in hell. The main character sees his diary systematized. The guy watches the systematization process silently. After the operation is completed, the system starts printing and completes it shortly. Khan is not feeling well and wants to skip straight to the moment when he received his magical powers. After thinking for a bit, the guy names the 16th page number where he wants to move. Meanwhile, in the real world, the waiter and Ho walk up the stairs to the cafe, and the cameraman looks at Chang Ho, thinking about his connection with Han. The operator asks where Daesung went. However, Ho understands what is going on and directly asks if the cameraman was offered money to film Han's face. The waiter doesn't answer, and Ho tells him to keep quiet and follow them to the roof, since there could still be surviving creatures left. The boy receives a message from the Soul Clan, notifying him that those responsible for the evacuation are late, so Hyo needs to be more careful, to which the boy thinks to himself that it would be good if Daesung returned. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the protagonist has moved to page 16 of his diary and now feels how everything around has become quiet. At this moment, a huge something appears behind the hero, indicating that an unidentified object has appeared that needs to be destroyed. The creature directs a laser beam at the hero, which must be dodged. The guy successfully avoids the attacks, and the monster calms down for a while. Then the creature and Han begin to fight, and Daesung decides that he needs to finish off the enemy as soon as possible. The protagonist strikes straight into the creature's eye. The monster loses its balance, but does not break and attacks the guy with its limbs. Khan gets angry and tries to get to the monster's head. Soon, the boy hits the creature's body so hard that it begins to disintegrate. Pleased with his work, Daesung confidently demands that the training continue. However, something starts to go wrong, and the hero sees changes in the battle. Meanwhile, Ho and the waiter play until they reach the roof and carefully go outside. They see the disfigured corpses of people in front of them. However, they hear that one person is still alive and decide to approach him. Ho gently touches the wounded man and asks how he is. The man barely manages to tell the heroes to run away from here. Ho and the operator sense the presence of an alien, an orc, behind them. The waiter is scared but tells Ho to grab the wounded man and leave, but the guy disagrees with him and tells him to be ready to run on his command. Waiter Tol turns to the side. Kula had been looking at Chan Ho before and sees a huge orc. The guy sees how scared the operator is, but nevertheless tells him to get ready to run on command. Right there, the monster senses living people and prepares to attack. Meanwhile, Daesung observes something strange happening to the monster. A huge red sphere has formed in its place. The guy doesn't understand what it is. The sphere rises up and says that the rebirth has begun. The timer starts and the creature's body gradually begins to recover. Khan can't allow this, so he runs straight to the sphere and punches it. Having climbed onto it, the guy intends to completely reset the timer and finish off the monster. The hero begins to hit the sphere again and again, while the system notifies about the restoration of the creature by 55%. Soon, Daesung manages to completely destroy the sphere. At this point, the rebirth percentage increases, but then an error message appears everywhere. The protagonist continues to hit the destroyed sphere, shouting to stop. At this point, Khan turns his attention to the background and sees a bunch of monsters there, just like the previous one. They all notice the guy and are aiming to destroy him, so Daesung skillfully dodges their attacks. The hero is not happy that he now has more opponents. Therefore, the guy intends to get rid of them as soon as possible. Running to a safer distance to rest, the hero begins to think about how to get rid of the monsters. Khan decides that he needs to delve into his memory and remember how he solved the problem before. However, the hero is already quite tired and his head is a complete mess. After thinking a little more, a memory comes to Daesung's mind that should help. Meanwhile, in reality, Ho and the cameraman rush towards the door in the building together as an orc approaches them. Tired and scared, they reach a secluded place inside the building. However, the monster is not ready to let the victims go so easily, so he tries to get them out of the building, to which Chan-ho suggests that the waiter go downstairs. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan runs away from the monsters to a safer distance. The hero knows the place he needs to get to, so he doesn't worry too much. Finally, the guy gets to the right point and stops. The monsters following the main character stop in a semicircle. Each of them launches an analysis to determine the radius of the location of the object to attack. However, Khan is no longer worried about himself because he knows what will happen next. With a grin, the guy reminds them that they are in the forest with a predator. At this moment, a huge whale appears from underground and swallows all the monsters. Han, watching this, smiles because he knows that it is impossible to be reborn in the stomach of a creature. At this point, the system notifies the guy that the task is completed and his physical abilities are being overloaded. After this, the main character begins to feel a little stronger than before. Moreover, for successfully completing the mission, Daesung receives a dagger. Having received the weapon, Khan examines it and says that for now, the dagger will do. After making sure that the guy has accomplished everything he wanted in the Pantheon, he decides that it is time to return. In the real world, a news broadcast begins where the hosts discuss the newly opened portal and believe that the problem with what happened is that it is happening in the area where the hunting association is managed. The professor on air says that it is their fault because it is the job of the hunters to protect civilians, and how can they be trusted after this? The presenters say that the portals open periodically, which means that you need to be on guard any day. This broadcast is watched by people driving to the scene of the incident. The guy listening to the news starts to get angry and says that hunters can't get paid as much as clan members. The young man continues to be indignant, saying that they are not clairvoyants to catch him, since even with special equipment no one can find him. The guy's boss tells him to stop fidgeting because the boss, as a manager, won't be fired even if they fail. Suddenly, the news broadcasts information about a suspicious hunter with injuries. At this time, inside the cafe where the two young men are hiding, the waiter asks if there is a way to get out of here because it is creepy to be inside, knowing that there are corpses on the roof. Ho tells him that he is also scared, but they have no choice but to wait for rescuers. Suddenly, the waiter looks out the window and says that it looks like the hunters have arrived. Chan-ho looks in the same direction and is surprised that the rescuers arrived so quickly. Suddenly, something happens right in the building, and both young men hide behind the counter, thinking that perhaps these are not rescuers at all, but monsters. However, it is only the Khan returning from the Pantheon, demanding to leave him hungry. Ho is genuinely happy to finally see his friend return. The main character mockingly asks if he is too late. Chan-do asks his friend how he got here so quickly. Instead of answering, the protagonist's stomach growls, and Ho asks if his friend was hurt in the fight. Khan turns to the waiter and asks him to turn on the fire to fry some meat. The cameraman and Ho are surprised by this behavior of the main character. The young people are surprised that Khan is not at all embarrassed that he wants to have a snack in a dilapidated cafe where a dead monster is lying. Daesung eats a piece of meat with the monster's blood on it without any disgust. Seeing this, Ho and the waiter barely restrain their gag reflex. At this moment, a military man enters the cafe and asks if everything is okay. The waiter is glad to see the hunters and thanks them sincerely. The soldier notes that Daesung is eating calmly in this situation. Ho, meanwhile, turns to the arriving soldier, greeting him and expressing his joy that they arrived on time. Covering for Han, Chan-ho tells the soldier that his friend is simply very nervous, which is why he is acting like that. Still acting fake, the friend leans over to Daesung and says that maybe he should go to the hospital. The soldier turns to Ho and says that he cannot leave so easily. Chan-ho smiles and takes out the Seoul Clan ID card, adding that if there are any questions, they should call the phone number provided. The soldier sees a familiar pass and calmly lets the young man go. Meanwhile, other hunters are inspecting the scene, and the leader in charge of the operation tells his subordinate to check for survivors. The boy goes to other hunters and asks to take him with them, since he is also from the clan. The boss remains in place and thinks about this strange guy, who is tougher and stronger than the monsters. Ho and Han are riding in a car, and his friend tells the protagonist that it would be better for him to spend the night at his place. However, Daesung disagrees with his friend and says that he needs to go home because they are worried about him. Chanho says that it would be better if the family only had some worries because now Daesung is being searched for all over the city. Ho says that he will call the protagonist's mother himself while Han is taking a shower and order dinner. Arriving at Chang Ho's house, Han is caught by the wealth inside. A friend tells the protagonist to go take a shower while he sorts everything out. Sometime later, the main character sees a huge amount of food and is surprised by such luxury. The friend explains that they were interrupted at the cafe while Daesung was eating, so now he can eat normally. Daesung reminds his friend that he mentioned that hunters can make a lot of money. Ho confirms this, saying that now is the time when such people are valued. The young man asks the protagonist if he is going to become a hunter. Daesung continues to eat and confirms his friend's words. Ho supports his friend, saying that if he goes to the association and shows his abilities, then his level will definitely be level B. Ho adds that if Han tries hard, he might even reach level A. The main character asks his friend what levels he is talking about. Ho explains that these are like ranks, and if Daesung is at level B, he will be able to join a big clan or become a member of an association, and the salary will be high. Khan wonders if there is anything higher than such ranks, and his friend confirms this, saying that of course there is. Chang-ho says that there is a level S, which only includes 5 people out of 2 million awakened ones. As a joke, the guy asks his friend if he's thinking about becoming the 6th. Ho continues to tell Han that he doesn't need such ambitions, and that it's enough to get to level A, because even getting there isn't that easy. A friend asks Daesung if he has finally decided to become a hunter. Friends drink to celebrate the day, and the main character continues to think about the words of his friend and the hunters. At this time, a meeting takes place in an expensive restaurant. A young man with long hair is talking about a crazy debtor. He talks to a male bandit that Han once met and tells him that it was the protagonist who destroyed their organization. Looking at the file lying on the table, the frightened man confirms this and recognizes the young man in the photo. The young man gets up from the table and says that the man is in a difficult situation. After all, since he remained alive, he could have escaped. Otherwise, the young man does not understand why the unfortunate man came to him. The frightened bandit says he had nowhere else to turn. The young man, the leader of the Red Horse clan, Lee Sogu, says that he understands because the man had nowhere else to go and he would hardly have gone to the police. Mogu asks if the bandit is really so nervous because of another dead man lying right on the floor in the restaurant. Nervously, the man begs Lee Mogu to spare his life. The clan leader says there is no need to worry because they will only take the money. The young man leans closer to the frightened man and says that the organization probably has some money hidden away. However, the man replies that he had the lowest position and that he knows nothing and asks to believe him. Unexpectedly, Sogu pulls away and says that he will believe the man's words. He thanks the young man, to which he replies that they will end here. At this moment, the clan leader uses a technique and rips the man's head apart. Sogu looks emotionless. He doesn't care at all about the life of the murdered man. A young man walks away from a fresh corpse. Sogu picks up the dossier on Han and shows it to the figure standing behind him, demanding that he deal with it. A mercenary girl takes on a task from her boss. The next day, Daesung goes to the Korean Hunters Association. Ho, who brought him here, said that first Han needs to say that he wants to get a certificate of his awakening, and then they will help him. Finally, Chan-ho yells at his friend to use polite speech. The guy shouts to Daesung that he is going to work and asks him to text him when the results come in. Looking at Han leaving, Ho wonders to himself why he himself is so worried. Entering the association building, Daesung looked at other people who apparently also came for a certificate. Khan understands that he will get the money, but at the same time, everything here seems confusing to him. After receiving a ticket with his number 9, Daesung sees that there are a lot of people and realizes that the position is in high demand. At this moment, the hero's mother writes to him, saying that she took the day off and is waiting for her son at home, to which he decides that she doesn't need to know where he is. The guy types that everything is still with Chang-ho. Mom replies that his sister is also waiting for Khan, as she wanted to have lunch together, which makes the hero very happy. After a while, a girl with glasses and a bob comes out, announcing that next in line is number 9. In the background at this time, an unknown old man is arguing with the staff and does not understand why he is not awakened because he felt what happened. The man from the association replies that he is sorry, but the machine does not recognize the force. At this, the man shouts and reproaches him that this is a malfunction of the machine. People in line start to get indignant that nothing is being done to the man because they are also waiting. The man does not understand how he can be awake if he has become so bald overnight. Khan, watching what is happening, begins to get furious because they are waiting for him at home and he is in a hurry. The old man continues to shout and says that he will inform the association boss himself. At this moment, someone touches his bald head and the old man is outraged by this. Turning around, he sees an angry Khan who says that there is a line here and is waiting. Star tries to explain that the association has faulty equipment because he is definitely awakened. Daesung is surprised by the words about the broken device. At this moment, a young man from the association approaches the conflicting parties and says that he can check everything because he is awakened. The man approaches the car and begins to interact with it. The device performs an analysis and the lamp lights up green, to which the awakened one says that the machine is absolutely in good working order. The man is at a loss for words in response to this statement. The girl with glasses tells the old man to get out because there is a line. Leaving the settlement, the mischievous man shouts that the device may be making mistakes. The girl apologizes to Khan for the incident and invites him to take the test. Khan thanks her and goes into a special room. Among themselves, the members of the association roll over the fact that the main character must have a high level. But the young man from the association jokingly clicks the girl with glasses, telling her that she should work and not make eyes at her. She thinks to herself that the guy managed to instill a feeling of fear, and if he is awakened, then he will definitely be above level B. At this time, a telephone call rang in the office of the head of the association's branch, asking him to go down to the 6th floor to the 3rd ward. At first, the man does not understand why this is necessary, but he is convinced to go down. As he goes down, the branch manager wonders if someone of S level has really appeared. However, he quickly dismisses this thought, as it is practically impossible, and most likely one of the subjects is simply being rebellious. People in line look at each other in surprise and talk among themselves about what is happening. The man descends and makes his way through the crowd closer to the ward. Looking inside, he sees that the part of the apparatus responsible for the color of the awakened one is destroyed. Shocked, the man asks what it is. Other association workers are at a loss for words to explain what happened. One of the workers approaches the manager and points at Khan. The man says that the main character just put his hand on the device, and this happened. Earlier in the room, when Khan placed his hand on the device, manhwa arf wede idis vidifawan osese command ona katortu idorechonch yakasi kulor by Alfrang. The surprised guy asked the workers if this was real. At first, Daesung is reassured that this could happen, but then the device starts to crack, which shouldn't happen. The guy himself doesn't understand what's going on because he's not doing anything serious. The room fills with smoke, and the workers realize that something strange is happening. One of the men asks Khan if he is okay. The guy is silent and looks at the device. After listening to the story, the branch manager asks that the problem was not a malfunction of the device. The man adds that 3 such devices could not have broken down at once. Listening to the dialogue between the people from the association, Daesung thinks that he only touched the car and hopes that they will not demand monetary compensation from him, so he asks out loud what he should do now. The leader begins to speak hesitantly to the hero. The man thinks to himself that if he continues testing the guy, all the other devices will break. Having thought about this, the leader turns to the guy again. The man says that this is the first time such a situation has happened. Therefore, he adds that the border guards must make the decision, and Khan asks who they are. The manager says that if the apparatus cannot decide, the judges conduct a licensing test. The man adds that the results of such a procedure reveal the level. The protagonist asks if such a test will be fair. Another guy from the association tells Khan that the evaluation is carried out according to the established criteria, so there is no need to worry. Daesung agrees since he has no other options. The members of the organization are sold with the departing Khan. The manager exhales and says that they cannot live in peace. Suddenly, a girl in glasses asks the manager if the crystal ball reacts to foreign energy, and the man confirms this. Then, the girl thinks about Daesung's abilities because his energy has gone over the scale. However, one of her colleagues giggles at the girl's statement. The manager understands what the girl is getting at and says that she is funny and is glad that Dae-sung is above level S. A colleague interrupts the girl, advising her to think before speaking. At this moment, something happens to the sphere in the apparatus. Once outside, Han calls his friend Ho and says that he was advised to contact the border guards. The friend asks the hero why he was told that, and the guy replies that the device is broken, which Ho does not believe at first. Dae-sung denies being noisy. Chan-ho still doesn't understand what really happened, but encourages his friend, saying that he is confident that his friend will pass the test successfully. The friends say goodbye, and Ho advises Han to go home. However, the main character feels that someone is watching him and turns around. A girl hired by Lee Sogu watches him through a telescopic sight. She notes to herself that the guy doesn't look strong, but by and large, she doesn't care, because one shot will decide everything. Suddenly, she notices the guy looking straight at her. The mercenary recoils in shock that she has been discovered. She watches the target again, believing that it is impossible for her to be noticed. Watching the guy through the scope, she sees Dae-sung pointing with his finger where to aim. The girl puts her weapon away for a moment, still not understanding how she could have been spotted, and she also guesses that Khan can hear her from such a distance. Suddenly, the guy's voice sounds in her head telling her to shoot, and she takes aim again and pulls the trigger. Dae-sung sees all this and realizes that he has just been shot. The bullet hits and causes a small explosion near the main character. The mercenary relaxes because she feels that she has hit the target. However, looking through the optical sight, she sees that Khan is alive and not even wounded. The aura bullet she fired bent, which surprised the girl. The mercenary starts to get nervous because she doesn't understand who Khan is, so she tells herself to get ready and run away from here. Throwing down her weapon, the girl runs away as quickly as possible. However, the main character's dagger immediately pierces her leg. Not expecting such an attack, the girl loses her balance and falls. An enraged Khan appears next to her. He says with a grin that it's a pity that she aimed so poorly, although even so, she couldn't kill him. The girl is not going to give up so easily, so she takes out a gun. Taking aim at the guy, she asks him if he really left even after the aura bullets. Asking where he came from, the hero calmly answers her that he is from hell and she does not believe him. The guy calmly repeats again that he returned from hell. The mercenary doesn't believe him and says he's talking nonsense, so she shoots him with a pistol. She screams death wishes at the guy, to which he begins to use the technique to defend himself. Having fired a whole magazine, the girl stops and thinks that Khan must have died. Suddenly, the guy appears right behind her. The hero summons a shadow technique to attack the girl. The mercenary is furious that she can't defeat the guy. Suddenly, Dae-sung appears right in front of her and slams her into the wall. The mercenary is immediately grabbed by Khan's shadows. The girl tried to break free, but to no avail, causing her to lose consciousness. Dae-sung is surprised because he didn't have time to do anything like that, and she had already passed out. Bending down, the guy notes that in this place, it's too lazy even to kill. Not far from him, Han sees an open guitar case containing small photographs of his mother, sister, and himself. Seeing this, the guy decides to find out more about the photo, so he throws a bullet at the girl to make her wake up. The mercenary comes to, and the technology still holds her against the wall. Dae-sung approaches her and demands that she answer his questions or he will kill her. Not wanting to waste time, the guy asks the girl who sent her. The mercenary realizes that she cannot give away the Red Horse clan. After thinking it over, she says a random name, and Han asks who she is talking about. The girl replies that she is talking about the thug whom Khan recently robbed. The guy understands who she is talking about, and the mercenary thinks about how she can escape from the hero. The girl decides to play a trick and says that she will tell where the villain is if Khan lets her go. Instead of answering, the main character deftly wounds the girl with a bullet in the shoulder. The girl doesn't understand why she's like that, and the guy replies that she's acting too unnaturally for a mercenary, so if she does it again, he'll kill her. The girl silently scolds herself for rushing. Khan does not lose his attempt to find out the truth, so he wants to ask the girl again. The mercenary understands to herself that she has already failed the mission, so it makes no difference whether she leaves here alive or not. After all, she will be killed either way, either Dae-sung or Lee Sogu. Therefore, the mercenary decides not to tell Khan anything about the mission and to engage in battle with him again. The guy looks at the girl's attempts to resist him with indifference. Daesung kills the girl without hesitation with a precise blow to the heart. Daesung looks menacingly at the dead mercenary and becomes angry. Khan adds out loud that the time he spent in hell was enough for him. The hero puts away his equipment and the corpse rolls down the wall to the floor. Daesung is a little disappointed that he was never able to find out who sent the girl. Khan stands in front of the corpse, disappointed that he will also have to remove the corpse. Daesung touches his head and uses a technique related to memory and searches for something. Having found what he needs, he makes a new decision. Without delay, the guy summons a teleport to the Pantheon. The hero says out loud that there are a lot of opened portals here. Looking at the dead girl, Han realizes that it would be better if he learned something new. Covering the girl with cloth, the guy disappears into the portal. Returning to the Pantheon, Khan wishes to move to page 134 of the diary to information about the imprisonment of souls. This technique is one of the main royal weapons, along with the King of Hell, and is one of the 15 forces of Hell. Once upon a time, Khan defeated the soul demon when he was in hell. Initially, Daesung thought that by sealing his soul, he would be able to fight comfortably, but the one he bound himself to turned out to be very weak. A notification about the move appears in front of the guy, and he notes that the situation on the ground is different, so he needs to act carefully. After confirmation, the protagonist moves to another location, the River of Ghosts. Daesung remembers that on the other side of this river are the king's territories, and before, there was a boat that the guy once used. But now, there is nothing nearby that can help, and it's not so easy to swim across the river. Even if you go into the water for even a short time, the body will be destroyed by the dead. A sign appears in front of the hero with information about the task, where he needs to defeat the appearing monsters. A moment later, flying creatures began to appear in front of Khan. The guy looks at the monsters and doesn't understand who they are. Spider-like monsters with wings approach Khan. They start attacking the guy with small bombs, but the hero successfully dodges them. Suddenly, Daesung gets the idea that perhaps he will be given a boat for killing these creatures. At this moment, huge spiders appear in front of the hero, much larger than those that were moments earlier. However, Daesung, using his dagger, kills the enemy without any problems. The creatures are still attacking the guy from afar with their poison. However, the hero is collected and uses the shield in time to hide from the monster's attacks. When the creatures stop attacking for a while, Daesung thinks that killing each spider one by one is too tedious. Therefore, he has no choice but to finish them all off at once, which the hero does successfully. Some creatures appear again and again, attacking the guy. However, Daesung is fully focused on completing the mission quickly, so he deals with the creatures without delay. Using his dagger, Han easily kills multiple monitors at once. At the end, as if completing the task, the hero destroys the eye of one such spider. Then, a sign appears in front of Daesung, notifying him of the end of the mission and information about the reward. A new relic appears in front of the hero, protection for the character. The main character understands that he will still have to swim across the river himself. Using the armor, Daesung swims across the river. Finally reaching the shore, he emerges unharmed thanks to his armor. The system praises Daesung for swimming across the river, but says that there is nothing she can do to help, and Han shuts her up. Once on the king's land, Khan sees that there is no one there, and the king's fortress has also disappeared. The guy starts to remember out loud if there was a way to complete the task in the fortress. Suddenly, something starts to happen in front of Khan. A huge celestial obelisk rises before the hero. The doors of the building begin to open gradually. The hero assumes that a new task begins there if he goes inside. At this moment, a huge demon emerges from the obelisk. The guy recognizes the enemy. It is the commander of diseases. Troops begin to appear near the commander, and Daesung remembers that while he was in this state, they were not even close to him. The warriors react to the main character. Some of the monsters attack Khan, but he fights them off. A moment later, the hero realizes that the warriors have no base. The guy suggests that this might be related to the obelisk, while the warriors rush to attack. Daesung wastes no time and uses the blood naturalization technique, declaring that he will finish them all off at once. The main character easily throws the creatures away from himself. Khan thinks it will be more advantageous for him to attack them from the inside, while they have not yet left the building. Having thought it over well, the guy decides to destroy the obelisk altogether. After destroying the building, the monsters begin to evaporate. Thus, the mission could be considered accomplished. As a reward, the guy receives 2 runes, which he decides to check beforehand. After collecting them, Dae-sung gains information about each of the relics he received. At first, the hero sees an inconsistency in the mission's goal, but then decides that it doesn't matter since he has already received the reward. The guy continues to collect and improve relics. As Khan was about to leave, he noticed a strange yellow sphere. A warning appears, but the hero ignores it and collects the relic. After collecting it, an engraved circle appears on the guy's armor, and a message pops up in front of him. After reading it, he does not attach any importance to the text and considers the message useless. Dae-sung summons a portal back to reality. Returning back to the real world, Han sees that the girl's corpse is no longer there. He is surprised, but does not look for the body. Sometime later, the boy returns home, where his sister is waiting for him, saying that the soup has already cooled down. Dae-sung apologizes to the girl for being late. The girl invites her brother to join the table as soon as possible. At home, while the family is having dinner, the news is on, reporting that the opening of the portals has caused great damage. However, Khan's mother turns off the TV, suggesting that they eat in silence. Dae-sung says out loud that the world has changed lately. The mother admits that she did not talk about it because she was afraid that her son would go into shock and apologizes for keeping silent. Khan thanks her for keeping him alive while he was in a coma. Jisoo listens to the dialogue between her mother and brother with embarrassment and turns away. The guy feels that something is wrong with the atmosphere and starts thinking. Suddenly, the hero asks the family if they need anything, and the sister says in surprise that Khan can afford it. Sometime later, Dae-sung calls Chan-ho and tells him that he wants to lay low for a while, and Chan-ho doesn't quite understand why. Khan explains that he noticed he was being followed, meaning the mercenary, still thinking that Kula might have found the corpse. To sum it up, Han asks his friend to look after his mother and Jisoo while he is away. After finishing the conversation, Dae-sung thinks that he needs to somehow make the villains show themselves. After the conversation, Ho wonders what Han wants to do. At this time, a mercenary reports to the leader of the Red Horse clan, saying that he removed the girl's corpse and fearing that their enemy is strong. I can rest easy knowing that Khan will show up for testing, so I'll have a chance to deal with him. The head of the clan stands in the laboratory and addresses the test subject, Jin. The subject, a blonde man, says that he can't wait to start because he has been waiting for this for a long time. The scientist reports Jin's medical data to Sogu and asks if he should proceed with the serum administration. Mogu warns the subject that he will be in unbearable pain. However, Jin confidently says that he knew exactly what he was getting into, so he was ready for anything. The head of the clan gives the command to the scientist to begin an experiment on introducing the serum. The substance gradually begins to penetrate into Jin's body. The subject begins to feel pain from the serum. The scientist supervising the drug administration process informs the head that they have exceeded the limit. However, Sogu says to continue the experiment, to which the scientist is surprised because Jin could die. But Sogu convinces the scientist that he would not have brought a person here who could not withstand such an experiment. When the serum is administered at 90%, Jean is in agony from the pain. After the drug is fully injected into the body, the scientist looks at Jin's health and sees that there is no pulse. Sogu does not react to the words that the subject has died, but continues to observe. A moment later, the pulse appears on the monitor again. The scientist is shocked by this because he thought the experiment had failed. The awakened genie knocks out the glass of the vessel he was in. The clan leader, who expected such an outcome, is happy. The subject does not appear weak or tired. Pleased with his success, Lee Sogu says that he is looking forward to the 10th day. Meanwhile, Ho corresponds with Han and tells him that only the shield and weapons specified by the association can be used during the testing. Dae-sung decides to check something and runs a stick over his clothes. He comes to the conclusion that the shield in real life is not a video, unlike the weapon. The guy starts thinking about how to hide the weapon in reality. The guy takes his K-press out of his inventory and decides to disguise it as a stick. The guy customizes his weapon and it takes on a new look. Khan looks at the change in the dagger and suggests that this way he can find and disguise his favorite sword. The guy decides he needs to find his weapon. Dae-sung summons a portal to the Pantheon and ends up in the Salt King's territory. The place is very hot, and Daesung regretfully says that he didn't think he would come back here again. Suddenly, huge monsters, wolves, begin to appear next to the guy. Khan receives a mission notification. He must exterminate 1,000 of Orkiel's servants. Daesung decides to use the soul-sealing technique, so he cuts his hand. The wolves begin to attack, but the hero is ready for this. Little by little, Khan defeats the monsters attacking him. At some point, the guy stops to call for an army. The wolves try to attack the hero, but someone else's paw stops them. Thanks to Khan's technique, he was able to summon the same wolves to his side to attack his opponents. One by one, the monsters under Daesung's command stand up, and the hero orders them to attack. The guy doesn't have to do anything because he already has warriors on his side, so he decides to light a cigarette. However, Han chokes on tobacco and does not understand how his friend Chan Ho smokes. Meanwhile, right in front of the hero, a wolf is cut down by his technique. However, the guy is not very upset because he knows that technology should not be underestimated. A wolf from Orkiel's army runs towards the protagonist, but is stopped by a warrior from Khan's army. Daesung knows that the wolves from the technique will continue to be reborn until the mark in their bodies is removed. Still watching the battle from the sidelines, the boy realizes that it is moving slowly. He calculates that this task will most likely be followed by another one, so he decides to speed up the completion of this task. Daesung jumps out and realizes that he doesn't need to spend so much time killing wolves. High in the sky, Daesung finds the point where he needs to strike. Gathering his strength, he rushes forward to strike. For a moment, the monsters are distracted by the approaching Khan. A huge cloud of dust forms at the place where Daesung hit. At this point in Seol's plan, she is training for the test. Shin Choyeon, a future test participant, prepares for testing. The leader of the Seoul clan asks the chief what he thinks about the girl. The clan leader, Hwang, thinks about his answer. The man says that Shin has a problem. She gets loose on the battlefield, so he suggests doubling the difficulty level to get ahead of the psychopath. The leader clarifies whether he is talking about the member of the Red Horse clan, Jin. Hwang replies that it is about him, because if it were not for him, then no one would have surpassed Shin's skill this time. At first, the leader agrees with the boss, saying that Jin and Shin are of different levels, but Hwang interrupts him, saying that what is more important is what tricks the Red Horse clan will resort to this time. The manager asks if Hwang really thinks that Sogu will resort to something again, since it wasn't because of this matter that the various people banned recruitment for a whole year. Hwang replies that it is because of this that Mogu is up to something more dirty. The leader concludes that this time the test will be an arena for two, Shin and Jin, and Hwang agrees. Meanwhile, in Hell, Khan had already defeated all the monsters. A sign appears in front of the guy with a notification that there is only one soul left to complete the task, but the guy is calm. There is still one surviving wolf next to him. Without hesitation, Daesung raises the dagger over him and kills him. After this, the system notifies about the end of the task, and the soul of each wolf is collected into a single relic. A sign appears with a notice that souls can be collected at the altar, and the hero becomes interested in this. Khan does not remember there being an altar in this place and hopes that he will not have to look for it. Having taken the relic with souls, the same altar begins to appear not far from the guy. Seeing this, the guy is glad that he jumped to conclusions. The hero approaches the altar and sees the conditions of the next task, where he needs to collect soul stones from the altar and receive the guardian's recognition. Right in front of Khan, a new enemy begins to appear, a guard. A huge snake appears in front of the main character. A notification appears, telling the boy that he needs to answer the guard's question and get his approval, which surprises Daesung. He wearily says that everything was going well, but then sudden quizzes appeared. The snake is silent and waits for Khan. The guy turns to the guard and demands that he ask his question. The snake bends down and asks it in a language unknown to the guy. He gets angry and says that he is being bullied. At that very second, the main character throws his dagger straight into the snake's eye. The guard writhes in pain and Khan smirks at him. The snake intends to attack the guy, but he is ready and has already used blood naturalization. The protagonist and the guard enter into a fight. Khan is angry at the guard, saying that he missed seeing the guy as an easy victim. Having deftly jumped onto the snake's head, Daesung begins to wound it with a dagger. The creature tries to throw Daesung off, but to no avail, and at some point, the guard's head explodes. Khan jumps off the creature's dead body. At first, the hero is disgusted by the smell of the guard's blood, but then turns around to look at him. The snake begins to regenerate, its head gradually growing back. Khan sees this and says out loud that he completely forgot that the creature is very tenacious. Preparing for a new fight, the guy thinks about the guard's abilities. The snake, with renewed vigor, prepares to attack the boy. Preparing to attack, Daesung angrily says that this can't go on any longer. The creature comes close to the guy, but he expected it. Daesung jumps into the guard's mouth and grabs his fangs. The snake is about to attack the guy with blue flames, but Khan assumed that it would happen. Then the snake swallows the hero, and for the first few seconds, nothing happens. However, soon the guard's eyes widen in pain. A moment later, he chokes and spits out Khan. A guy appears from the guard's mouth with a sword. Standing up, Daesung says that it's a shame to waste it on a guy who doesn't even have arms. The guy grabs his karma sword and can't believe he's fighting someone who can't use the fire of resurrection. The snake comes to his senses and is ready to try to fight the hero again, but he is already waiting for him. Using his weapon skillfully, Daesung kills the guard. A notification appears that the task has been completed, also indicating that the implementation level has increased. Following this, the system sends out a notification that the guy needs to pass a test to prove his rights to the sword. Daesung must endure the pain of being burned for 10 days. The test begins, but the hero Ula has a plan. Holding the sword, he knows that he doesn't have to endure this pain. The Khan turns to the weapon, asking if it cannot recognize its owner. Daesung gets angry and demands that the timer be removed before he can take it apart. The time is reset and a notification comes that the hero has passed the test. Sword contacts Khan and apologizes for not recognizing him right away. Daesung relaxes and tells the gun not to worry about it. Daesung communicates with the sword and says that it has not descended to Pandemonium. Pandemonium is a place where demons, souls that perished in hell, live, a place of endless nothingness. There are reports that the Pandemonium demons are supporting Khan and asking for his release. The sword confirms that since Daesung left, he has been disappearing. The guy asks if the weapon despises him, but it denies everything, saying that it will accept any decision of the owner with joy. Sword adds that the only thing he was worried about was what happened after the guy left. Khan does not understand what the weapon is talking about and asks about it. The sword tells that one day, unidentified creatures broke through the boundaries of hell. The weapon reports that due to Khan's absence, all the demons have lost their powers. The unknown sealed the time and space of hell, and they also cast all the demons into Pandemonium. Therefore, the weapon had no choice but to be swallowed by the snake, from there watching the suffering of the demons. The sword says that he was forced to lead a meaningless existence because his ego was hurt. But now, fortunately, Daesung freed him. The weapon asks its owner why he returned. The main character takes the sword and says that he needs help. The weapon apologizes that Han is in a situation where he needs his help, but Daesung ignores the sword's words and shows him one of the relics, asking what it is. The weapon says it doesn't know what it is, but adds that the relic is emitting strange energy. The sword says that the energy is similar to that emanating from unidentified beings. The weapon says that everything needs to be checked first, but Khan-ul reaches out his hand to the relic. The guy collects the relic, saying that the system has never let him down, and he can check it later. The guy grabs the yellow sphere. A strange sign appears in front of him, which is similar to the one that appeared earlier, and a seal forms on the hero's hand, and Khan assumes that with its help, he can enter somewhere. The system asks if Han wishes to go back, and Daesung hesitates, remembering that he was usually quick to return to reality. After thinking about the sword's words, the boy decides to return to the Pantheon. Meanwhile, in reality, in Ho's office, his colleagues discuss the video of the orc killing and ask if Chung-ho saw it. Staring at his computer monitor, Ho remembers Han and realizes that he can hardly even be called a friend now. At this moment, the manager comes up and asks Ho to take a break for a while. The guy asks if something happened. He notes that his colleagues are once again enthusiastically discussing the viral video. The people in the office do not pay attention to the boss who has arrived. The boss asks Ho to leave. Outside, a man asks the boy if he was at the scene and if he has anything to share. Ho thinks about it because if he says that he knows Han, he will be immediately forced to hire the guy. So the guy lies to his boss and says that if there was something important, he would have reported it already. The man doesn't seem to believe the guy much, but doesn't press him and says that if Ho knew something, they could find and hire Daesung for themselves. Chang-ho decides that he needs to continue pretending that he doesn't know anything and asks out loud how Shin Choyeon is doing. The man is silent for a moment, and Ho asks again. Finally, the boss replies that it's nothing special, but he's worried that she might not cope. 7 days before the test, Shin continues to train. She has 10 minutes left before the end of the training, and she needs to destroy 10 plates. Shin successfully completes his mission. Suddenly, a monster appears from the last slab and runs towards the girl. She is ready to defend herself, but suddenly, another creature bites into her shoulder, which she does not expect at all. Suddenly, the training ends, and the artificial objects disappear. The girl comes to her senses and is unhappy that her training was cut short. All this time, she was being watched by her mentor Huang, who tells the student to come up to him to talk. The girl is still unhappy that the man interrupted her workout like that, and he asks if she is overdoing it. The girl repeats the mentor's words about achieving the goal and asks if these are his words. Huang starts to justify himself by saying that he was talking about training. The girl replies that she doesn't overdo it because she knows her body. The man sarcastically replies that the girl really knows her body better than the system. Huang invites the girl to look at her statistics. The man shows a comparison of the emotional indicators of an ordinary person and hers. Huang adds that Shin is currently in a very tense and depressed state. The girl replies that she needs to get into the top 5. The man asks if she wants to raise her rank, and Shin confirms this. Huang replies that if the girl raises her level, she will have many opportunities. But the girl interrupts him and says that she is not training to earn a lot of money or fame and honor. Shin seriously says that he does this in order to kill all the monsters that live on Earth. 5 days before the testing begins, Lee Sogu comes to his clan's secret compartment. After entering the required combination, the leader enters a protected place. The man covers his face and says he didn't think it was possible to survive in such a place. While inspecting the premises, Sogu says that the equipment in the isolation ward needs to be changed, especially the ventilation system. Looking at the flashing lights, the man says that they too could do with being changed. Mogu turns to his test subject, who has been in a secret room all this time. Jin eats the animal carcass, initially ignoring Soga. The head of the clan is pleased that the experiment was successful and tells Jin to eat more because this is the only way to muffle the properties of the drug. The test subject is pleased with the words of the mentor, and Sogu adds that this is the only way Jin can become the main character of the test. 3 days before the start of testing, the weapon asks the owner if he is going to return. Daesung accepts the sword, pleased that he spent his time at the Pantheon usefully training. On the day of the start of testing, journalists gather at the main complex in anticipation of the clan leaders and participants. The level of competition is expected to increase due to the rapid growth of awakened appearances and the association's methods of evaluating participants changing. At this moment, an expensive sports car drives up to the main building. The reporters turn their attention to him and see that Lee Sogu and his protege Jin have arrived in a car. The Red Horse, Clan Chief, and the Awakened One exit their car and head towards the entrance. The journalists immediately rush to interview the man, asking about Jin and Sogu's expectations from the testing. Other journalists ask how Sogu is feeling after being suspended last year for using illegal methods. The young man, who is besieged by curious reporters, notes that they got on his nerves from the very beginning. Nevertheless, Sogu calmly answers out loud that he regrets the events of 2 years ago. However, some journalists are dissatisfied with the answer and rudely ask whether the head of the Red Horse clan does not think that regretting those events is not enough and whether he is shirking responsibility. Ignoring the reproach, Sogu calmly replies that he promises that he will pass the test honestly this year and leaves with his protege. Inside the building, Jin tells his mentor that he should have just ignored the reporter. Seeing how serious Sogu is, Jin quickly apologizes and says that he was just joking. The clan leader seriously tells his protege to be careful during the testing, because if everything comes out, they will find themselves in a difficult situation. Suddenly, Huang appears behind them and asks what predicament they are talking about. Sogu is scared at first, but then he takes control of himself and greets the man. The young man immediately asks Huang why he is dressed so secretly, to which he replies that it is all because of the journalists. Kolko Huang adds that he didn't want to stand in front of the cameras like some. At that moment, the man from the Soul Clan notices Jin standing behind him and reads his aura flow, which appears flawless, causing the man to praise Soga for his graceful concealment. The head of the Red Horse Clan notices Huang's gaze and jokingly says that the testing hasn't even started yet, and the man is already tense. Huang quips back, saying that no one knows if Sogu has brought back another infected person who could harm the newcomers. Sogu replies that this won't happen again this year and leaves with Jin. The protege tells the mentor that Huang was looking at them strangely. Sogu says seriously that he understands that Huang has ruined his mood, but Jin made the wrong choice of enemy. The man shows with his gaze where to look. At this moment, Xinchuan passes by Jin. The guy finds out which clan the girl is from and looks forward to fighting her. Sogu interrupts him, saying that what's important isn't the serum that enhanced the boy, but the fact that the Soul Clan member also trained. An inspired Jin replies that this makes him want to defeat them as soon as possible. Watching Sogu and Jin walk away, Huan wonders what Sogu is planning, but then hopes that it won't hurt Shin. Suddenly, Han Daisung appears nearby. The protagonist passes by Huang, striking him with his powerful aura. The man is so surprised that Shin, who comes up, has to bring him back to his senses. Huang tells the girl to be careful, and she doesn't understand what these exercises are for. Then, the girl realizes and tells the mentor not to worry about the guy from the Red Horse Clan, because she will be serious. However, the man interrupts her and says that it is not about Gina. Meanwhile, Han calls Chan Ho and he apologizes that he won't be able to come because he's very busy at work. Ho wishes his friend luck and they end the call, with Daesung walking over to the equipment dispenser. After reading and following the instructions, the guy receives his clothes with number 104. Meanwhile, an annoying old man whom Han met in the association's mission comes into the testing room. The old man is glad that his numerous calls and letters were not in vain and that he was noticed, and in general, how dare they doubt his abilities. The man recalls how on the day of the test, in the association's assignment, Khan brazenly touched his head. Suddenly, someone grabs the old man by the head, and turning around, the man sees Jin. The frightened old man thinks about whether he should leave the test. Meanwhile, Khan approaches the hall. The protagonist feels well and looks forward to the start of testing. Entering the hall, many participants are waiting for the start, including a disguised Shin. Suddenly, the lights come on and the crowd comes to life. The inspector responsible for today's testing appears before the awakened ones. The man announces that this time 3-level portals have been set up, with each level having its own complexity and environment. Participants begin to talk among themselves about testing. One of the awakened ones asks when they will be given weapons. The inspector says that this time there will be no weapons distributed and participants are prohibited from bringing anything with them. The crowd is dissatisfied and wonders how they will fight then. Suddenly, a hologram appears in front of the participants, representing the assistant. Artificial intelligence announces that the topic of today's test is adaptation, the purpose of which is to determine how well awakened ones can develop their adaptation skills in different conditions. The value of a hunter lies not in his equipment, but in his aura, the skill that comes from the strength of his body. Participants only need to show how well they adapt and fight. At this point, the instructions end and the portal opens. The inspector announces that people should enter the portal one by one, starting from the last rows. At the first level, participants find themselves in a tropical forest with a dry and hot climate. Some of the awakened complain that due to the hellish conditions, they will not even reach the beginning of the test. Everything that happens in the forest is monitored by cameras in the broadcast room. The observers are talking among themselves about how the standards are very high this time. However, there must still be those who pass all the tests. At this moment, Shin tries to calm down and control himself so as not to waste excess energy. The participants are watched on the screens and Shin and Jin's strengths are discussed, comparing them. Some of the spectators are discussing how Lee Sogu prepared this time. The head of the Red Horse Clan thinks about how envious Huang must be. Han appears on the screen for a second, and Huang notices Sogu's calmness. However, at that very moment, the head of the Red Horse Clan turns his attention to the screen and is surprised by Daesung's appearance. Sogu is amazed that Han looks calm. There is not even a drop of sweat on him, and the man thinks that perhaps the guy hid his aura, but this indicates a high level of training. Khan feels comfortable because he previously drank a potion that helps cope with the influence of the environment on the body and hopes that no one will notice. The participants continue to complain about the heat and wait for the test to begin. After some time, an artificial intelligence appears, announcing that all participants have crossed the portal, which means they can begin. The first task for the awakened is to kill 20 orcs in the swamp. Having heard the task, Khan takes off and runs deep into the forest. Another member rushes after him, shouting that he won't lose to Daesung, but suddenly trips. At this moment, the guy sees a small beating source in front of him. Delighted that he has found water, he touches the liquid, but something happens. Something takes hold of the participant, and it turns out to be a swamp worm, a flypaper worm that lives in swampy areas. It is announced that contestant number 94 is eliminated, and emergency services are called to the scene. The creature spits out a guy in a protective shell, and the system says that the protection will be maintained until a rescue team arrives. At this time, Khan carefully clears the territories in search of orcs. Rescuers arrive at the scene with the guy. One of them steps away to look at the message on his device. The man sees the assignment to monitor number 104, Han Daesung, and accepts it. At this moment, the main character finds the orcs. Khan picks up a huge rock and holds it up, telling the creature how great it would be to hit him on the back of the head with the boulder. The guy continues to tease the orc. A huge creature runs straight at the protagonist, but he throws a stone and hits it. The man who received the assignment watches as Khan completes the task. At first, the man is surprised that he receives such an order, but then he sees how deftly the guy deals with the orc, and that surprises him. Khan doesn't look tired. He calmly carries out the task, and the man is caught by how different he is from the other test subjects. Khan, however, is thinking that it is not at all effective to kill the orcs one by one. Daesung says out loud that he didn't want to use magic at all in the first half of the mission, but he has no choice. The guy uses the shadow summoning technique. And after that, he orders the shadows to find the rest of the orcs. One of the shadows breaks into a dark cave where the orcs have gathered. The creatures begin to talk among themselves about the noise in the cave. Suddenly, Khan, pleased with his find, jumps down into the cave from above. At first, the orcs don't pay any attention to the guy, thinking that easy prey has found them. Daesung takes out his camouflaged weapon and prepares to quickly complete the mission. The weapon contacts Khan, saying that it seems the orcs did not perceive the hero as they should have. Khan smiles and orders his weapon to destroy all the creatures in the cave. Meanwhile, Shin runs through the forest in search of orcs. The girl uses her aura to find monsters. The girl notices one of the orcs and approaches him. The girl notes that at this speed, she can complete the first task in an hour. The girl is going to kill the fourth monster. However, Jin runs ahead of her. The girl recognizes the guy from the Red Horse clan. Jin doesn't look tired and is quite satisfied with taking the loot from Shin. The girl provokes the guy and says that the Red Horse is in his repertoire, as always. Jin mocks the girl, saying that her yours or mine competition to determine whose prey is whose is very stupid. Shin also quips back, saying that the guy is good at talking, which is just like his clan's style. Jin sarcastically replies that the girl's clan also likes to take last year's crazy people for testing. Jin wonders to himself whether he should kill the girl since she turned out to be so annoying, but stops himself, telling him to wait at least for the second level. Shin turns around to leave and not continue the conversation with Jin, so he makes an obscene gesture and tells the guy to have fun on his own. The guy gets angry at such words and attacks the girl. However, something restricts his movements and he is surprised. Suddenly, Shin and Jin hear and see a huge explosion. A few minutes before, in the orc cave, Khan stands with a lit weapon. The guy orders his sword to burn everyone in the cave. The cornered monsters can do nothing about the fire. Camera observers are shocked by what is happening. Seeing the explosion on the cameras and the announcement that Han has passed the first level test, no one believes that this is possible. The observers immediately begin to request information about the guy and demand that he prepare a contract. Watching the proceedings, Huang says he fully expected Daesung to make a fuss. Sogu is not happy that all the attention is focused on Han. Also monitoring the testing are people from the association, the girl and her colleagues who met with the hero when he broke the device in the association building. The girl is happy that her guess about the guy's strength turned out to be correct, and her colleagues are still amazed. Immediately, people from the association pay attention to the screen where the annoying old man was seen and recognize him. A man with an axe finishes off weakened orcs after an explosion. The old man is glad that he completes his task quickly enough. The girl and her colleagues see that the old man is cheating and do not understand how he ended up on the test at all because he is an ordinary person. The girl from the association enthusiastically says that Khan broke many balls from the device that day. Her colleagues don't understand what she's talking about, and the girl explains that the whole thing is that after the breakdown, various rumors spread that the test results were incorrect. She adds that she heard many people complaining to the community about the matter that day. One of her colleagues does not believe the girl's words and jokingly flicks her on the head, saying that the people above are doing their work superficially. Suddenly, the boss appears behind them, and the three of them get scared. The boss says that he himself included the old man in the list of test participants. The man says that 3 days ago, he received a report that an old man tried to enter the portal with bombs tied around his body. The girl asks in horror if he really wanted to kill himself and something that is not awakened. The boss denies this and says that several years ago, the old man lost his family due to the opening of the portal, and this was his attempt at revenge. One of the association members tells the man that if he gives such concessions, the system will collapse. His colleagues giggle at him, but his boss confirms his fears. The man draws the attention of his workers to Khan, saying that he has found a diamond. Suddenly, the broadcast starts to malfunction, and the connection becomes weak, so Mogu, leaving the hall, addresses his protege. The man from the Red Horse clan tells the leader that this way, Han can reach the 2nd and 3rd levels very soon. However, Sogu reassures him, saying that John is not ahead of Jin yet. The head adds that for now, Jin is simply giving Han a head start to see his endurance out of curiosity. The man listens to the chapter and thinks to himself that Sogu has strange ideas about what it means to give a head start. The man assigned to monitor Khan tracks him through a scope and notes that number 104 is extremely talented. However, the man shoots the protagonist, saying that he shouldn't have gotten in the way of the Red Horse clan. However, the main character is fine and does not notice the surveillance. Looking up, Daesung figures that this is probably the entrance to level 2. Sogu smiles and rejoices at how good it will be if Daesung dies right there. Suddenly, a hovering golem appears near the man watching Khan. The man is hiding from the creature and feels he must report it as soon as possible, as he will receive a hefty reward. However, the golem notices him and attacks the man. The golem immobilizes him with a paralyzing poison. At some point, the man becomes afraid that he will not be able to get out. Meanwhile, Daesung, while searching for the portal, feels like he's walking around the same places. Suddenly, the guy stumbles upon the corpse of the very man who was following Khan. The protagonist assumes that it was an unplanned death. Suddenly, a golem appears behind Khan. The creature attacks Daesung, but he deftly dodges it. The main character begins to think about how to defeat the monster, selecting skills that he can use. Daesung understands that he can't use some skills because of the cooldown, and the golem certainly won't wait for him. So Khan dodges its attacks and then decides that he needs to finish off the creature as soon as possible. The guy jumps right into the golem to rip a piece of stone out of its body. Meanwhile, Jin deals with the last of the orcs. Finally, he is notified that he has passed the back and is moving on to the 2nd level. Suddenly, a small box flies up to the guy. Opening it, Jin sees an ampule, a note, and a compass. After carefully reading the contents of the note, she immediately ignites spontaneously and disappears. At this time, Khan is still dealing with the golem and summons the Shadow Phantom. The guy orders the technology to destroy the golem. The monster still attacks the guy, but he defends himself with a weapon. The guy's technique is fueled by parts of the golem, and Khan again orders an attack on the monster. Numerous shadows attack the golem. Khan, watching this, rejoices that he has almost defeated the creature. Meanwhile, a picture begins to appear in the broadcast room, and the connection is established. Observers see that there is fog everywhere and do not understand what is happening. Finally, the picture appears, and everyone sees the golem and is surprised that such an opponent was included in the exam. One of the association's workers asks if it is normal to include this in testing. The man asks the boss if they need to stop this because they have such a right as the highest protector. One of the workers reports that they were able to determine the location of number 104th. The man asks his boss if they should stop the test for Daesung, and he agrees, but is distracted by a girl from the association. She points to the screen in the broadcast room, where the protagonist's equipment is seen defeating the golem. The attack radius is quite large and powerful, which again surprises observers. The boss from the association, seeing this, understands that it is impossible to determine the level on the edge, and he thought that Khan's peculiarity was just a mistake and a malfunction of the device. Eventually, the man realizes that perhaps there is something incredibly strong within Daesung. The girl from the association is amazed by the success of the main character. Suddenly, another worker from the observers approaches her and says that Khan's success has nothing to do with the test. The stranger adds that Jin will reach the second level of the test before Daesung. Meanwhile, the association's boss is asked about further actions, and he replies that first, they need to analyze the injuries and report everything. Meanwhile, Jin uses the compass to reach the portal to the second level. He stops for a moment to study the area and notices the fog clearing, indicating that everything has already been decided here. The guy gets rid of his compass in order to move on. Meanwhile, Khan has already finished off the golem and uses the soul imprisonment technique. The observers see what Khan is doing and are surprised that the guy is doing something again. Daesung, using the technique, summons a golem for himself. The creature does not obey at first, but the protagonist soon forces it to bow its head. The golem leans towards Daesung and submits to him. Something fast flies past Jin as he approaches the portal, and he stops in shock. He notices that it is Khan and is amazed at what he just did. Sogu returns to the broadcast room, confident that the testing is already over. However, upon entering, the young man sees the frightened face of his ward, Jin. A little earlier, Khan, having climbed onto the head of the summoned golem, was heading towards the portal. Having found a shortcut, the protagonist clears the path for the creature. Daesung urges the golem to move faster. The guy uses fire to continue clearing the path of obstacles. The people in the broadcast room finally realize that the guy is using summoning techniques unknown to them. Among themselves, observers discuss whether this can be done with the help of aura. An unknown girl standing next to the blonde from the association says that now they are not undergoing testing, but a real reality show. Suddenly, a fist hits a table in the hall. Many people turn around at the noise and see an irritated Lee Sogu. The man is angry about what is happening during testing. Someone wants to calm down the head of the Red Horse clan, but his people ask them not to approach. Finally, Sogu calms down and apologizes for his behavior, explaining that he was excited by the guy's abilities. Huang, watching this, notes to himself that this is what Sogu deserves, because he couldn't even imagine that everything would go wrong. The man thinks to himself that his student Shin should also arrive at the scene soon. Meanwhile, in the forest, Jin is angry at Han for his prank. Shinchon immediately runs up to the portal. Thinking that there is no way Jin could lose to someone like a girl, he rushes towards the teleporter. At the second level, participants find themselves in a cold climate, on a snowy mountain. Daesung, who arrived on the scene, is outraged that the participants are being tested like this. The guy turns to the golem and lets it go. An artificial intelligence appears in front of Khan and congratulates him on passing to the second level. Daesung turns to the teleporter behind him and wonders if he can start the mission without waiting for the others. The assistant, meanwhile, explains the purpose of the second test, saying that the participants will be divided by strength into 5 people in different places. The point of the second test is to get to the top of the mountain. Khan analyzes the test. He calculates that the altitude is approximately 5 kilometers. As the contestant goes through the test, drones watch, and Daesung regrets that he can't use certain things because of them. Looking down, Han notices Jin and reflects on how awakened C and D-level beings make their living as porters. Standing below, Jin is outraged that everyone's task starts from different points. The guy gets angry and tells himself that he will overtake Khan and will not let it go so easily. Suddenly, the guy turns around, sensing someone's presence. This is the same annoying old man who also made it to the second level test. The elderly man convinces himself that he is doing all this for his family and he needs to think about them. Suddenly, an avalanche falls on the old man. Standing nearby, a satisfied Jin says that he got rid of the old man. At this point, the signal in the broadcast room is lost and the video equipment does not work. Sogu, who had been expecting this, prepares for his plan to start working. The other participants arriving at the second level are nervous about the second level challenge. One of the awakened ones convinces the others that they can handle the task because they are among the strongest. Suddenly, this man will be attacked by Jin. After taking the ampule, the guy from the Red Horse clan noticeably increased his abilities, so he easily deals with other awakened ones. Flushed with a sense of superiority, Jin is pleased that the injection allows him to quickly dispatch the participants. Meanwhile, Shin also carries out the task, noting that all the equipment is currently malfunctioning. Khan also sees how the drones break, but this is only to his advantage because he will be able to move faster. Breaking away from the mountain, the guy summons armor. The hero is pleased with himself and calmly falls down, knowing that the technique will soon work. Shin notices a strong burst of energy and tries to figure out where it comes from. Suddenly, the girl sees Khan flying and is surprised that he can do this with the help of aura. Daesung uses his wings to get to the top faster with his technique. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jin is beating up the test participants. Seeing Khan flying, he wonders where the hero got such abilities from. Not wanting to waste any more time, the young man runs towards the mountain. At this point, in the broadcast room, Huang demands that the test be interrupted, since the safety of the participants was always a priority. However, the boss asks to wait a little longer while they try to figure out and restore the connection. Sogu intervenes in the conversation, saying that if those who want to become hunters cannot survive such a small incident, then will they be able to fulfill their duties faithfully? Huang turns angrily to Sog and asks if this was his doing. The Red Horse Clan leader says that it would be better to disqualify the weaklings right away. The Soul Clan man is angry with Soga, and the young man continues to put pressure on Huang, saying that it wouldn't be better for the man to take a break and retire. Upon reaching the top of the mountain, Han jokingly suggests that he should use the final skill. While other participants climb to the top, some awakened ones remain at the foot of the mountain, including an old man who crawls out from under the snow. He is exhausted, but nevertheless alive. The man is glad that he survived and decides that because of the cold, he needs to go down. At level 3, Shin listens to the objective of the mission: move around the field and fight monsters to earn points. The girl notes that she is in pitch darkness and needs to wait until her eyes adjust. At this moment, an angry Jin approaches her and asks if she has seen Han. The guy tells the girl why she got to the 3rd level faster than him and why she was too lucky. The girl turns around and tells Jin to go his own way and not to piss her off. The girl herself thinks about Huan and his words to be careful with him. She remembers that on the first 2 levels, he was faster, but on the 3rd, she can't say anything about him yet. The girl stops for a second to check the notification about the functioning of the aura when suddenly she feels that she has been hit in the side. An angry Jin standing near Shin says that he actually wanted to deal with Han first. Getting to the girl, he jokingly says that she is unlucky. Meanwhile, Khan gradually defeats the enemies he encounters. Daesung says he spent enough time killing these losers. But after checking the score counter, he believes that the number is not very high. Then the guy goes off to look for other creatures. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room, the boss from the association contacts to find out how things are going with the system. And Sogu, pleased with his work, notes that mixing different factors in an ampule was a good idea. Looking at Huang, Mogu even feels sorry for him, realizing that Shin will either become disabled or even die. Meanwhile, Shin turns to Jin and asks what he's up to. The guy looks at her, licks his bloody fingers, and says that he thought she would be docile since she was a girl. For a moment, Jin is distracted and misses the girl's blow. Shin cleanly kicks the guy in the face. After the blow, Jin comes to his senses and sees that the girl has disappeared and is hiding. Shin hid behind the boulders, examining her wound, having taken off her protective jacket before doing so. While the girl is healing her wound, Jin sneaks up on her, happy to have found her. The girl doesn't get flustered and deftly attacks the guy in the groin, having thrown her tracksuit at him before doing so. Shin continues to beat Jin while he is disoriented. While the guy is calling the girl names, she takes a stand and says that she actually has a name. She uses a technique from the Soul Clan and introduces herself by saying that she is the ace of her clan. After killing the guy, she says that Jin can't possibly be human because he's more disgusting than monsters. Realizing that the girl is no longer in danger, Shin turns around and leaves. Meanwhile, Khan, who has killed a large number of monsters again, is furious that his counter remains unchanged and has broken. The guy grabs his head and nervously says that he doesn't understand what they want from him. Meanwhile, Shin continues walking in the cave and wonders why she can't see the other participants. Suddenly, someone's body flies past her. An enraged Jin stands behind Shin. The girl rushes away from him. Turning around to make sure it was Jin, the girl doesn't understand how this happened because she definitely killed him. Suddenly, the guy is right in front of her and she hits his arm and falls. Jin wastes no time and begins to beat the girl with all his might. Lifting up the exhausted Shin, the guy says that he will kill her in the most painful way. After hitting Shin hard in the stomach, the girl screams in pain. Jin leans over to her and tells her that she can scream and beg for mercy, and maybe someone will hear her. Mockingly, the guy adds that it was he who destroyed all the equipment. Suddenly, Shin gouges out his eyes while he is distracted. Given some time while Jin recovers, Shin tries to leave. The girl encourages herself, slowly crawling away from Jin. However, she doesn't make it in time, and the recovered guy lifts her up by the neck, yelling at her and saying that because of her, his number of lives was halved. Just as he was about to finish off Shin, Jin heard someone's voice from the side. Turning around, he sees Khan watching what is happening. Evil Genie looks at the guy and recognizes the number 104. Throwing Shin away, the guy says that he was waiting for Daesung. Gathering his strength, Jin jumps on Han. However, Daesung passes by the guy, and he doesn't understand how he did it. Jin stops, trying to understand what happened. Han leans over to Shin to examine her. Khan understands that the girl seems to have recovered. Jin turns to the main character again and says that he is as talented as he is. Daesung asks if Jin Lee did this to Shin. He replies that the girl herself is to blame for getting confused, and he merely brought her to her senses. But Khan interrupts him and says that he knew about the point counter. Jin ignores his question and plans to use the technique to kill Daesung. The guy adds that he completely forgot about the protective suit because if it breaks, he's done for. While Jin is figuring out the counter, Han already punches him in the face. Clutching his face, Jin curses Daesung. The main character doesn't waste time and uses fire abilities to attack. Jin defends himself from the flames, saying that these are all futile attempts. But the main character, in the meantime, calls upon the technique of imprisoning souls, and all the captured creatures appear behind him. Daesung angrily tells Jin that he brought out his hellish nature in him. Meanwhile, in reality, it is reported that the connection has been restored on the 2nd level, but on the 3rd, repairs will take about another half hour. The leader of the association orders that security be sent to the 2nd level, and another squad should be deployed to the 3rd level. And Sogu, completely calm, says that there is no point in worrying so much because everyone who is being tested is a future hunter. Meanwhile, the leader is informed that one corpse and many wounded were found on the 2nd level. The news reports that a system failure occurred during testing and that the situation has been going on for an hour. He, who is listening to the news, remembers that Han is on probation, so he gets ready to go to the complex and find out everything as it is. Meanwhile, on the 3rd level, Jin runs away from Han in fear. However, before he can escape, his leg is cut off. The boy falls in pain, realizing that he only has one life left. Daesung comes closer to Jin and asks if he is really being reborn like the bugs in hell. At this moment, the connection is restored, and a picture appears, and Lee Sogu looks closely at the screen. However, Jin at this moment gets down on his knees and begs Han to spare him because he only has one life left. Daesung mockingly says that it's a shame that the guy only has one life left because he wanted to check if Jin would live if he was cut in half. The guy understands that even if Chen is cut in half, even the properties of the ampule will not help him. The main character looks around and sees that somewhere one camera is working. Khan tells the boy that he will allow it if he answers 3 questions honestly. After threatening Jin with a weapon, he falls silent in anticipation. Khan threatens the guy that if he lies, he will stab him. Daesung asks his question, asking if it's just Jin cheating here or if there's someone else. Hearing this question, Sogu starts to get nervous. Jin begins to stutter, not knowing what to answer. Khan waits for an answer and puts pressure on the guy, saying that perhaps it's worth splitting it in half. Out of fear, Jin asks not to kill him and says that he is alone. Daesung doesn't calm down and asks who made Jin do all this. Jin is nervous and understands that first he needs to get away from the guy alive. He makes up his mind and tells Han that this was all a plan by the head of the Red Horse clan. Han asks about the Lee Sogu clan. Everyone in the broadcast room turns to look at the young man Soga rolling around among themselves, wondering if this is true. The leader is angry at Jin for giving him away. He turns around and shouts that it was Jin himself who started all this, but decided to pin it on Soga. The young man is distracted by the leader of the association, who says that the proceedings will take place during the investigation by the hunter's inspection. Sogu understands to himself that he will not be able to get out of here. The young man calms down and says that he will arrive at the inspection office at the appointed time. Sogu leaves the room and curses Jin for repaying him like this. One of Mogu's assistants asks if there was any need to bow his head. The head of the clan continues to swear at what would have happened if he had blurted out even the slightest bit of unnecessary stuff there. If that happened, Huang would be absolutely happy. The man from the Soul clan is furious after Lee Sogu left. The association's leader thanks Huang for keeping him. But the man replies that he did not do this for everyone present. The association's leader calls his subordinates and orders them to go to the testing area to stop the trial. Meanwhile, Han asks his third question and asks if Jin has another life left. The frightened boy asks what this question means. Jin understands to himself that whether he lies or tells the truth, he will be divided in half in any case, so the outcome is the same. At this moment, the artificial intelligence appears and declares Han Dae-sung the winner of the challenge. The main character is surprised that the announcement appeared so suddenly. Jin timidly congratulates Han on his victory, saying that he is a worthy S-level hunter. Dae-sung, despite everything, cuts the guy in half. With a smile, Han says that Jin lied, and he still has one more life left. Turning back to the wounded Shin, Dae-sung sees her recovering. Meanwhile, medics run into the portal to the third level. The head of the association, Pak, who had been watching the broadcast from his office the entire time, finishes watching. Next to him stands his subordinate, saying that representatives of the 10 clans have arrived. The girl adds that Han Dae-sung already showed Class S at the first level. The man asks the girl if Jean is the first hunter after Li Chang. While looking through Dae-sung's file, Park tells his subordinate to bring such a person into their organization. People in the association's lobby discuss among themselves what happened during the testing. The system reports that due to unforeseen circumstances, the selection criteria have changed and the main indicator has become passing the first level of the test. Many people are starting to complain that the threshold for passing is too low since this is only the first level. A photo of Dae-sung appears on the screen with his A-level assigned to him. Chan-ho calls the main character and asks where he is. Suddenly, the guy turns around sharply, finding out that Han is in the S-level break room. Dae-sung is happily relaxing in a massage chair, resting after a tough test. Ho comes to him and asks what happened here. Dae-sung replies that the association secretary told him to rest here. A friend is surprised that his secretary contacted him. Han continues by saying that he has become an A-class hunter with the potential for S-class. Ho is amazed by his friend's success, jokingly saying that Han will now be able to build a house with his own money. He adds that outside, everyone is shocked by the protagonist's success because of his potential. Meanwhile, in the lobby, everyone is discussing Khan and how to get his associations, when suddenly, someone comes out of the elevator. The same old man comes out of the elevator shouting that he has won, and journalists immediately rush to him. The man introduces himself as Dae-sung. The reporters are surprised that Dae-sung appeared in front of them, and they suspect that he is the winner. At first, the old man is frightened that he has attracted so much attention while the journalists ask their questions. Someone guesses that this is not Han Dae-sung at all, and in fact, it turns out that the old man is Han Dae-sung, who took 20th place and is just a border guard. Meanwhile, in the place where the testing took place, they are still evacuating and rescuing the wounded awakened. One of the rescuers reports that they have searched all 3 levels, but still have not found Jin. Having received the order to close the passage, the man irritably says, "Did the guy from the Red Horse clan really manage to escape from here?" At this time, the news is on air, where they talk about testing. The main character's mother sorts through her clothes and says that it wouldn't hurt to buy her son something new, and wonders whether the market will be open in the morning. Suddenly, a photo of the son appears on the air, and it is announced that he has become a level A hunter, but maybe a level 6 hunter of level S. The woman, seeing this, is frightened and surprised by such news. Mom calls her daughter to see the news, and Jisoo comes to the woman. Seeing her brother on the screen, the girl is as amazed as her mother at her brother's success. At this moment, Khan comes home. Both women look at the guy in shock, and he, suspecting why they look like that, asks what happened. Meanwhile, people from the inspector's office, led by Kim Seong-soo, arrive at the Red Horse clan, informing them that from now on, all activities of the clan are banned. Standing in Lee Sogu's office, the man adds that all the hunters should also be relieved of their duties. The head of the clan sits at the table and says how terrible a light he is being portrayed in. Sogu understands to himself that he relied too much on himself, and Jin also betrayed him, so from now on he needs to be careful. Kim orders Sog that he needs to go with them to the inspector's office. However, Sogu has other plans and gets up from the table and says that when you do dangerous things, unexpected things can happen, and it is foolish to trust Jin's words. Kim stands his ground and says that it's better for Sogu to go with them without causing trouble. An angry Sogu approaches the inspector and asks if he knows how he got to where he is now. Kim remembers to himself that Lee Sogu was once the second most important in the clan, but soon took over after the mysterious death of the former leader, so it makes sense to be wary of the young man. Sogu begins to use his technique and mockingly says what the association was thinking, sending only 2 people towards him. The inspector prepares to defend himself and warns his partner, Chan. The frightened young man is nervous behind Kim's back, not knowing what to do. The inspector begins using his technique, shouting at Young that if they want to survive, they need to kill the clan leader before he does. Sogu also says that it looks like Kim had to pay for his place. Suddenly, a frightened Jong pierces the chief inspector's back. The young man apologized to his boss, saying that it wasn't him doing all this. Sogu, who deftly controls his equipment, mockingly says how many questions the management will have for deciding to fight among themselves. A wounded Kim asks Sogu if this is his plan. Ignoring the inspector's question, Lee Sogu uses the puppet's aura to kill Kim with the help of Jeong. The distraught and frightened young man asks for forgiveness from his deceased boss. Sogu, meanwhile, comes out of his office, joining his subordinates, saying that they need to warn the association what happens if he is disturbed. Sometime after the exam, Huang comes to visit his student. The doctor tells the man that the girl will never be able to become a hunter because her aura is depleted. Huang is angry at Lee Sogu for everything he did during the exam, noting that the young man will face retribution. Meanwhile, at home, the main character is scolded by his mother, saying that she does not want him to become a hunter because she will worry about the danger. The woman adds that although she saw on the news how successful her son was, danger is danger. Listening to this, Han recalls the words of his friend Chang Ho that almost 99% of families do not allow their relatives to join the ranks of hunters. Daesung's mother continues, saying that she is afraid that the boy may fall into a coma again. However, the main character interrupts his mother and says that he has already signed an agreement with his friend's clan. The sister, in shock, asks again if Han really made a contract with the Soul Clan. Daesung confirms this and summons a small teleporter from where he intends to get something. A moment later, the boy takes out a bag overflowing with money and places it in front of his mother and Jisoo. Pleased, Khan says that he will receive a deposit from the clan and gives the money to the family so that they can pay off their debts and use the remainder for their own needs. Mom and Jisoo look at the money in shock, amazed that the hero received such a sum of money. The main character reassures the family, saying that he will earn even more and that they only need to run the household and he will take care of everything else. Noticing how his sister and mother are holding back tears, Khan calms them down, saying that on the contrary, they should be happy. Looking at his happy relatives, Daesung feels that if this is his reward for returning from hell, then he is satisfied with everything. Meanwhile, at the association, Jong remembers his dead mentor Kim. The elder always helped and took care of Chan, but now he is killed by Sogu's technique. Now the student stands in the morgue in front of the corpse and cries. The boss from the association comes to the young man and says that this is his fault because no one thought that the head of the Red Horse clan was so crazy. Out of anger and hatred towards Sogu, Jung declares that he will kill him himself. At this moment, Pak, the head of the association, approaches the chief and demands that all the hunters be caught. The chief is surprised and asks whether it is necessary to catch even the preparatory squad. To this, the man receives an order from Pa to disband the entire Red Horse clan and capture its leader, Lee Sogu, by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the next morning, Han wakes up to a huge number of messages. Among the messages is a notification from Chang Ho's friend, so the protagonist leaves the house to call him back. A friend tells the hero that Portal Roof S won at auction, so now money will flow like a river. At this moment, armed workers of the association arrive at the main building of the Red Horse clan. The operation is commanded by Jin, a level A awakened being who gives orders on the sequence of actions. The defeated resistors are ready to be killed, so after the briefing, Jin calls for the operation to begin. However, running into the building, the man and Jiangwu, who followed him, see many wounded or even dead people from the Red Horse clan. Confused, Jungwoo doesn't understand what happened and asks Jin what to do now. The person in charge of the operation orders the rearguard to deal with everything and asks the rest to follow him. In the depths of the building, an exhausted Huang sits and rests. Enraged, Jongwoo breaks through even further into the clan building with a knife, hoping to finally find Soga. However, soon the young man stumbles upon the fresh corpse of the head of the Red Horse clan. At first, Jongwoo doesn't believe that Sogu is dead, but Jin stops the young man, confirming that the clan leader is dead. Also, the person in charge of the operation turns to Huang, who is sitting next to him, and says that this was too much for personal revenge. However, the man says that he only killed people outside, but did not touch Soga. Soon, the news of Sogu's death became public knowledge and was broadcast on the news that An Desung had on. The old man is indignant that no one calls him. Because no one took Daesung in, the old man created his own clan, but unfortunately, it was not successful. However, a moment later, the phone starts ringing. At this moment, Han and his friend Ho are driving through the city, who is surprised that the guy accepted all 10 offers from the clans. Ho explains that his clan has the best equipment, but Han brushes it off, not understanding why he needs it, and thinks to himself that if his friend sees armor from hell, he will faint. Daesung then asks his friend if he can make money in a sea-level portal. Ho states that portal missions at this level cost 50 billion and taxes alone will cost 30 billion. Han is shocked to hear such amounts and is indignant, and Ho adds that if he can get hold of the ether core, he can make money. The friend adds that Khan has been assigned an escort who will have to go with him into the portal. However, Daesung states that Ho should go with him too, and his friend is surprised. Han explains that he himself appointed Ho as his escort and entrusted all the paperwork to his sister Jisoo because he was too lazy to do it himself. Upon arrival at the location of the portal, Chan Ho is asked for a certificate. The young man shows the document to the soldier, who is surprised that only 2 people were taken for the mission. Ho agrees with the military man, saying that he thinks so too, but his friend is a psychopath who imagines himself to be very strong and decided that he can handle the task alone. The soldier says that nothing makes sense, so he will open the portal and gives instructions to those responsible for this. Ho addresses Daesung one last time, explaining that the subject is dangerous and asking if he has changed his mind. Khan calms his friend with a joke and drags him towards the portal. Ho protests by saying that if he escapes into a portal in the middle of a mission, it doesn't mean he's an unfaithful friend. Meanwhile, the association is watching a recording from the Red Horse clan building, the moment of Lee Sogu's death. Something lifts the young man up, and Sogu is completely helpless. An unknown hand appears from the portal and reaches out to the young man to rip out his heart. Sogu dies instantly, and the unknown person's hand disappears into the portal. Pak asks the association's employees if it is possible to find out who made the recording. Jin explains that there is only one surveillance camera and that checks are still being conducted, and the department head from the association adds that after the autopsy of Sogu's body, it was also not possible to find out who was the carrier of the aura. Meanwhile, Akon Daesung arrives at the portal that Han and his friend entered and says that he is responsible for today's processing. The soldier at the post wonders why the old man arrived so early since they entered the portal only recently, and asks if the hunter who took on the mission is really Han Daesung. The soldier checks the information and confirms it, which makes the old man very happy. An is glad that he got into this case so well and will be able to cross paths with Khan. A few days ago, at the testing site, Jin, chosen by Sogu, was able to hide and regain his strength. The young man is angry that he was treated this way and that he was left alone, so he wants to take revenge. When suddenly, someone's voice calls out to him. A huge eye appears in front of the guy, the same one that appeared in front of Lee Sogu before his death. Meanwhile, Han and Chang Ho enter the area through a portal. Ho has never been in a portal before, so he's a little nervous. Han looks into the distance and says that there are many enemies, so it is not surprising that the portal is in a war zone, to which Ho does not understand what enemies he is talking about. Looking into the distance, Ho sees huge lizards running straight towards them. Daesung takes out his weapon and says that it would be more convenient to finish them all off at once. The protagonist prepares for an attack and jumps very high, leaving his defeated friend below to watch. Khan towers over the monsters and swings his arm to strike. The guy uses the volcano technique to hit his enemies. The flames swirl around the lizards, killing them instantly. Ho, watching what is happening, is shocked and wonders if this is really his friend. The Khan, having made sure that the enemies are finished, approaches his friend. Ho jokingly begins to scold Dae-sung for not telling him earlier how strong he is, which only made Ho worry. Putting away his weapon, Dae-sung replies that this is exactly why he decided to show his abilities only now. After some thought, Ho declares that he has decided to propose to Dae-sung to create a new world-class clan. Finally, the friends return back through the same portal, which surprises the military because too little time has passed. The military begins to panic that something is wrong with the portal and that they should call in specialists, but An Dae-sung stops them, saying that someone is coming out of there. Satisfied, Ho and Han emerge from the portal and declare that the task is completely completed. An Dae-sung appears in front of the main character and hands him his business card, adding that he is responsible for today's overtime. Ho wonders why the old man is alone, since he is from the clan of gatherers. An explains that it's just a day job and hands over another business card to Ho, who notices the same names of the old man and his friend, and proudly announces that he will do everything to live up to his name. The old man adds that he will always be responsible for the processing, to which Han silently leaves and Ho hurries to catch up with him. Sometime later, the main character and his relatives visit the new apartment before buying it. While the realtor talks about the house, Jisoo studies it herself and admires the apartments. Dae-sung's mother asks the man how much the apartment costs. He replies that officially it is 17 billion, and in fact, according to the deal, it is 8. The woman is surprised by such a large sum, and the realtor hurries to explain that such a high price is due to the proximity to the hunter's building. The man adds that safety is the most important thing at the moment, and he has heard that Khan has become a capable hunter. Jisoo chimes in, reminding them that her brother had become a high-level hunter and was all over the news. Dae-sung says he likes the house and wonders if he can get a discount on it if he signs it now. The man then replies that there is no need for this. Since Khan is a hunter, a preferential contract can be made. Hearing that S-class hunter, Lee Chang-shik, lives in one of these houses, Han irritably asks how much cheaper the hunters are getting their housing. The realtor gets a little scared and says that hunters are given about 100 billion. Mom and Jisoo hear the huge amount and are amazed. Khan thinks to himself that this way he will be able to buy an entire house, which costs 80 billion. That same evening, a young girl walks down the street alone. At this moment, she runs into an unknown person and apologizes. In front of the girl stands a tall young man with a hood on his head and a creepy expression on his face. He tells the victim that she has a choice and she should be grateful. The next morning, at the police station morgue, they examine the body of that same girl and note that she died in the same way as Sogu. Jin and Jangwoo arrived from the association and realized that no one but the awakened ones could have done such a thing. Jin says that in addition to the open portals, a killer has appeared in Korea who rips out hearts. Jungwoo asks his mentor to entrust the case to him, and he promises that he will catch the killer, while Jin thinks over the details of the case to himself. Finally, the brunette tells his protege, Sean, out loud that for now, he is working on portals. Addressing a police officer, Jin asks that information about the murders not be leaked to the media. The man also adds that they will assign the necessary people from the inspectorate. Elsewhere, in a new place, Jin from the Red Horse clan awakens. The young man is in a special capsule with the necessary life support equipment. The guy starts to look around the room and sees an unknown middle-aged man not far from him. The stranger sees that Jin has woken up and is approaching, and the guy is nervous because he doesn't understand where he is. The man approaches the capsule and asks the boy if the place looks like the Red Horse clan's laboratory. It finally dawns on Jin that he is in the same place where he was once injected with an ampule before an exam. The stranger tells Jin that it looks like the drug he gave Sogu helped, and the head of the clan himself personally asked the boss to help and save Jin. After this, the unknown man introduces himself as Elder Hans, Roman. Jin calms down a bit and remembers the huge eye, then asks Roman if he is alive. The man replies that it is better to consider that the boy was reborn as Hans's servant. Jin doesn't understand what the man is talking about, but he says that he will give the guy even more power if he follows him. Meanwhile, in the association building, Ho is talking on the phone with Ho. Daesung tells his friend that he is going to clear the portals one by one because he needs a discount on a new home. Ho, who doesn't understand when Han managed to buy the apartment, eventually gives in and agrees to his friend's plan. The friend also tells Daesung to buy the necessary equipment. Instead, Khan is transported to the Pantheon and chooses one of 6 missions. The system notifies the guy about the mission in the Iron Fortress, and Khan confirms his move. The teleport takes the hero to the right place, and Daesung finds himself in front of a huge fortress in new, unusual equipment. The guy notes how it gets on his nerves. Meanwhile, in Korea, a department head from the association issues instructions on measures to take against a serial killer. At this moment, a girl from the association department enters the office, stating that the Ocean Clan failed the mission in the B-level portal. A colleague asks the girl if this clan is really that strong, since there is Baek Haran and many other high-level awakened ones there. The girl replies that the monsters were stronger and surpassed Baek Haran's skills, so an S-level hunter was needed. The head of the department, listening to this, understands that if the already open portal is not cleared within 12 hours, a breach will appear in it. However, it was good that it was Baek Haran who asked for help. Finally, the man orders that Lee Chong-sik and Seo Dong be notified of Hai-rin's request. The worker agrees and adds that no one can refuse the number 1 in Korea. The girl begins to discuss some other hunters with her colleague. But the head of the department interrupts, saying that he doesn't care. The main thing is that the portal doesn't break. Meanwhile, at the Nadezhda orphanage, 2 boys play hunter and monster. They are watched by Seo Dong, who jokingly scares the children. The man and the children begin to play and fight playfully. Suddenly, a shelter employee approaches them and attracts Don's attention. The man gets distracted, and the girl explains that there was an urgent call from the association, to which Don sadly notes that he can't even rest. After studying the information, the man leaves, and the employee wishes him luck. At the last moment, the man turns to the children and the girl and encourages them, saying that he is the best hunter in the country. Meanwhile, the number 1 hunter, Lee Chang-shik, emerges from the sea-level portal. He is met by a girl who informs him that an official request for help has been received from Baek Haran. The young man stops and listens to the information about Karen's help. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, an incomprehensible seal is formed under the Khan. At the foot of the fortress, a huge guard appears, resembling a huge predatory cat. The protagonist looks at the guard and thinks to himself that it is dangerous to even walk near his body now. Daesung's only equipment now is a sword and an ice shield. Khan sits down on the ground and thinks about how bad his memory is, since he can't remember how he knocked down the boss last time. The weapon lies in front of the guy, and he carefully remembers his tactics. Finally, an idea comes to Han's mind. Meanwhile, in Korea, crowds of journalists appear outside the B-level portal. Many are starting to broadcast live from the hotspot where the cleanup is taking place. The association's employees, seeing this, wonder how the information leaked. Suddenly, the reporters start looking around and recognize the approaching figure as a representative of the Ocean Clan. A young brunette, Baek Haran, approaches the portal with a charming smile as the surrounding journalists ask her questions. Many reporters are amazed by the beauty of the clan representative and shower her with compliments. Haran approaches one of the journalists and asks him for a microphone. Turning to the rest of the reporters, the girl announces that the portal will be cleared, and she has asked for help from 2 of the most powerful hunters in the country. The journalists are amazed and start talking among themselves about those very hunters that Baek mentioned. The girl confirms that she called Lee Chang-sik and Seo Dong, who had already arrived at the portal. The 2 strongest hunters are about to go inside when they are noticed, so they linger for a while. Chanshik, a young blonde man, says that Karin was able to skillfully turn her failure into a whole scene, to which Dawn, a brunette, supports his comrade's thought. At this moment, Karin, pleased with herself, approaches them. The journalists continue to film the 3 hunters, delighted that the Lysobak tandem is going to clear the B-level portal. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan attacks the fortress guard. Finally, the enraged creature awakens. Daesung gathers his strength and notes that one mistake on his part means certain death, so he needs to be more careful. An angry predator approaches its enemy, intending to kill him. At that moment, the guard slips on the melted ice shield, and Daesung concentrates on his next attack. The guy runs up to the fallen guard. Leaning towards the boss, Han discovers a red seal. Using the weapon, the protagonist pierces the seal on the monster's body, thus destroying it. Dae-sung throws his sword and wooden shield to the ground, saying he won't need them anymore. A notification pops up in front of the hero that he can enter the fortress thanks to the destroyed seal, to which Dae-sung says that first he needs to find a weapon. Inside the fortress, the guy is surrounded by various traps. The Khan carefully probes the wall of the fortress, intending to find a special mechanism. After finding it and pressing on the hidden stone, the doors open for Khan. The treasury of Balark opens before the guy, accessible to the hero for only 5 minutes. Dae-sung moves closer to the weapons and grabs the dark sword, which he says is not that strong, but without it, he cannot enter Balark's room. Looking around the treasury, the guy sees chests with money and other valuables. Dae-sung looks at the find and thinks. A moment later, the system notifies the boy that he can enter Balark's room and Khan prepares for battle. Meanwhile, in the portal of level B, the Lysobak tandem fights monsters, and Dawn is unhappy that the opponents are too noisy. The man concentrates his strength and uses his weapon to jump forward straight at the monster. Lightning from So-Dawn's technique stuns the huge lizard enemy. Dawn gives the command to attack the monster, and the rest of the hunters follow the order. Standing behind, Karin shouts words of encouragement to Dawn. Lee, covered in blood, stands behind the girl and asks if she will definitely go on a date with him if he kills all the monsters. Seeing the state the young man was in, the girl hurried to use her healing technique. Changshik feels much better, and the girl asks when he managed to hurt himself like that. With a smile, the young man points to a nearby carcass, saying that it is a gift for her. Karen sees the huge head of the Ogre King next to him. The girl is shocked that Changshik was able to kill such a monster alone. Taking advantage of this, the blonde puts his hand on Karin's shoulder and the girl sternly tells her to take her hands away. Not far from the couple, hunters led by So-Dong try to kill the monster, but its skin is too thick that even the aura does not help. Changshik asks Baek to keep her promise about the date with a smile, and he himself approaches his partner Dong. Karin looks at the young man who has left and asks herself if she promised anything. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan reaches the final boss and is about to open the potion vials. Khan decides to use the potions to the maximum. The system begins to notify the guy about the improvement of many characteristics thanks to the contents of the bubbles. Feeling much better, Dikung prepares for his next fight. Entering the next location, Dae-sung sees a huge boss in front of him, Balark. The guy greets his opponent with a smile. Balark sees the protagonist and a moment later summons a huge fire dragon. Khan uses the blood naturalization technique to counter the creature. Meanwhile, in reality, the streamer, that same waiter, Yong, begins a weekly broadcast about hunters. First, the guy suggests looking at the ranking of hunters this week, and the top is opened by Lee Chang-shik, who became a hunter as a hobby and is the chairman of the Joseon clan. Next in the ranking is Seo Dong, who heads the Hope Orphanage and has become a father to many orphans. And in third place, the beauty Baek Haran from the Ocean clan. Yeon explains that there was an incident at a B-level portal this week, but the Lysobak tandem resolved the issue within 6 hours. Then, the streamer remembers what else he wanted to show the viewers. Yeon brings up a photo of Han Dae-sung on the screen and begins to remember seeing him during the orc attack. The streamer is a little surprised to see the guy again. Meanwhile, in the office, Roman looks through the news and notes that the hunters have begun to clear the portals very quickly. Colleagues address the man by a false name, offering to have a drink after work, but Roman refuses. After opening a map of Korea, the man decides that he needs to change his current circumstances. In the Pantheon, Khan continues to fight the dragon, dodging the creature's attacks. During a break, the guy jokingly says that the spilled blood brings back memories of old days. A second later, Balark himself stands up and joins the fight. However, Dae-sung does not lose heart and prepares to fight him. Khan begins to fend off Balark's attacks with his sword. At one point, the guy complains and asks why his opponent is so strong. Balark also uses his abilities, and he gains wings. Dae-sung breaks past his opponent and turns around, mockingly saying that he is surprised by Balark's transformation. A moment later, someone unknown begins to appear on the field in front of the main character. Khan stops to study the stranger. The unknown, without a face or a clear body shape, is irritated that someone dared to disturb the peace of the Holy Apostles. Meanwhile, in reality, the hooded serial killer continues to kill victims, hoping to arrange a sacrifice. And in the office of the Portal Search Company, Roman, pretending to be Jake, contacts the maniac. The killer reports that he performed a sacrifice using the hearts of those previously killed. Roman hears this and replies that he will let the hunting association know about this. A maniac asks his boss when he should stop making sacrifices. Roman replies with a smile that only when they have collected enough scapegoats. Meanwhile, back at the Pantheon, the notification system has completely broken down, so Han realizes that he is facing a very strong opponent. However, this does not frighten the hero too much. He is looking forward to another battle. An unknown person threatens the guy, saying that he is insignificant and will not be able to stop the course of the universe. Having attacked Daesung, the creature thinks that it has won easily, but the hero rushes forward towards the enemy. Khan pierces the unknown with his weapon. However, the creature looks at Daesung mockingly and says that his attacks and weapon will do nothing. The Khan angrily asks the stranger what will affect him. At some point, the guy receives a system notification about a technique that can only be used in Hell, depending on the level of implementation, which at the time of the battle is 33%. However, thanks to his skill, Khan manages to catch the creature off guard and suppress it. The unknown person intends to escape to report to his superiors, but does not have time, and the system notifies the hero that the heavenly inhabitant has been destroyed. After winning, Khan approaches the tall structure and touches the wall. As a reward for completing the mission, Daesung was given the opportunity to lead Balark and some other creatures. The satisfied protagonist sits on the throne and mockingly speaks of dragons and addresses the subordinate creatures that he will call upon them when they are needed. Continuing to sit on the throne, the guy thinks that all he has left to do is remove all the portals and earn money. The newly formed Level A portal is being monitored in the association building, and initial security measures are being taken. Pak comes into the observation room and asks if the new portal is similar to the one that appeared 5 years ago and destroyed the area around it, and the workers confirm this. The head of the department reports to the manager that the portal is definitely Level A. Pak orders all hunters to be gathered and to request additional assistance from the World Hunter Organization. The head of the department nods and says that everything will be done. In the Pantheon, Khan checks the information from the system about his level of implementation and does not understand why it is still so low. The guy sadly says that he will have to earn a few more skills. After some thought, Daesung decides to move to the Ant Valley using the system. Meanwhile, a meeting is being held in the building of the Hunters Association with all the important people. The department head greets everyone and says that a meeting is starting on ways to solve the problem of the A-level portal in Gangnam. At this point, the Korean police take Hwang to jail. The man puzzles over who was able to kill Lee Sogu, because he is quite a strong opponent, and Hwang's student, Shin, is still in the hospital and is poorly nourished. The nurse scolds the girl for not eating anything and adds that she will remove the IV since it is of no use. Shin ignores the nurse's words and thinks about her failed exam and regrets that she let her mentor down. In the association's conference room, the meeting continues, and Ryu Jones, the head of the Fortress clan, reports that the hunter So has been missing for a whole month since she went on an investigation. Marble Clan Deputy Chohan reports that his clan leader, who is also the 5th-ranked S-level hunter, is in Silicon Valley developing an aura weapon, but is preparing to return. The head of the association, hearing this, says that this time too the Lyso back tandem will be responsible for protection. Seo Dong jokingly says that there is no other way out. If they cannot stop the enemies, they will die. Lee Changshik says that he will go on the mission since Baek Haran promised him a date. A girl interrupts the conversation and, surprised, reminds the blonde that she already went on a date with him and treated him to meat. Lee and Haran start arguing, and Dawn tells the people from the association that they need A-level volunteers for support. The workers begin to talk among themselves that if the Lisi back tandem manages to clear the A-level portal, it will be the first such case in Korea. Pak sums up the results and orders to find 100 level A volunteers and 10,000 ethers for the hunters. Those sitting at the table in the negotiating room begin to discuss the fact that the number of broadcasts is very large. Meanwhile, outside, a broadcast is being broadcast, notifying citizens of the danger. A large number of hunters are already gathering near the portal, at first not understanding why they are here. Lee So-bak are going to be the first to enter the portal, and Don encourages his partners that the sooner they finish here, the sooner Beck and Lee can go on a date. The brunette wishes his partners good luck, and the three of them enter the portal. Inside the portal, Dawn gives orders and tells everyone to check their gear. Lee moves away from Beck, telling her to stay put. The girl reports to Dawn that Chanshik has gone on reconnaissance. The brunette doesn't understand why the girl reports to him about Lee, because he can do it himself, but then leaves everything as is. Having analyzed the situation, Dawn orders the hunting parties. In reality, Ho is trying to call his friend Han and is annoyed that he hasn't picked up for so long. Dae-sung, not understanding what happened, tells his friend about his move, and Ho says that an emergency happened. The guy tells Han that a level A portal has opened in Gangnam, and the association demands that all hunters go there. Dae-sung learns that an emergency happened near his new home and wonders why so many people are gathering. Ho explains that it was precisely because of this type of portal that the big rift occurred 5 years ago, and the hunters barely managed to close it back then. Khan leaves the house, intending to head to the right point, and asks his friend if he will be promoted if he can close the portal. Meanwhile, inside the portal, a huge number of blood wolves are running towards the hunters. The hunters begin to notice them from all sides and realize that they are surrounded. Ethers used in battle appear if you defeat monsters inside the portal. Humanity is heading towards collapse due to unequal development and many other problems. And it was at this time that ethers appeared that possessed energy that allowed changing the time of people's disappearance to their life. The important thing is that if you charge the aura weapon with ether and implant it into the awakened one, you can improve his skills, so ethers are very important. Knowing this, Dan commands and calls on everyone to accept the broadcast. The wolves are getting closer and closer, and the hunters one by one begin to receive the ether. Lee Chang-shik approaches the crowd of hunters. The young man uses the technique of ejecting an aura over a wide spectrum. Dawn runs past Baek Harin, saying that Lee has attracted the attention of the wolves and the girl needs to cover her partners. The girl does not hesitate and tells him to trust her. Changshik continues to attract opponents. Dawn launches full ether activation. Lee, running past the brunette, tells his partner that he is now leaving the wolves to him. The man activates his technique and jumps out at the enemies, preparing to strike them with lightning. The technology kills enemies one after another. Baek Harin activates his aura technique. The other hunters are happy. They see the girl's technique in action for the first time and feel it on themselves. Lee Chang-shik takes off and runs towards the remaining enemies, motivating the rest of the hunters to follow him. Meanwhile, in reality, in a bad neighborhood in Korea, the remaining members of the Red Horse clan are dealing drugs. At some point, a man runs up to them, shouting for everyone to run away. One man regrets that he came here. At this point, a police car pulls up to the group, and the police inform them that if anyone escapes now, everyone will be charged with illegal drug trafficking. The men take out their guns, preparing to fight the police. However, the police are not taking any action. Suddenly, Jin from the Red Horse clan gets out of the car. The men from the clan are shocked that the boy survived and do not understand how this is possible. Jin extends his hand to them and tells them to follow him. Meanwhile, inside the portal, the hunters have finally dealt with all the wolves and are happy about it. Baek Harin heals Dawn's wounds with her technique, and he is happy that she helps them so much and says with envy that she can go to portals all the time. However, the girl begins to explain to the man how difficult it is to use the broadcasts, that it is very expensive, and in general, Dawn himself has taken money for the broadcasts more than once and is still in debt. The man bitterly realizes that Karin has started nagging him again. At this moment, somewhere nearby, one of the hunters finds Class B ether. But at that very moment, nothing knocks his head off. A huge white wolf, larger than those the hunters had fought earlier, was approaching. In reality, broadcasts are being conducted near the portal, and it is announced that the situation is still tense. On the news, the presenter talks about the Lysobek hunters entering the portal and asks if they weren't the ones who cleared the portal so quickly last time. The reporter says that last time, they actually cleared the portal for a short time, but the current attack has been going on for 10 hours now, and the association continues to gather A-level hunters from different clans. The head of the department asks the blonde in glasses when the hunters from the International Hunters Association are expected to arrive, but she replies that there is no official answer yet. The man says that they are now in a state of extreme limbo, as there is no way to contact those inside the portal. The girl says that military forces and hunters have gathered and that Chohan should arrive in 8 hours. The department head says that no one should stop trying to contact the rest of the hunters inside the portal. Inside the portal, everyone is preparing to attack the boss. Lee flies straight towards the huge wolf. The guy moves away from the enemy. The wolf wastes no time and attacks the guy, but Lee somehow dodges, but he is wounded. Don enters the fight, saying that the boss is no slouch since he is able to fight back. Changshik stands behind his partner, catching his breath. At that moment, Lee feels like he is being healed by Bayek Heron's technique, so he turns around to thank her. The girl says to leave gratitude for later, but now the most important thing is to solve the problem here. The guy smiles and charges the air to the fullest. Lee joins Dawn and uses the technique to defeat the wolf together. The boss makes one last attempt, but the hunters are still stronger. The wolf dies, and everyone is happy that Lee Changshik was able to kill him, but Dawn is indignant that all the attention went to the blonde. Immediately after this, the hunters hear a strange loud sound and do not understand where it comes from. Far ahead, the hunters see a huge horde of wolves and their leader. The leader in the red robe is annoyed that someone has encroached on their land again. Many people start to get nervous, but Dawn shouts and orders everyone to gather. After some time, something starts to happen in reality. In the association building, everyone understands that the portal is beginning to rupture. The blonde in glasses doesn't understand how this is possible since the hunters are still inside. The head of the association nervously says that this could be the case, that the entire Lysobak team is dead. The man immediately orders that all reserve hunters in the country be informed of the emergency. At this moment, the leader of the wolves emerges from the portal and orders the hunt to begin. At the gathering place of reserve hunters, Jin, a brunette from the Hunters Association, checks whether the hunters from the Dom clan are there. Following this, the man checks to see if the hunters from the Chang clan are still there. And after that, Jin reaches the Daesung clan. The protagonist responds and says that his level is A. Jin recognizes the guy as the hunter he was ordered to follow. The man explains that everyone was called in to prevent the level A portal from rupturing. Khan says that they won't even be able to pass normally near the portal and adds that it would be better for his friend to contact him now. Then Daesung realizes that he himself doesn't pick up the phone the first time. Then all the hunters turn their attention to the portal and see that something is happening. The Khan is looking forward to the battle and is not afraid. An hour before the portal bursts, almost all the hunters are dead. Some hunters still hold out. One young hunter barely defends himself from a white wolf. He begins to lose his grip and loses to his opponent. Not far from him stands Dawn, who shouts to gather up if no one wants to become food for these dogs. A hunter immediately flies out and cuts off the wolf's paw. Changshik is already very tired and irritated, not understanding how much longer they need to hold out. Dawn remembers one artifact, the Absolute Protector. It was given to him by the department head. It was a development from Germany, made from a level S core for counterattack. The man then thought about the cost of such an item. The head of the department says that the leader received the item as a gift and added that all hunters are like children to him, so let them return alive. Dawn listens to this and asks to tell the manager that they will all try their best. Inside the portal, Dawn gathers the people together and prepares to use the attribute. The man bends down to engage the protector. Everyone feels the power and strength of the object and understands that it was used in the exam. The wolves begin to break through to the barrier, but the protector pushes them back. Dawn is pleased with the development from Germany. At this moment, the leader of the wolves approaches the barrier, intending to destroy the protection. The creature jumps onto the barrier, but it pushes the enemy away. Hunters are glad that they are not so easy to get to. One of those present asks Dawn what their plan is, to which the brunette replies that now they just need to hold out. Dawn explains that if something doesn't work out, you first need to stay alive and then figure it out. Some hunters talk among themselves and come to the conclusion that there is no plan. It turns out that in the crowd of hunters, there is the very same maniac who decides to change the situation with the portal. Something starts to happen to the portal outside, and the leader of the wolves notices it. The outline of the city is visible in the portal. The creature approaches the teleporter, sensing that beyond it, he will be able to find something to profit from. The leader and the white wolves cross the portal and run into the military. Monsters defeat armed forces, destroy drones. Because of this, the broadcast is interrupted, and people from the association cannot see everything that is happening outside. The department head orders to connect a high-level satellite screen and send reserve units to the portal. Not far from the portal, on the roof, streamer Yang is located, starting a live broadcast from the hotspot. The young man encourages himself that if he can capture interesting footage with a drone, he will become an eternal blogger. The guy turns to the audience, asking if they can see everything. In the chat, many people start talking about something being behind the streamer, but he doesn't believe it. However, turning around, the guy discovers a huge white wolf behind his back. Yang is paralyzed with fear. He backs away and screams. The creature lunges forward at the young man, but something cuts off its head. Yeon looks at his savior and sees Han De-sung. A moment later, the protagonist disappears, and Yang, having come to his senses, rushes to find the drone. Khan approaches the leader of the wolves and says that he does not understand at what point so many dogs appeared in a residential area. The leader of the creatures attacks Daesung, but he blocks the blow. Meanwhile, crowds of people evacuate to bomb shelters, wondering where all the hunters are. Some of them take out their phones and see live what is happening outside. Yeon, who is still broadcasting, is surprised to have received a record number of viewers. For a second, the guy wonders if he should run away now. Meanwhile, in the broadcast room at the association, a blonde approaches the department head to show the broadcast. The man recognizes Daesung and tells him to put the broadcast on the screen. The workers recognize the guy who excelled in the exam. The head of the department doesn't understand what he's doing there alone. Meanwhile, outside, Khan continues to fight with the wolves. The creatures prepare to pounce on the hero at once, but Daesung uses a technique and kills the wolves with fire. The leader of the monsters approaches the battle and orders them to clear other places, while he himself will deal with Khan. The guy is looking forward to the fight and jokingly asks if the monster will be able to defeat him. The main character uses the summoning technique and creatures from hell come to his aid. Yang sees a huge dragon and a fearsome rider appear in the real world and is amazed. In the broadcast room, the association's workers also see what is happening and are shocked. People are frightened by the sight of the dragon and try to evacuate. Daesung orders the creatures to deal with the white wolves while he takes care of the leader. The summoning dragon and rider deal with the creatures. The genie from the association, watching the creature, does not understand what is happening and why the dragon is for them. Balark's shadow dismounts from the dragon, about to finish off the white wolves, and is angry that these creatures dared to disturb the overlord. In the bomb shelter, more and more people are watching what is happening live and are completely confused about who is on whose side. Chang-ho arrives at the broadcast room and greets everyone present. The head of the department greets the young man and asks if Ho is sure he is aware of all the events. The man asks the young man to tell him more about Han Daesung. Meanwhile, outside, the leader of the wolves asks Khan who he is. The main character mockingly says that the monster hardly has the right to know this. Daesung blocks a strong attack from his opponent. This doesn't affect the guy in any way. He calmly asks if the monster has finished demonstrating its abilities in front of him. While the wolf defends himself with his weapon, John mockingly asks if the boss of the A-level portal is really a bald mongrel. Suddenly, the ruler moves behind Khan, and the guy is momentarily lost. The wolf enhances his abilities with an unknown technique. The protagonist turns to face the enemy and prepares to attack. But instead, the leader of the wolves simply turns and runs away, which surprises the hero. As he runs away, the creature thinks about Khan's strange energy and decides that he and his wolves need to return to their territory. Daesung immediately catches up with the wolf, wondering why this creature runs on 2 legs instead of 4, as dogs are supposed to. The main character kicks the opponent, causing him to lose his balance. But Daesung doesn't leave the wolf alone, saying that he didn't allow him to come back. A summoned dragon flies to help the main character. The creature catches up with the Wolf Lord and defeats him. Meanwhile, hunters emerge from the portal into reality. Dawn is annoyed that no one from the international organization has arrived. Karin quickly heads towards the wounded, saying that he will try to help them here, and the rest who can still fight need to go to the portal boss. The brunette heads towards the boss, and Chanshik stops his partner, offering to at least prepare a little, but Dawn doesn't listen to him. When all the hunters left after the man, Karin was left alone to heal the wounds of the victims, but suddenly she hears a strange sound. Turning around, the girl sees a huge white wolf with its back to her. Before she can do anything, someone cuts off the creature's head. Han Dae-sung appears next to Harin. The main character asks the girl if she is a hunter. Beck can't understand why the guy is so strong because even Lee is influenced by the wolves. A moment later, Changshik appears and attacks Han. Karin shouts at his partner, not understanding what he is doing. Lee, slipping past Dae-sung, is shocked that he is an ordinary person. Stopping and turning towards the main character, Lee does not understand how the guy so deftly dodged his attack. The blonde apologizes to Khan, saying that he mistook him for a monster. Dae-sung wonders why Changshik mistook him for a monster. Lee explains that only monsters emit an aura like Han's, but even so, the guy feels stronger than them. The protagonist is surprised to himself that there is a hunter who can read his demonic energy. Finally, Changshik introduces himself to the protagonist as the leader of the Joseon clan. After successfully closing the portal, Pak gathers the S-rank hunters in his office and thanks them for their help. Don says that the chairman's gift came at just the right time, and the protector saved the lives of many. Lee interrupts the conversation, asking with displeasure how the monsters were able to get out through the portal in the first place. Harin keeps the conversation going, asking about Dae-sung and how he became a strong hunter so quickly. Pak reassures the hunters that they can ask him about everything themselves, but now it is important to him whether they agree to accept Han into S rank. Dawn replies that there is hardly any need for this, since society has already accepted Dae-sung as a high-ranking hunter. Karen sadly says that she is for the promotion, but now the association will have such a strong hunter and they will no longer be used. Changshik agrees to the promotion, saying that there is no way out of it now. Pak asks the opinion of the last S-rank hunter, Chohan. An adult man in a red and white mask replies that Khan had such a high rank from the beginning. Meanwhile, the surviving Yeon starts a live broadcast and introduces a special guest on the air, An Dae-sung. The blogger begins to ask the old man how he knows Han Dae-sung, and the man begins to tell his story of how he met him. At this moment, the main character's friend Ho sees that the entire internet is filled with news about Khan. The guy understands that this is a great success for them. Dae-sung comes to Ho's office, and his friend greets the hero. Ho praises Dae-sung, talks about how precious he is, and Han doesn't understand why Ho ever told him to get lost. The guy explains himself, saying that he was simply worried about his friend. Dae-sung drops the topic and asks why Ho called him. A friend solemnly tells a friend that it is time to pick up the S-rank license. Outside the association building, journalists from different countries crowded together, wanting to meet Han Dae-sung, who had become famous throughout the world. Sometime later, a raspberry arrives at the main entrance of the building, from which Han and Ho emerge. Pleasant words and praise for the main character are heard everywhere, and he notes that Chan Ho did not lie. A friend immediately appears next to Khan and tells him to wave to his fans. The main character reluctantly waves his hand, and joyful cries are heard all around. Inside the association building, the guy is met by Pak and thanks him for closing the A-rank portal, adding that he helped the association a lot. Sitting next to Ho, he replies that they were just doing their job. Pak asks the secretary to help with something. The girl brings a small chest with a Hunter S-rank license card, and Ho says that ordinary people don't get such an honor. Pak congratulates the protagonist on his rank promotion. The man also adds that the association can now help the guy with some things, and Dae-sung asks about it again. Roman actively follows the news about Khan and is angry at the main character. Pak recalls Chohan's words that, due to Khan's high level, the association would hardly be able to refuse his request. After some thought, Dae-sung voices his desire to allow his summons to raid portals on their own. Pak is shocked by such a request, he can't even answer. There is also an unknown girl keeping an eye on Han Dae-sung's progress. A girl from the Fortis clan, Ryu So, the 5th in the hunter rankings. Young with a bob cut and facial piercings, Rue emerges from the room and addresses her father, Jones. The head of the Fortis clan is shocked that his daughter has left her room since she was locked there for 6 months due to her social phobia. The girl tells her father that she has a request. The man is still in shock but does not interrupt his daughter. Meanwhile, many other hunters from other clans are indignant that Khan might take their places. The hunters express their dissatisfaction to the head of the department. The man wearily notes that his worst fears have come true, and in general, no one knew that the main character would deal with all the portals so quickly. The head of one of the small clans says that because of Khan, they can't even pay clan members money normally because they simply don't sell anything from the portals. The head of the department understands that he can't do anything himself and asks out loud what everyone wants from him. The hunters respond that Khan's rights need to be restricted so that they too have the opportunity to farm portals. The department head decides not to enter into an argument and says that he will try to solve the problem. Meanwhile, Daesung, in his new apartment, plays computer games and doesn't understand why he keeps losing. At some point, his friend Ho calls him. The guy is furious that Khan doesn't pick up the phone the first time, to which the main character replies that he's just busy with important things. Finally, Khan comes to his friend's office and he says that an order has been received to adjust the portal tenders. Ho explains that it will now be possible to raid only certain portals, as Khan has caused many clans trouble. Daesung is not angry and says that he was able to earn a lot of money this way. Ho says that they made a lot of money, and thanks to this, he was able to buy this building. Khan voices the idea of raiding only the most valuable portals. Ho thinks to himself that now Han has also developed a business acumen. Ho asks Han about the equipment. The main character wanted to sell it, but his friend says that this is not a very good idea. However, Ho gives the idea to contact Pax, who would help with equipment. Pax is an equipment expert and Huang's friend. Ho immediately says that Huang is now in prison, but Pax can be found in another way. At night, Shin Chun escapes from the hospital, ready to do anything to return to being a hunter. Many hunters who contacted the department head raided the portal at level C. Sometime later, the portal is cleared and the hunters congratulate each other. At this moment, Jin from the Red Horse clan approaches them. Behind him are other clan members who have been influenced by the boy, so he orders them to attack the hunters. They are preparing for battle against unknown opponents. However, the Red Horse clan soon defeats the group of hunters, and Jin uses the power of transformation. Thus, the guy changes his appearance to that of a long-haired hunter. On the news, the presenter talks about missing people all over the country. Han's family is watching the broadcast, and Jisu's mother warns her not to pour anything anywhere for the foreseeable future. At this moment, the brother appears behind the sister and scares the girl, and the mother asks if her son is hungry. The woman asks what Daesung wants, and he replies that he wants a lot of meat. Listening to the news, the main character is surprised by the story of the missing people. Sometime later, a sacrifice takes place in an unknown location. Roman, dressed in ritual clothing, pronounces special words. A moment later, other people in red cloaks appear at the scene and swear an oath to the man. Roman says that it is very good that in Khons there is a person connected with Khan. The man touches the head of one of the people who came and orders him to eliminate Daesung. The man in the red cloak, Jin of the Red Horse clan, is glad that he can take revenge. Sometime later, many people are relaxing on the beach. Suddenly, a portal appears not far above the water, and people begin to sound the alarm. The association has already taken measures and called hunters and the military, but a portal over water is always dangerous. The head of the department asks the blonde in glasses if she sent a message to all the hunters, and she confirms it. The girl says that the top 5 are taking part in the tender, and the boss is indignant. What are they thinking about? The girl objects, saying that the conditions are the same for everyone. The man is surprised that the tender conditions are the same. Meanwhile, Seodong arrives at the Daesung clan building, and Ho nervously receives him. The brunette tells the guy that he will beat around the bush and say everything straight, so Ho listens to him. Han says that he offers to cooperate with his clan of ravens in clearing the portal that has appeared. Ho is embarrassed and doesn't know how to respond. At that moment, Lee Chongshik comes to them, and Ho is shocked that a hunter of such a level has come. Lee turns to Don, not understanding why he is there, since he asked for time off to play with the children. Chongshik also offers Ho cooperation with his clan. Chan Do is even more nervous about the proposal. Meanwhile, Baek Harin, in the Ocean Clan meeting room, says that he wants to help Han as thanks for saving him. The correspondents present at the meeting announce the sensation about Karan Khan's rescue. In the Marble Clan, the deputy head of the clan, Chohan, reports that he informed Khan of his readiness to provide his clan with a new aura weapon. The deputy, Chohan's older brother, adds that he doesn't understand why they would raid the portals, and besides, the other clan leaders have also started to stir. Chohan suddenly says that he wants to see. The brother doesn't understand what the clan leader is talking about, but he explains that he is interested in power beyond S rank. Khan, meanwhile, is busy protecting his loved ones. He takes their most valuable things. The guy implants one summoned creature into each of these artifacts so that they awaken and protect his mother and sister. The summons swear an oath of protection to the master. After this, Daesung leaves the pantheon satisfied. Ryu appears before him and asks if the portal is the source of Han's power. Daesung looks at the girl and doesn't understand who she is and where she comes from. She replies that she is from the Fortis clan and gives her name. The guy teases the girl about being a little girl and asks how she knew where to look. The girl approaches the main character. Ryu says that she looks like Daesung and asks him to help her. Khan does not want to listen to the girl and pushes her away. However, suddenly Ryu disappears. A doll remains in its place and Khan falls into a stupor. Immediately, demonic energy begins to emanate from the toy, and the guy recognizes it. Sometime later, hunters arrive at the formed portal and see a huge dragon in the sky in the distance, which is getting closer and closer. Khan jumps off the summoned creature. The other hunters are happy about the arrival of the protagonist. Not far from the main character, on the pier, sits Ryu, who seems to be driving away someone invisible. After a moment, she falls silent, and Daesung approaches the girl, asking if she is from hell. The girl jumps up and agrees with the guy, happy that he understood her. Looking at Ryu's behavior, Han can't understand what's wrong with her. The girl jumps around the main character, explaining that when he is around, the noise in her head stops. Before Ryu could finish his speech, Baek Haran suddenly appeared next to him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Ryu regrets that another huntress came and gets attention from Han. Karin announces that she has been appointed as the main support for the main character. Turning around, the guy wearily notes that more and more bastards are taking a ride on his back. Ryu is angry that Daesung doesn't pay attention to her anymore. Baek sees Ryu's condition and approaches her, saying that she was the one who healed the hunters who suffered because of Ryu and her cursed skill. Daesung turns to the girls, asking if they are finished. Karin is surprised that the guy didn't even look, but looked away, and Ryu is happy that the main character took her side. Finally, the hunters disperse into boats and head towards the portal. Ryu is secretly glad that she doesn't feel pain when she's with the main character. Following Han's boat is a long-haired hunter whose appearance was taken by Jin from the Red Horse clan. As they approach the portal, Kirin notices that visibility is too poor, leaving them vulnerable. Baek uses the light detection skill. The surroundings become much brighter, and the hunters thank Karin. The huntress warns the others that something is coming. Suddenly, small, cute-looking creatures approach the boats. The hunters relax, but a moment later, a huge creature appears from the water, Queen Geiger. Karen gets scared and doesn't understand what it is. The cute creatures obey the monster and attack the hunters. Daesung, having assessed the situation, decides that he will return home quickly, but then he sees Giger and quickly changes his mind. The guy decides to turn to Ryu. He tells the girl that if she helps him, he will help solve her problem. The girl can't believe her happiness and is sincerely happy. Daesung tells Ryu to calm down and asks her to get the monster out of the water. The girl smiles and promises to carry out the assignment. Meanwhile, Khan contacts Karin via radio. At first, the huntress doesn't understand about the creatures on the fly that the guy was talking about. However, she soon sees large insects attacking the ships. Jin of the Red Horse clan sees the hunter's vulnerability and decides it's time to attack. The guy uses the power of stealth. Ryu, meanwhile, prepares to dive to fulfill Han's request. Some of the hunters from the Fortis clan are worried about the girl. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Ho meets a girl who approached him. A girl in a black cap greets a guy and says that she just arrived recently. Finally, Ho and Shin introduce themselves to each other. Inside the portal, Ryu swims up to the monster. The girl studies the enemy better. On the surface, Karin warns everyone to focus on the battle. Han, watching from afar, sees the boss emerge and suspects that Ryu did everything correctly. Taking out his weapon, the main character looks forward to the fight. Using a technique that allows him to fly, Daesung gets closer to the enemy. Han uses a technique that creates a fireball directed at the enemy. Pleased that his opponent is almost defeated, Daesung talks to him mockingly. Ryu, seeing Han, is happy that the guy has exceeded all her expectations. The girl believes to herself that he will help her get rid of the annoying noise in her head. Ryu yells at Han, reminding him of his help to her. Daesung tells her that she needs to wait. Harin continues to fight off large insects on the ships. The hunters use aura weapons, and the girl asks them to concentrate better. Other hunters swim up to Karin's ship, offering their help. The girl replies that she needs help at 11 o'clock. However, among the hunters, there is Jin from the Red Horse clan, who leads them and suggests that they kill Harin first. As Jin approaches the huntress, who doesn't sense the guy behind her, he feels threatened. Han Di-sung appears behind him. The protagonist is surprised that Karin hasn't finished yet. She replies that she is trying her best. Han approaches the girl, not noticing Jin. Jin looks at Daesung and thinks that this is his opportunity to get revenge. The main character launches a burning technique to finish off his opponents. The technology is very large scale, and Baek pulls Daesung up, saying that he could harm people. Immediately, Jin begins to appear next to the hunters. Han calmly recognizes Jin and is surprised that he is still alive. The guy takes out a weapon against the main character. Jin loses his temper and starts threatening the main character. However, something happens, and the Red Horse clan boy falls overboard, and Khan doesn't pay attention to it. The other hunters begin to recognize Jin. Suddenly, dark tentacles and black smoke appear near the ship, making it impossible to see anything. The attack ship and back are protected by a force barrier. However, the girl does not have time to defend herself for a second, but she is saved by Khan, who intercepts the tentacle. Jin emerges from the water, having received a new form of body and strength, and now he intends to take revenge on Khan. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Ho makes a deal with Shin that if she helps, the Daesung clan will provide support to get Hwang out of prison. The girl takes the business card and asks how she can help. Ho says they need to find out Professor Park's location. Shin replies that this information is confidential and she needs to talk to the clan leader first. Meanwhile, in the portal, many hunters find themselves in the water because of Jin. Daesung fights the enemy and briefly wonders if his technique could kill others. At one point, Jin uses his tentacles to catch Han and screams that he will kill him. Karin, seeing this, gets in the way, and the other hunters ask her what to do. Suddenly, the main character finds himself next to the huntress, and she does not understand how he moved so quickly. Daesung tells the other hunters to leave quickly if they don't want to die. Heading towards Jin again, the protagonist activates a powerful technique. Jin, watching the guy, loses sight of him for a moment. Suddenly, a ball created by Han appears right above the enemy's head, and Jin is furious and does not understand why Daesung is so strong. Due to the technique, Jin is defeated and shouts to the protagonist that he will curse him even in hell. Karin, Ryu, and the other hunters watch the protagonist from the ship and are amazed by his strength. Khan receives a notification from the system stating that he has received an essence from Kanza. Sometime later, a ship of the Porter clan, led by An Daesung, sails to the portal. Also on board is Yang, filming the broadcast. The guy says he has special content and introduces An Daesung. As he approaches the portal, the streamer receives a large donation and thanks for the translation. After the mission, Ryu and Han meet at the Fortis clan's training hall. The girl gets mad at the guy for flicking her instead of driving away the ghost, but Khan replies that he did it to drive away the magic. The main character explains that this Maria is something like ether and asks where the girl got it from. Ryu smiles and replies that she entered the portal of awakening. Daesung doesn't believe the girl and asks again. Ryu smiles and asks Han to bend over. Daesung leans over and the girl whispers in his ear that sometimes a portal with the numbers appears inside the portal that has the ability to awaken. She continues by saying that she wanted to wake up so badly that she entered him despite the danger. Khan wonders if a portal has even opened to hell. Suddenly, the guy receives a notification from the system that a quest has begun due to an invasion, and he gets furious about the news. The protagonist turns around and walks away from Ryu, saying that it's time for him to go. Meanwhile, in the prison for hunters, they came to Hwang. The man sits quietly and waits to be released. Shin Chuan came to the prisoner and greeted the leader. The clan leader smiles and says that he is glad to see the student healthy. Hwang told the girl that Pa could help her restore the destroyed aura reservoir, but the Red Horse clan was involved. Leaving her mentor, the girl is angry at the Red Horse clan for what they did to her. Meanwhile, Khan comes to the Pantheon with a servant and does not understand why the system notifies about this. Ryu immediately appears behind him and Daesung gets scared, not understanding how she got here. The The girl says that she wants to handle magic just as well and asks Kan to teach her. After receiving information about Ryu from the system, Daesung wonders if he accidentally made her a servant when he placed the seal. Looking at the girl, he decides what to do. A moment later, the protagonist grabs the girl's hand and summons a portal to the Ghost King's domain. The guy and Ryu begin to be transported to a new location. Once in a new place, Daesung finds himself chained to a wall. Ryu immediately appears in front of the guy. There's a table next to them on which lie various tools. Daesung turns to the student and asks her to unlock the shackles. Ryu asks why Han can't break the shackles with magic, but the protagonist says that his magic is blocked. Ryu smiles and says he'll try. A moment later, the shackles fall, and the protagonist asks the girl how this happened. Ryu smiles and says that she seems to fit in with this place. Looking at Ro, Han realizes that it seems like her skills have actually improved. After a while, sounds are heard, and Daesung says that the jailer has arrived. A ghost collector walks the corridors of the premises. Ryu asks Han if she can deal with him. Daesung recognizes the creature and looks at it. In reality, at this moment, Shin meets with Ho and says that he will take him to Park's lab. In his laboratory, Roman looks at the results of experiments that do not make him happy. However, the man is not upset since he still has enough good samples. Looking at the camera feed, Roman sees Ho and Shin approaching in a car. The man is happy that he can get an A-rank hunter and the leader of the Daesung clan at once. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon, Ryu uses his techniques to attack the collector. The girl attacks her doll, and all the wounds are reflected on the jailer. The enemy is noticeably weakened by the effects of magic. The collector dies, and the girl is glad that in this place her powers are really stronger. Daesung interrupts the student, saying that preparing for the tests is more difficult. Ryu immediately asks the guy how he found out about her skill. Having moved to a new place, the main character notices that he has already passed this route. Han turns to Ryu and asks him to give him his doll. He takes the girl's artifact and says that he will go ahead and call the student when needed. Ryu is touched, thinking that the protagonist goes further because he is worried about her because of the dangers, and Daesung thinks to himself that he can't stand listening to the girl any longer. As Han leaves, he thinks that mentioning the tomb caretaker's recovery is a trap, and messing with him will only lead to delays. Having thought everything over, the main character rushes forward. The thorn bush immediately follows the guy, and Daesung knows that contact with it further reduces speed. When possible, Han speeds up and sees the soul collector ahead. Slipping past the enemy, Kan sees an exit ahead. However, Daesung is again overtaken by the enemy, and he tries to hide from him. A thorn bush immediately appears, approaching the main character, and Kan tenses up. Daesung gets tangled up, and the thorns tie him up. Meanwhile, in reality, Shin and Ho arrive at the right place, and the guy, getting out of the car, notes that it was not easy to find it. Shin agrees, replying that she herself has only been to this place once. As they approach the elevator, Ho is surprised that it is so big, and the girl replies that it was never like this before. Roman comes out of the elevator and introduces himself as Professor Park's assistant. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Ryu sits and waits for the protagonist, when suddenly she hears him calling her. Kan shouts that he called her several times and asks to quickly exchange for a doll. The girl gets up and is about to fulfill Daesung's request. Ryu quickly teleports to the right place and finds himself right in front of the monster. She doesn't get lost and grabs the doll to attack the soul collector. However, the monster is Kan in disguise, and the boy warns the girl that he is not dangerous. When Ryu asks why the guy looks like that, Daesung doesn't answer and is about to open the secret passage. A passage down into the dungeon opens before the heroes. After descending, the hero discovers the Ghost King below, and the system notifies Kan of the enemy's danger. Peeking out from behind cover, Daesung regrets that he and Ryu were late. The creature in front is casting special spells and does not yet see the protagonist with the student. Kan explains that the king has already become a puppet of the heavenly forces, so it is now more difficult to kill him. After learning Ryu's stats, Daesung levels up one of Ryu's instant death techniques, and the girl senses it. The protagonist explains that now, Ryu will not die after using the technique, but will lose consciousness. The girl confirms that she now feels much stronger. Han points to the Ghost King and tells Ryu to use the technique on him. The guy encourages Ryu, saying that she will succeed. The girl grabs her doll and is about to use instant death on her opponent. Daesung thinks to himself that if things don't work out, things will be tough for him, so it would be better if Ryu succeeded. Meanwhile, the girl has prepared everything necessary and is now piercing the doll with a special needle. This immediately affects the Ghost King, and he falls down. Khan is glad that everything worked out for his student. Ryu herself, after using the technique, faints and does not react to the guy in any way. Coming out of his cover, Han uses his full buff to finish off the enemy. When approaching the Ghost King, the protagonist uses blood naturalization. The enemy of that time has already woken up, and Khan notices that he is using the Blade of Sin to finish off the hero. However, the Ghost King plunges the weapon into Daesung, and the hero does not expect this at all. The enemy performs a technique to summon a living soul. Thus, the protagonist disappears and penetrates the weapon of the Ghost King. In reality, another hunter is approaching Roman's laboratory. Shin warns Roman that she forgot to warn him about another person who will arrive here. The man looks at the girl and tenses up, asking who she is talking about. After parking, Chohan gets out of the car and approaches Ho and Shin. The girl introduces the hunter, the head of the Marble Clan, and says that he has arrived to cooperate with Professor Puck. Roman notes that they should have been warned about the arrival of such a person. Chohan replies that he admires Professor Park and his inventions. Roan thinks to himself that the S-rank hunter fell on his head at the wrong time, but nevertheless, he introduces himself in a friendly manner as Puck's assistant. Chohan turns to Ho and welcomes him here, to which the young man also responds in a friendly manner. Shin interrupts the men, saying that now everyone is gathered and they can go to Professor Park. Roman looks at the girl and notices that she has good instincts, since she took another hunter with her, and imagines that he will definitely kill her and turn her into a monster. Nevertheless, having brought the visitors to the laboratory, Roman asks them to wait for the professor in this place. Roman leaves, and Ho says that the atmosphere in the lab is not comfortable. While Ho and Shin look around, Chohan hands them 2 bracelets, aura protectors. Chohan adds that it is best to wear them on the wrists. The girl and the young man take the protectors and thank the hunter. Shin shares with Ho that leader Huang advised him to take Chohan with him to the lab for safety. Ho thinks to himself that he has completely forgotten about this hunter and should ask him for help in modifying the aura weapon. Suddenly, something starts to happen in the room, and Chohan warns that it is a trap. The door to the laboratory is knocked down, and monsters burst inside. Chohan rushes forward with a weapon, protecting the young ones. The hunter skillfully wields his sword and defeats the orcs running straight at them. Once the monsters are dealt with, Shin and Ho approach Chohan and thank him. The man notices that there is an extremely foul stench in the room. Roman, watching the hunters on camera, happily notes that those who inhale the gas will not be able to avoid other monsters. Anticipating what will happen next, he plans to release stronger opponents. Meanwhile, the protagonist finds himself inside the soul blade of the Ghost King. Many souls that have been inside the weapon for a long time see Daesung and head towards him. The main character looks mockingly at the souls and is about to absorb them. Meanwhile, the Ghost King discovers Ryu lying unconscious. The creature is about to kill the girl, but he cannot take control of his body and stabs himself with a sword. The Ghost King hears Khan's voice in his head and doesn't understand what's happening. A moment later, the monster itself begins to penetrate the blade. Returning back, Khan sadly notes that each quest has its own pain. Someone starts to appear in front of him, and the guy wearily asks that nothing is over yet. An unknown deity appears before the main character and asks Khan who he is. A notification appears in front of Daesung that the deity is a heavenly being, and the guy tells the creature that she herself broke into someone else's house. The creature asks Khan if he is the ruler standing over all creatures in hell. The deity gets angry and attacks the protagonist, but he skillfully dodges. Reacting quickly, Daesung cuts off the Sky Dweller's arm. In his head, Khan begins to hear the voices of the inhabitants of hell, begging to wash away their shame with vengeance on heaven. The guy gets angry and shuts up the voices, saying that he will figure it out himself. The deity turns to Daesung and asks how he can be the main one in hell and communicate with its creatures if he is not the main deity. The guy clings to the creature's words about the main deity and asks her about it again. Suddenly, the heavenly inhabitant is chained by the suddenly appearing heavenly apostles, and the creature asks for forgiveness for his mistake. The three unknown people remain silent and ignore the requests of the heavenly inhabitant. Khan, watching what is happening, wonders what happened. However, no one pays attention to the guy, and he begins to get angry at the heavenly beings. Having prepared himself, Daesung rushes towards the unknown creatures. With one blow, Khan takes out 3 apostles, and the celestial being is shocked at how useless they are. Immediately, the creature's previously severed hand makes itself known, and blood appears. While the system notifies Khan that the quest is complete and he has become stronger, the heavenly inhabitant noticeably weakens, and the main deity rejects him. The creature changes in appearance and increasingly resembles an ordinary person. A moment later, the heavenly inhabitant turns into a weak baby. Daesung, seeing this, does not understand what happened. Soon, only a golden egg remains in the place of the creature. Taking the artifact, Khan wonders what he should do with it now. The system immediately notifies the hero that when transforming the egg, you can get a creature that will follow the guy, and he begins the transformation. While the transformation operation is taking place, Daesung thinks that maybe this will help him understand something. Meanwhile, in reality, in the laboratory, Ho and the others are fighting off monsters, and the young man does not understand why all this is happening. Shin replies that Professor Park is most likely in trouble. The Chohan, standing in front, carefully monitors the situation and protects the young from the monsters, calling for silence. A mutated monster with 2 heads is approaching the hunters. The creature jumps down to Chohan and the others, saying that it has not seen people for so long. Ho and Shin ask Chohan what it is. The senior hunter replies with horror that what they are seeing is an experiment in merging a human with a monster. Looking at Shin, the monster says that she is very beautiful and hopes that she will become a head next to him. The girl gets angry and takes out a gun to shoot the creature. However, after a burst of shots, the monster smiles as if the bullets had done nothing to him. Then Chohan attacks him with his weapon. The monster mockingly says that the attack was without warning. Chohan continues to attack and uses a technique that destroys one of the monster's heads. The remaining head begins to get angry, shouting that it does not understand how the hunter dared to kill his pet. The monster gets fired up and prepares to attack back. Chohan, running towards the enemy, notices the weapon, notices the last moment. He is thrown aside, so now Shin will have to fight him. The monster laughs and says that it looks like the professor will have to give him a new head. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, the Khan cracks open an unusual egg. A tiny creature with wings, similar to a fairy, emerges from it. The creature greets its new owner, but Rao doesn't understand that a fairy is addressing her. Daesung looks at the creature and asks it to tell him about the heavens. The fairy apologizes and says that she has no memories associated with them. The main character gets angry, takes out his weapon, and says that the creature is simply useless. However, a student appears before him, asking him not to kill the fairy. The girl whispers to the creature to show the Khan what she can do, and in this way she will remain alive. At first, the creature does not understand what to show him, but a moment later, it calls the heavenly store. Ryu smiles and says that this is some kind of cool ability. Huge counters with various artifacts appear next to the heroes. Khan examines the goods and sees a future diary, and the creature explains to him that this item provides information regarding the coming future. After acquiring the item, Daesung begins to study the information contained within it. Seeing the future that concerns his friend in the lab, the boy gets angry. A moment later, the protagonist and Ryu return back, and the guy hopes that the girl will get home on her own. Ryu asks to go with him, but Daesung sends her away. The girl asks him again to take her with him, but Khan turns around and sternly asks him not to repeat his words twice. In the lab, Shin continues to contain the monster. Chohan comes to his senses at some point. It turns out that the hunter is a cyborg, and his body consists almost entirely of replaced parts. The man gets up and gets angry at the monster. With renewed strength, Chohan rushes at the creature and strikes it. The monster does not expect such an attack, and the man continues to beat him. Using more powerful equipment, the hunter destroys the monster. Shin and Ho approach Chohan from behind, asking how he is. Ho thinks to himself that the hunter actually wrote his entire body with aura weapons. Turning to the boy and girl, Chohan says that he needs time for his body to restore the charge of the etheric core. Ho says out loud that the situation is disgusting, and it's as if they are dancing to the tune of the bastard Roman. Roman sees from the cameras that the hunters were able to deal with his monster and regrets that they will have to release another one. He presses a special button, regretting it, because he planned to catch the hunters relatively unharmed. While Chohan is recuperating, Ho silently hopes that he won't die next to such a high-ranking hunter. But before the guy can say anything out loud, a section of the laboratory opens not far from them, and another monster comes out of it. Roman, looking at the hunters, thinks that he needs to take at least parts of their bodies before the summoned Goatman tears them to shreds. Shin quickly assesses the situation and believes that the monster is a monster of the beast level. Chohan agrees, adding that Goatman is presumably S rank. Hearing this, Shin and Ho look at the enemy in shock. Meanwhile, the monster slowly approaches the hunters. Chohan lunges at him, but Goatman dodges. The creature grabs the hunter's hand, and Chohan realizes with horror that he is losing speed to the monster. Goatman deftly tears off the hunter's arm at the elbow and throws the body further away from himself. Shin rushes to attack, intending to wound the monster. However, the creature throws the girl away, but the protector on her arm protects Shin from severe injuries. Chohan comes to his senses and with one hand directs his power against the enemy. But Goatman is stronger. The creature intercepts the hunter and is about to finish him off, when suddenly Ho's cry is heard from the side. The monster is distracted by a strange voice and approaches the young man. However, Ho is not very afraid of him and says out loud that he knows a person who can defeat the monster. Goatman swings his arm to punch, and Ho closes his eyes in preparation for the blow. However, a shadow wall of summoned creatures appears right in front of the guy. Khan emerges from it and looks at Goatman. Shin also notices the main character and recognizes him. Daesung turns to his friend with a smile, glad that he is still alive. Ho smiles and asks why he would die, since he has S-rank intuition. However, the friends immediately react to the monster that is approaching Shin. Goatman was about to kill the girl, but Khan's technology did not allow him to do so. Daesung smiles and uses his stealth skill to attack. Goatman can't see Khan, so he attacks everything. The monster uses sound to weaken enemies, and Ho and Shin must cover their ears to avoid going deaf. At some point, Goatman finds Khan. Roman, seeing that Han Daesung came to help, gets furious. The man presses a special button on the control table that will help him defeat the hunters, but regrets it. Roman releases particularly dangerous chimeras, so you need to leave the building as soon as possible. Calmly approaching the elevator, the man notes that even Khan cannot get out of here. In the room where the heroes are, a countdown system is activated, and no one understands what is happening. Khan, on the contrary, is furious that there is too much hassle everywhere. The laboratory compartments open one after another, and all sorts of monsters emerge from there. Ho wonders in horror how many people were experimented on in the lab. Chohan, who came to his senses, says that all these monsters were created by the ampules of awakening. Ho, seeing the state of the senior hunter, tells the protagonist that he will have to deal with all the monsters. Looking around the room, Daesung notes that he could melt everything inside, so the guy uses technology to transport everyone to the Ghost King's domain. Ho and Shin look in shock at the change of territory and are amazed at Han's abilities. Chohan is also surprised, realizing how strong the main character is. Daesung calmly orders the army of the undead to rise. Hordes of warriors appear behind the guy, including the Ghost King himself. The Khan orders them to exterminate all enemies in the territory. While Khan's warriors fight with their opponents, the main character himself tells his comrades that they are safe. Roman suddenly finds that he has stopped and sees a hole in the ceiling. Khan appears from it and greets the man with a smile. Descending into his cabin, Daesung reproaches him for setting the monsters on and trying to escape. Roman doesn't get lost and says that Khan has lived up to all his expectations and can kill him. Daesung grabs the man by the collar and asks what he's up to, but Roman doesn't understand what he's talking about. Khan's mood changes, and he tells the man that he recently received an interesting ability. The protagonist uses a special technique and penetrates Roman's consciousness. In his memories, Roman was previously overtaken by an unknown deity with a strange eye. The serum that Sogu used was given to him by Roman. For his good service, the man was given the body of Kansi, so after death he would be able to rise again with a new body. Daesung, having looked through all of the man's memories, ends his influence on Roman. The guy looks at the man and says that he is a real scumbag for sacrificing people in order to get a long-lasting body. Daesung smiles and says that the man doesn't deserve to die like that. Meanwhile, in the lab, there is 1 minute left before self-destruction, but a creature similar to Goatman enters the room. It inserts a special key to stop the planned self-destruction. The creature stops and does not understand what happened here at all. Suddenly, the door to the laboratory bends and Khan enters. The guy sees Goatman and prepares to kill him. However, the monster does not show aggression and asks who Khan is. After Han ignores the question, Goatman introduces himself as Pak. The Khan is surprised and asks the creature again. Sometime later, everyone gathers in the lab office, and Park reveals that it was his fault that the leader Huang was imprisoned. The creature adds that he should be released soon because there is much evidence pointing to his assistant's illegal connections with the Red Horse clan. Ho carefully asks Shin if it is really Park in front of them. The girl, after thinking for a bit, replies that the voice is similar. Chohan looks at Park and does not believe his eyes that the professor has completely merged with the monster without losing his mind. Puck turns to the Elder Hunter and says that he has been quite successful in replacing body parts with aura weapons. And the professor asks Shin if she came to solve the problems with the aura reservoir, and the girl confirms this. Pak says that in her case, it makes sense to resort to fusion ampules, but full recovery is difficult to guarantee. However, Daesung interrupts Park and Shin's conversation, asking if the professor has anything he wants to tell him. The guy asked what the professor was doing while something incomprehensible was going on in the laboratory. Pak says that he became the first fusion sample because he believed that simply awakening his aura was not enough. So Pak and his assistant decided to conduct an experiment to merge a human with a monster. However, the assistant and Pak had different goals in the experiment. Therefore, they failed. But in case of an unsuccessful experiment, an automatic transition to hibernation was set up. Ho asks Pak if his current appearance doesn't mean the experiment was a success. The professor explains that due to the strong impact on the hibernation apparatus, the original body died. Ho starts to ask Pak more about the device, but Han interrupts him. The main character desperately says that apparently the professor knows nothing about the Han space. Everyone present asks the guy which people from Hans he is talking about. Khan explains that these are the ones who create portals from another world and summon monsters. Sometime later, Roman regains consciousness in a different place. The man is chained to a table and, realizing his situation, shouts at Khan, demanding that he simply kill him. A soul collector immediately appears next to the man. Roman is nervous and tries to get out of the trap, but he fails. The monster says with pleasure that he will enjoy separating the dirty body from his soul. Meanwhile, the main deities gather in the Kansei wormhole. Elheim, Lord of the East, declares that injustice has happened again in the East. Wolf, the Northern Lord, asks Elheim for details. Karina, the ruler of the West, shares news that Japanese hunters have recently conquered a top-ranking portal. The Lord of the South, Azar, is waiting for Elheim to quickly finish the news. Elheim says he lost 2 of his cameramen in Korea. Colleagues ask the creature for more details about the incident in Korea. Elheim says he's requesting a top-level operator be dispatched to deal with the Korean outlaw. Izar gets up from the table and says that he will deal with him himself. Elheim stops his colleague, asking if he has ever wondered why he didn't go himself. Azar does not calm down and asks if anyone really thinks that he cannot cope with the awakened aura. Elheim explains that someone from Korea is not just an awakened person with an aura. Meanwhile, in reality, Pak from the association is calling a meeting. After hearing the information from Khan, the man asks what is going on. Unknown people from Hans are kidnapping people and creating portals. The head of the department confirms this. Pak says that if others find out about this, chaos will break out. The man adds that the mere smell of reporters gives him a migraine. Pak approaches the department head, demanding that he assign the secret investigation to Jinky. Meanwhile, Huang is released from the prison for hunters. Shin greets him with tears in her eyes. The mentor warmly greets his student. The girl says that someone would like to meet Huang. As Huang gets into the car, he is greeted by Professor Park. The man is frightened by the appearance of his old friend, saying that he knew that he would get into something sooner or later. Huang gets into the car and continues to wail, to which Park asks him to stop. As they leave, the friends continue to tease each other. Later that night, the serial killer continues to rampage through Korea. He finds a lonely girl, and she asks him what he needs. Before the maniac can respond, someone flies out from the side and stabs him with a knife, but the villain dodges. Chanwoo came to the girl's aid and was glad that he was able to identify the maniac. The young man tells the girl to ask Jin from the Association for Reinforcements. The maniac looks at the hunters with disappointment and notes that he has fallen into a trap. Janwoo, looking at his opponent, doesn't understand why he is so relaxed. The maniac smiles and mockingly asks the young hunter if he was the one who stabbed his mentor in the building of the Red Horse clan. Jungwoo is nervous, but continues to monitor the enemy's behavior. At some point, the guy breaks down and rushes at the enemy. The maniac notes with a smile that the hunter is too weak and couldn't even kill Lee So-gu. John Woo doesn't stop and says that he will kill him instead of Lee So-gu. The maniac grins and rushes at Chan, killing him in an instant. The head of a young hunter is cut off by enemy equipment and weapons. Turning back to the corpse, the maniac remembers that he was ordered not to kill people from the association. But then he remembers that Roman, who gave him orders, can no longer do this. Laughing and realizing that he is now on his own, the maniac leaves. At the association, the department head watches the video that Jongwoo filmed before his death. The man understands that now they know the enemy by sight. The department head asks if the maniac has been identified, and Jin from the association explains that it is Cho, who was active 3 years ago. After analyzing the situation, Jin adds that most likely the organization from Hans lured many hunters to their side. The boss asks about Jack from the portal search team. Jin explains that Professor Park's assistant appears to be a fake, but according to Ho, he is dead. The department head tells his subordinate to reveal information about Hans to the S-rank hunters. The man also says to involve all the hunters of the association to catch the enemy. Meanwhile, Ho meets with Don, and the hunter says he'll get straight to the point. Ho is nervous, not understanding why the hunter came this time, but listens carefully to Don. The man asks if Ho knows about the Hope Shelter, and the boy confirms it. Don is glad that the conversation will be easier and gets to the point, saying that he does not have enough funds for the new project. Eventually, the man and the young man come to an agreement, and Don says that Do can count on his help at any time. Ho says that they haven't decided anything yet and he needs to discuss everything with Han, to which Don agrees. As he leaves, the hunter tells them to try to make a decision as soon as possible. Ho, after Don's departure, is surprised that he needs to donate 400 billion to develop the project. Meanwhile, Lee Changshik goes jogging. Suddenly, a tall, dark-skinned man with dreadlocks appears in front of him. The hunter stops and looks at the stranger, asking who he is. Instead of answering, the man attacks the young man. Changshik quickly reacts and retreats, telling the man that his attacks are weak. Lee attempts to strike his opponent, but he manages to block the hunter in time. The fight stops for a second, and the black man says in English that Changshik is cool. Immediately, the stranger pronounces the name of the technique. The man immediately rushes at Changshik, and he, in horror, realizes that he cannot move. The stranger raises his fist to hit the young man. At the last moment, Lee moves to protect his face and block the blow. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, Don explains to his subordinates the details of the plan to improve the orphanage. The subordinate asks the hunter if the Daesung clan is capable of donating such a sum. The man explains that by protecting S-rank portals, a person receives huge amounts of money, so there is no need to worry. Suddenly, Don turns his attention to the window. The man feels someone's presence. The hunter rises from his desk and tells his subordinate to begin the evacuation. At first, the girl doesn't understand why the man is so excited, but Don doesn't have time to explain. A tall blonde man approaches the shelter building. Don immediately attacks him with a weapon. However, the stranger reacts in time and blocks the attack. After moving away, Dong feels the enemy's strength since he was blocked. But this doesn't frighten the man at all. On the contrary, he's happy to practice fighting here since there are no free portals. A strange blonde man attacks Don. However, the enemy's technique is unusual and his attack stops near Don. At first, the hunter does not understand what it is, but then he guesses that it may be hell. Meanwhile, at home, Ryu creates a Chucky doll from Han's hair. The small creature, resembling a cult doll, still bears some resemblance to the main character. Daesung, who is in the pantheon, feels a strange sensation but does not attach any importance to it. Meanwhile, an unknown woman approaches Ryu's house, intending to quickly complete her task. Ryu yawns at home and thinks he wants to sleep. The girl falls asleep right on the living room floor with a doll in her hands. Meanwhile, a stranger enters the house. Taking out her staff, she says that this place is now an altar of death. However, right there, the unfamiliar woman feels someone else's presence. In front of her appears a doll created by Ryu. The woman looks at the creation and mockingly asks what kind of ugly doll it is. The doll licks the knife and is angry that she was called ugly. The stranger activates the technique to kill the creature. At some point, the technology catches up with the doll, and it starts to go even more crazy. Gathering its strength, the creature rushes forward at the woman. The stranger is about to activate a barrier to protect herself. However, the doll jumps right at the woman, and she doesn't have time to do anything. The creature begins to stab the stranger with a knife, thus killing her. Meanwhile, in the association's broadcast room, reports of explosions throughout the city are appearing everywhere. News has emerged about Dawn and Changshik's confrontation with unknown forces. The department head nervously guesses that most likely the creatures from Haunt's attacked. The man gives the order to send a group to help Dawn, and Lee will be helped by the Joseon clan. At this point in the park, the black man continues to fight with Changshik and notes that the Korean hunters are holding up well. Lee gets angry and sends the enemy. The stranger says it's time to finish here, so he calls on the Colossus technique. The young hunter feels his body begin to be drawn towards his opponent. Suddenly, for a moment, the man's influence on Changshik ceases. Baek Heron, who came to Lee's aid, immediately appears and asks why the world-famous hunter cannot fight back on his own. The guy thanks the girl for her help and says that he owes her a lot. Karin turns around and says that they are here on a call and asks if this unknown person is from Haunt's. Changshik doesn't understand what Hareen is talking about, and she asks if the guy saw the notification to all hunters about Kansei. The enemy loses patience and attacks the hunters. Beck reacts to the attack and uses a shield, but everyone feels the stranger's powerful aura. Changshik shouts to the people of his clan and demands that they give him his weapon. The assistants give the guy his sword, and the hunter says that now he will definitely deal with the enemy. The stranger thinks for a second that he has spent too much time here and hasn't even captured the real target. Therefore, the enemy immediately disappears, and Lee feels tired and faints. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, the children are hidden in a bunker and are worried about Dawn. One of the orphans believes in the mentor, as he considers him the best hunter in Korea. Outside, meanwhile, Dawn continues to fight off an unknown enemy. The man wonders why he cannot see even one opportunity to respond to the enemy. The enemy doesn't look tired and says that it's time to finish with Dawn. The hunter, already quite tired, wonders what the enemy has planned again. The stranger activates the blood rain and uses the thunderstorm skill. Lightning appears around the hunter, protecting him from the rain. However, the hunter's technique is significantly weaker than the stranger's ability, and Dawn is badly injured. The enemy, looking at Dawn, feels that the hunters have exhausted him. Because of Dawn, the stranger had to use the full power of the Blood Colossus. Meanwhile, Ryu wakes up in her home and uses the blood recollection technique to try to figure out what happened while she was sleeping. Next to the girl lies a doll of Hana, which Ryu also brings to itself. Having received the necessary information, the girl understands that the doll saved her and thanks the creation. The evening news reports on an attack by unknown assailants on Lee Changshik and Dong. The main character's mother watches the broadcast and says that her son has not been home for several days, and suddenly something happened to him. While the woman is looking for her phone, her sister comes up and asks why her mother isn't sleeping, and in general, Chan-ho said not to worry about her brother. The mother looks at her daughter and asks when the last time she spoke to her brother was. Jisoo rubs her eyes and says that she doesn't know, and anyway, she doesn't need to know that. While the mother scolds her daughter for her attitude towards her brother, someone unknown stands on the roof of their house. It turns out that this is the maniac who was following Khan's mother and sister. The villain goes down to the window in Daesung's mother's room and prepares to break the glass. However, as soon as it touches the window surface, a strong barrier is felt. The pendant containing one of the protectors summoned by Khan awakens. The maniac is furious that the main character has foreseen everything. Before he can do anything, he is pierced by someone else's weapon. The defender appears from the window and is angry that someone disturbed the hero's mother's sleep. The maniac looks at the call with horror and is surprised that it appears even without Khan. The villain addresses the call and says that he will now explain everything. But the call is not going to listen to the maniac and says that the master himself will interrogate him. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Daesung had almost completely completed the realization of his body and powers. Khan's appearance changes. He regains his light, ash-colored hair and is happy that his old self has returned. Immediately, Khan hears the voice of one of the calls, saying that he has caught the offender. The maniac finds himself chained in a new place and does not understand where he is. Daesung comes to him, receiving notifications from the system congratulating him on the completion of the implementation. The main character stops next to the offender. Finally, Daesung turns his attention to the maniac, who is already very nervous. Khan turns to the villain and asks who is the maniac's master. Meanwhile, at the southern altar, Khonse Elheim receives his envoys. An unknown blonde man and a man with dreadlocks report to the creature, saying that they have almost gotten rid of the targets. The blonde man asks his partner if he didn't completely kill Changshik, but the dark-skinned man starts making excuses. Elheim stands up from his seat and says that Guzman is dead and Sagat is missing. The men begin to talk among themselves about how this happened. Elheim interrupts them, saying that he will grant them the power of an apostle. Using an unusual eye, the creature orders its minions to kill Han Daesung. Li Changshik is in hospital after being attacked by unknown assailants. When the young man regains consciousness, the association's staff demands that the manager be informed. At first, Changshik himself does not understand where he is. A girl from his clan asks how the hunter is feeling. The young man gets up from his bed, but the girl hurries to stop him since the hunter is still very weak. Changshik asks where Baek Harin is, and the girl replies that the huntress is with Dawn now. Other employees are talking among themselves about how Lee shouldn't have known about this. Changshik intervenes in the negotiations and asks what happened to Dawn. The people talking to each other fall silent and do not know how to tell the news to Lee. Finally, they tell the young man that after a sudden attack by unknown persons, Dawn is in a critical situation. Changshik is scared and does not believe these words. Despite the prohibitions, Lee gets out of bed and sets out to find a partner. He barks at a girl from his clan, asking where Dawn lies. Karin is in Dawn's room trying to restore him with his own powers, and Jin from the association says that this is probably enough. Karin is nervous and tries to bring Dawn to consciousness. Changshik bursts into the room and addresses Dawn. The man is unconscious and unresponsive. Changshik approaches Jin, and he replies that Dawn is in a coma and brain dead. Lee is furious and angry at those who came from Hans. Jin confirms and says that the association is doing everything to track them down. Immediately, Jin receives a call about the appearance of an S-rank portal. Everyone in the association is shocked by this news. The department chief realizes that two high-ranking hunters will be unable to come to the rescue due to injuries. Chohan is restoring the aura mechanisms, and Ryu and Bayek are auxiliary hunters. The man orders a red alert to be sounded and all registered hunters to be mobilized. The head of the department understands that there is still one way out of the situation. Meanwhile, in the Pantheon, Khan enters the mind of a maniac. The protagonist sees all the memories associated with Hans. When finished, Khan remembers that Elheim is the boss. In reality, there are broadcasts everywhere with warnings about the danger from the S-rank portal. A large number of military equipment and hunters are sent closer to the portal. The news also reported that two of the strongest high-ranking hunters will be unable to come to the rescue due to injuries. At the main character's house, Jisoo comes out with a suitcase, and her mother doesn't understand why she needs it. The girl explains that chaos is happening and they need to leave quickly. Mom says that they can't go anywhere because Han hasn't returned home yet, and Jisoo says that her brother is already strong. Han immediately returns home, and his mother and sister are surprised by his appearance, and Daesung himself asks where Jisoo and her mother are going. The sister explains to her brother that a high-ranking portal has appeared and they need to evacuate. Hearing this, Khan turns to his mother. The guy tells the family to sit quietly at home because they are safe here. The main character adds that he will calmly deal with all the monsters. Mom and sister are shocked, but they don't say anything. Daesung anticipates the battle and leaves the house. Meanwhile, more and more military equipment is approaching the portal. Khan arrives at the portal and looks at it, suspecting that he is being lured inside on purpose. The department head, watching the situation through the cameras, is furious that the creatures from Hans were able to create an S-rank portal. A blonde in glasses immediately approaches him and says that the Daesung clan has made a bet on clearing the portal on its own. The head of the department cannot hide his relief and loudly rejoices. The man immediately calms down and says that he was apparently overexcited. He orders everyone to prepare for the break and to leave the cleanup to Khan. The head of the department orders the girl to pass this information on to all hunting groups. On the street, the association's staff divide the hunters into different subgroups for the attack. The hunters talk among themselves, not understanding who is going to clear the portal. Immediately, a notification comes with information about the clan that will clear the portal, and Khan flies next to the hunters on a dragon. The head of the department and others in the broadcast room see the main character on cameras. Between themselves, the man and the blonde with glasses believe in Daesung. Reporters are also monitoring the situation with the portal and immediately go live. Finally, Han crosses the portal and feels how cold it is inside. The guy is immediately attacked by the dark-skinned envoy of Hans with a magnetic storm. Daesung doesn't get lost and directs his dragon towards the enemy to attack. The man attempts to block the blow. Khan notices that the enemy has completely rushed away from him. Khan jumps off the dragon and heads towards the enemy. In flight, the main character attacks the man and waits for him to finally emerge from hiding. The enemy says that Daesung is too strong to be a hunter. Khan ignores the praise and asks if his opponent has said everything. The man uses the apostle's technique to attack. Immediately after this, the man noticeably improves his characteristics. The enemy anticipates that he has become noticeably stronger than Daesung and is preparing to attack. At that moment, a huge meteorite flies towards Khan. However, the main character is only amused by everything that happens. Therefore, Daesung activates his magic release technique. The man feels Khan's strength and does not understand where such power comes from. Behind the main character, there is another enemy, a blonde man. Daesung turns around and mockingly asks why the enemy is so eager to get into the grave. The blonde looks at the guy and becomes wary that Khan knew about his presence in advance. The meteorite is approaching the protagonist, so he takes out his weapon and summons equipment. The blonde sees Daesung calmly cutting through a meteorite and doesn't believe that someone can be that strong. Daesung immediately grabs the enemy by the throat and says that everyone always gets into trouble when using a skill. Khan asks the blonde where the big-eyed boss is. At this moment, many Elheim eyes appear around the main character. Daesung is glad that the enemy has finally appeared. Daesung throws the blonde aside, as he is no longer interested in him. Elheim says that he feels that the boy's strength was not given by awakening and is going to test the hero himself. The enemy uses a petrification technique that also affects his minions. Khan says it's his turn. Daesung uses a fire technique and tells the creature to attack him itself. Khan's technique destroys Elheim's eyes, but the hero knows that the enemy has not gone away. The creature appears and asks where the hero got such power from, and Daesung asks him to answer his own question first. Elheim agrees to the deal. The creature thinks to itself that it will take Khan's soul when he loses his vigilance. Khan says that he will ask first then. Daesung uses the technique of penetrating the mind with his eyes. Elheim is confused and does not understand what is happening to him. Khan says that he doesn't trust people like the creature to begin with, so he'll just look through everything he needs himself. The hero sees that in the past, creatures came from the planet of the Titans, Hakar. Then their planet exploded due to war. However, some of the planet's inhabitants managed to escape. Having studied the cosmos, the creatures decided to come to Earth in order to use it to revive the Colossus. After all, if you fill the planet with ethereal energy, the plan can become a reality. At one time, the beings contacted some people and held joint meetings. At first, the leaders treated the aliens with caution, but still made contact. One of the Khans came to meet with people, promising to grant them immortality. Elheim realized that it was because of magic that Khan was so strong. He realized that Khan was getting his powers from the demonic beast Nebula. In Khan's moment of confusion, Elheim broke free from his control by gouging out his own eye. Daesung ponders the idea of reviving Colossus and realizes that he has received too much information. Also, the hero understands that because of this portal, he did not receive any loot. Suddenly, Khan notices two clots of energy heading upward. Outside, meanwhile, the head of the department arrives to the hunters and thanks Kyron and Chohan for taking charge of the hunting groups. The man turns to Chohan and asks about his hand, to which the hunter replies that he cannot yet use the power to its full extent, as he has installed temporary equipment. Beck intervenes in the conversation, asking how long ago Han left for the cleanup, and the department chief replies that it was less than 3 hours ago. The man adds that even if he fails, they will still have a chance to attack the portal. But then a female voice intervenes in the conversation and says that the teacher is being doubted. Ryu approaches the boss. Karen wonders what the girl is doing here. Ryu says the killer from Hans came to her house. Beck and Chohan are shocked by what they hear. The boss asks what happened to the killer. The girl replies that the offender died at the hands of a doll, and the other hunters can only guess which doll they are talking about. Ryu explains that she made a special doll that is much stronger than her other creations, but killing the intruder took all of the doll's energy. The girl adds that more of Khan's power is needed to return the doll. Suddenly, the other hunters start shouting that the portal is changing color. Inside the portal, Han discovers two blue ethereal cores that have the ability to create an S-rank awakened being. The hero wonders how much he can get for such a find. The guy looks at the portal one last time and realizes that he can leave. Khan leaves the portal and people greet him joyfully. Ryu waves his hand at his mentor, calling him to land next to him. The hero's dragon lands and people start discussing the guy's strength among themselves since he was able to clear a high-level portal. Daesung approaches the department head and he greets him. The man thanks Khan on behalf of all associations. The other hunters also shout words of gratitude and Daesung listens to them tiredly. The guy notes to himself that he feels awkward because of such praise. Ryu immediately runs up to the hero and asks what kind of monsters were in the portal of such a high rank. Karen and Chohan silently look at the girl who approached Khan. Daesung states that there were no monsters inside the portal. The head of the department hears this and does not understand how this is possible. The guy explains that there were 3 people inside the portal, Elheim, and the 2 who attacked Lee and Don. Karen finds out who Khan is talking about and gets angry. The head of the department still doesn't understand how this is even possible. He tells the guy out loud that the association will be in charge of the portal from now on. Chohan intervenes in the conversation and asks what kind of bug-eyed creature they are talking about. And Beck asks what happened to him. The Khan says that he killed the people and the bug-eyed one ran away. Daesung explains that he understands that Elheim is the middle boss, but there is someone higher up. Ryu interrupts the conversation, asking if Han managed to get anything inside the portal. The department head and other hunters are thinking about loot from a high-ranking portal. But Khan pretends to have a headache and does not answer the question about the loot. Daesung says goodbye to the hunters and says that all the details can be found out from Ho. The main character leaves, and his student screams that she wanted to ask him something. After Daesung leaves, the department head, Chohan, Beck, and Ryu are left to think about their own things. After the portal was cleared, all the world's media started talking about Han Daesung. Because of the main character, Korea is expecting a military upsurge. Yeon is happy on air and says that a strong hunter has appeared in Korea, Han Daesung. The streamer also reminds viewers that he has a fan cafe called Han Daesung. Next, Yeon goes to the world map and suggests looking at why clearing the portal is so important. The guy says that not many countries have cleared S-rank portals, but Korea became the first country to clear a portal solo. Finally, Yeon says that after this, Daesung should become the top one in the whole world. But in the comments to the streamer, they write that there weren't even high-level monsters in that portal, and Yeon is angry. The guy jumps up and yells at the audience and threatens to ban them. Therefore, Yeon says that he will personally call on Daesung, who is in charge of the collectors, and ask about the loot from the portal. A second later, the guy pulls the phone away from his ear in shock. Meanwhile, at the Daesung clan headquarters, Shin records various agencies who want to interview Han. After the phone call, the girl tiredly says that she came to help the Daesung clan at Hwang's request, but she is not satisfied with it. Meanwhile, Ho tries to call Han from his office. The guy is angry that Daesung doesn't pick up the phone. Ho despairs and simply texts his friend, demanding that he hold at least a simple conference because the office is bursting with calls with proposals. Khan doesn't answer because he's sleeping at home. Ho says that Daesung could have taken someone to help him clear the portal, and then there wouldn't have been any problems. Meanwhile, in the wormhole, Kant's Lemish, the chief priest, is praying. Elheim brings him to meet the master. The creature tells the priest that there is a problem with the earth. Lemish asks Elheim about the problem. The creature explains that a demonic beast lord has likely appeared on Earth and used magic to extract information from Elheim's memory. The priest says that for now, creating portals is prohibited in Korea. Lemish adds that we need to focus on preparing for the war with the heavens. Elheim bows to the priest, thanks him, and leaves. In reality, meanwhile, a meeting is being held at the headquarters of the World Hunters Organization. The head of the association, Darren Anderson, begins discussing the situation with the S-rank portal in Korea. But before we start the discussion, the man suggests looking at the screen. The screen shows Han Dae-sung, who closed the portal in Korea on his own. The Japanese leader interrupts Darren and points out that in his country, dungeons are not rated by aura, but by the level of the monsters. The man says that there were no monsters in the portal, which means it cannot be said that it is an S-rank portal. A Chinese representative also agrees with Japan, saying that the portal is not of such a high level. Another man interrupts the representatives, saying that they were too hasty to speak, and anyway, Park from the Korean Association is present at the meeting. To himself, Park was tired of the speeches of the other representatives. Darren says that official recognition of a high-ranking portal will only come after a thorough investigation and defer to Park. The head of the Korean Association says he recently received information from Hunter Dae-sung and now wants to develop global measures against the problem. First, Pak suggests watching a video. Meanwhile, in Korea, Ho arrives at the Daesung clan headquarters, and reporters are already preparing their cameras. Ho and Shin get out of the car, and the girl says that the journalists flocked here like bees to honey. The young man replies that this way he will soon go crazy. The reporters approach the guy and start asking questions about the portal and Khan. Someone says that the portal is not of high rank, and Ho is indignant at this. Then the guy calms the reporters down and says that an announcement will be made about the portal and Khan soon. You just have to wait. But journalists continue to ask questions. However, Shin comes to Ho's aid and says that the interview is over. Ho thanks the girl and walks past the reporters to the entrance of the building. Journalists immediately rush to ask Shin questions. However, the girl sternly says that she refuses to give an interview. On the same day, Han's mother and Jisoo are walking around the city and are also seen by reporters. The journalists surround the women and start asking questions one after another. Mom and Jisoo are tense and don't understand what is wanted from them. One of the reporters, a curly-haired man, asks if Khan is home now. The son's mother doesn't know how to respond when she learns that Daesung has become famous all over the world. But the journalists do not calm down and persistently demand interviews. Reluctantly, Jisoo says that when the S-rank portal appeared, her brother told them not to evacuate. The girl adds that according to him, it is safest at home. One journalist asks Jisoo about Han's hair color change and wonders what it could be related to. But then Daesung turns to his sister, telling her to take her mother and go home. Reporters immediately surround the hero and bombard him with questions, but the guy remains silent. The curly-haired man persistently repeats his questions about the Hanu portal. Daesung calls on all journalists to remain silent and says that those who do not stop asking questions will not be invited to the conference. The reporters fall silent, and Khan immediately snaps his fingers. Cameras in the hands of journalists break due to Daesung's actions. As he leaves, the guy says that photography and video recording are also prohibited. Daesung says that all the answers to the questions can be obtained at the press conference in a week, and now he asks the journalists to leave. The upset reporters remain silent and watch the guy go. Soon, Pak returns back to Korea and remembers the words of the Chinese representative about Honsei. The man said that Khan needed to be checked personally. The Japanese representative also supported the idea of meeting Khan personally to study his abilities. However, many other representatives also expressed their desire to meet Daesung. However, Pak said that this was out of the question, as it is now an important resource for the Republic of Korea. Darren told Pak that Korea would need to get 5 more S-rank hunters as support. The man asked if Pak would now agree to call Han for a personal account of his abilities. At the meeting, Pak came to the conclusion that the representatives were interested exclusively in Khan and not in Honsei. Ultimately, Pak said that let everyone do what they want, but he himself did not intend to assist. Meanwhile, at the Daesung clan office, Han asks Shin if she has decided to work for his clan, and the girl thanks the guy, saying that he saved her life twice. Shin tells Han about his problems with his aura and that she will help him for now until she can become a hunter. Daesung asks the girl again if she wants to return to being a hunter. Shin says that she has lost a lot because of the monsters, so she wants to become a hunter and take revenge. Suddenly, Ho bursts into the office, not expecting to see Han. After getting ready, Ho presents Daesung with an invitation from the World Hunters Association. The invitation states the association's head's desire to talk to Khan so that he can tell him everything about himself. Ho proudly announces that Daesung is now going international and other high-ranking hunters have been invited to the meeting. However, the hero categorically refuses. Ho and Shin don't understand how this is possible and ask the guy to think about it. Han explains that the guys from Haunts are strong, and if they come when he is not there, it will be bad. Ho thinks about it and realizes that even 5 high-ranking hunters will be weaker than Han. The friend agrees out loud with the protagonist and asks Daesung about the press conference. Khan remembers the promised conference. The guy says he already has a plan and turns to Shin. After some time, the promised conference begins and Shin introduces Han. Heo also introduces himself as the leader of the Daesung clan. Shin asks reporters to raise their hands and she will answer questions. A moment later, a girl from the press stands up and asks Khan a question. The journalist asks if Daesung knew in advance what might be in the portal. Khan begins to respond, saying that he didn't know what could be inside the portal. The guy adds that now he is able to close all the portals, which is why he told the family not to leave the house. The reporters are shocked by these words, and Ho is embarrassed. Another reporter immediately raises his hand. A curly-haired journalist stands up and asks, since there were no monsters in the portal, who was Khan fighting then? Daesung starts to talk about the bug-eyed enemy, but stops. The journalist asks Khan again about the monsters. Finally, Daesung reveals that he fought the enemies of the blizzard. Ho immediately intervenes in the dialogue and says that it was confirmed that the temperature inside the portal was below 90 degrees. The journalist does not calm down and asks for proof of such a temperature. Daesung decides to get the found ethers as proof of the loot. He tells everyone present that this is an ether that can awaken an S-rank hunter. All the reporters are shocked by this news. Ryu, who is also amazed by the size of the broadcast, is watching the conference from her home. At the hospital, Beck and Changshik are also surprised by this discovery. Pak and the department head are amazed that such a thing exists. Yang, who is also streaming, yells at the viewers that they were wrong about the empty portal. Han hands the ether to Shin, and the girl does not understand what he wants from her. Daesung asks with a smile if she is ready to return to the ranks of hunters. Without waiting for an answer, the guy says to use the awakening core right now. Shin cautiously asks if this is the plan Han spoke of earlier. The guy explains that he had agreed with Huang in advance that he would use the ether to restore Shen. The girl resolutely grabs the cannonball and tells the hero that she will definitely repay him for his service. Han receives a notification to accept Shin into the ranks of assistants, and the girl feels changes in her body. Ho, watching from the side, wonders if they are one step closer to founding the strongest clan in the world. Sometime later, children from the orphanage came to see Dawn in the hospital. They cry, but the responsible girl reminds them that they promised not to cry in front of the hunter. Suddenly, Khan enters the room and says that he has come to give Dawn something better than money to implement his project. Journalists are shocked that Khan is so willing to give up another core. Karen and Lee immediately burst into the room, demanding that they make way. The hunters stop in front of Khan and wait for his next steps. Haran and Chanshik feel the power of the ether even from a distance. Han solemnly announces that he is starting the S-rank Hunter Awakening show. Meanwhile, Ryu is at home trying to revive the Hana doll, but realizes that she needs a stronger medium from her teacher. Finally, the girl gets up and decides that she needs to go somewhere. At the hospital, Daesung signs up another hunter as an assistant. When it's all over, Khan announces that the event is over and disappears. While the reporters are in shock, Dawn immediately wakes up. He looks at the crowd of people in his room and doesn't understand what's going on. Karin and Lee are happy about their partner's return and tell him what happened. Don agrees with them, saying that he feels a change. And then, the man looks at himself and realizes that he is completely naked in front of the reporters. Meanwhile, Ryu comes to Han's mother and sister with gift bags. At first, Mom and Jisoo don't understand why the girl came and say that Han is at work. Ryu gives Daesung's mother and sister gifts, and the woman comments that it is too expensive for a present. Ryu explains and calls the hero's mother his godmother, saying that Han cured her of a fatal illness and all her gifts are gratitude. A woman feels embarrassed when she is called a godmother. Jisoo is busy unpacking Ryo's gifts at this moment and is happy that she got the sneakers she dreamed of. Ryu immediately flies up to Jisoo and asks if she likes everything. Ryu wastes no time and tells Han's sister that she has a small problem and wants to talk to Jisoo alone. Ryu tells her sister that she needs to get the medium of Hana, where strong magic is concentrated. The girl adds that this is often found in the men's room, and Jisoo gets tense. The sister jumps up and says that this is too much, but Ryu stops her. Ryu hands Jisoo a ticket and tells her to decide everything. The sister sees a ticket that cannot be obtained for any amount of money and thinks about it. Ryu adds that this is a ticket for the only musical group consisting of hunters, and, what's more, one of the members is a member of the Fortis clan. Jisoo gives in and asks if Ryu really needs his brother's medium. A second later, the sister agrees and wants to take the ticket, but Ryu stops her, saying that she will get it after completing the task. Ryu thanks Jisoo for agreeing and is happy for the doll, which he will be able to fix. A doll spirit appears next to the huntress, asking if she can be resurrected by awakening, but the girl refuses. Meanwhile, in the Daesung clan's training room, Shin and Dong are training after waking up. Ho and Han watch their progress, and the friend jokingly tells Daesung to wake him up too. But the hero refuses, asking who else will be in charge of the office. Ho notes that Shin and Dong are now members of the Daesung clan, so there is a chance to become the first clan in Korea. But Daesung notes that this is still not enough to defeat Honsei. Ho says that there are far fewer portals now, and there is no opportunity to even show off one's abilities. Daesung says that this is the time to raise your level. Upon returning home, Hana encounters Jisoo, who is acting suspiciously. The brother tells his sister about this and she leaves, pretending to be offended. Khan notices that something is wrong with his sister. Without any intention of asking Jisoo, Han goes to the bathroom. After finishing washing, the guy goes out and Jisoo goes into the bathroom. The sister is pleased that Khan did not notice her. However, the brother appears behind his sister and asks what's wrong with her. Jisoo jumps back and asks her brother not to scare her like that. Khan says that his sister has her own bathroom in her room and asks why she came here. Jisoo makes up and lies to her brother that it was her mother who told her to clean up. Leaving her brother alone and without going into details, the girl slips into the bathroom. Finally, Jisoo collects her thoughts and goes to the bathroom. Sometime later, Jisoo comes to Ryu. The girl hands the envelope to the hunter and invites her to look at everything she needs herself. Ryu happily takes the envelope and checks the contents. Jisoo says that she scraped everything out of the bathtub, so Ryu should have enough, so she asks the hunter to give her the ticket as agreed. Ryu thinks that with such a volume of medium, the doll can not only be resurrected, but also awakened. In exchange for the favor, Ryu gives Jisoo the promised ticket to the concert. Arriving home, Ryu performs a ritual to return the doll. At this moment, something happens to Daesung, who is sitting with Ho, but he doesn't pay attention to it. Finally, the doll comes to life, and Ryu is happy about it. The girl is happy and hugs her creation. However, the doll hits the girl and grumbles that she was almost late with the resurrection. The creature beats Ryu and humiliates her. The girl does not get lost and uses her technique to restrain the creature. Ryu mockingly says that without discipline, children do not obey, and looks contentedly at the doll. Her phone immediately rings and Ryu sees that it is Han. Shin, Don, and Ryu are transported to the Pantheon, and the first two hunters are confused about where they are. Ryu asks the mentor where they are going this time. Daesung states that all the assistants present are weak. Shin and Don prefer to remain silent about this. So, the main character says that now they will level up, but he is distracted by Ryu. The girl says she wanted to show her mentor something. Ryu summons the Khan doll, and a small creature appears next to the heroes. The doll assumes a relaxed pose and asks the girl why she was called this time. Ryu happily states that the doll is Han and her joint child. Shin and Don do not intervene in the conversation, but look at the creation in shock. The doll sees Daesung and happily greets the hero, while Han is shocked and unable to say anything. The creature runs up to the protagonist, but he hits the doll with all his might, and now Ryu tries to revive the creature. Han thinks to himself that he knew Ryu was weird and could do something like this, but nothing could be worse than this. However, Daesung changes the subject and turns to his assistants and says that it's time to train. The hero launches the Spider Queen's domain, and Shin and Dawn prepare. Ryu demands the program to start the inspection. Dawn asks Han how they got to this place. Ryu smiles and says that the hunters are in a hellish training camp, so they need to prepare. Enemies are heard approaching from the side, and Han announces that the point of the training is to hold out until the end of the timer. Dawn is preparing for battle and is looking forward to it. Khan is pleased with the mood of his assistants, and the training begins. Meanwhile, in the real world, the department head requests a meeting with the head of the association in Korea. Pak meets and greets the boss, asking what's the matter. The man reports to his supervisor that he has received an urgent call from the World Hunters Organization. The boss adds that the World Alliance has decided to hold a hunters meeting in Korea, and they really want to invite Han there. Pak doesn't answer at first, thinking over his subordinate's words. The association's leader says with disbelief that the alliance recently planned to invite hunters to join them. The head of the department ignores the manager's thoughts and hands him a list of all the participants, which includes Aslan Anderson, the world's #1 hunter, which surprises Pak. Sometime later, Park meets with the president, Lee Kang-chun, who warmly welcomes the association's leader. Pak denies the president's words, saying that it has been a long time since their clan fell apart. For a while, the men reminisce about the past and discuss how difficult it is to be president. However, Pak soon interrupts their conversation and says that he wants to get straight to the point and not distract the president with empty talk. The head of the association reports that they have been contacted regarding holding a meeting of the World Alliance of Hunters in Korea. It should come as no surprise that Korea would host such an important event without any conditions. Pak adds that in exchange, they will keep quiet about Kansei for a while, since portals are a goldmine from the country's point of view. The president begins to discuss the influence of portals on the country's economy and its citizens, and says that the loss of etheric cores will now lead to problems with demand and consumption. Park interrupts the president's reasoning and says that Darren Anderson asked at the meeting whether Korea would take responsibility if they dealt with hunts, and the portals did not appear, so Park could not give a precise answer. Lee agrees with the chief, saying the foreign ministry has also briefed him on the country's situation, and it appears that this is also the unofficial position of the states. Park reminds that Korea still needs to develop the economy and take care of the safety of its citizens, but it is not clear how to do this. The head of the association immediately tells Lee to prepare an order of the highest rank. The president is surprised when he remembers Han Daesung, and Park adds that with only Han, Korea does not have to envy even nuclear weapons. The president agrees with the leader, saying that the states have Aslan and Korea has Han Daesung, but in exchange, the guy will have to attend the alliance meeting without fail. Meanwhile, Han meets with Ho's friend and asks about the order. Ho confirms this and says that the order will be of the first rank, but most likely the highest in the country. Han leans back on the couch and hopes it's not like a dog collar, to which Ho says that the order comes with special benefits and payments. Daesung immediately reacts to his friend's words about special benefits and payments. Ho adds that all benefits amount to 30% of the income, and Daesung agrees quite happily with the issuance of the order. The friend also tells the protagonist that the meeting of the Alliance Hunters will take place in Korea. Daesung asks tiredly what meeting they are talking about. Ho ceremoniously announces that a meeting of hunters from all over the world will take place to announce the world rankings, with Han representing Korea. The protagonist declares that all this is a pain in the ass and asks if it is fashionable not to go to the meeting, but Ho interrupts him, saying that the awarding of the order will take place at the festival. Daesung irritably says that he will have to go to the meeting just for the sake of the order. Ho changes the subject and asks the hero where the other hunters are. Khan explains that they are currently in a protracted level up. In the training area, Ryu, Shin, and Dawn work together to defeat enemies. They are also assisted by a doll created by Ryu using technology. Shin is skilled in using pistols with special aura bullets and also defeats enemies. Dawn uses a technique related to the magnetic field to defeat monsters. A little later, the trio of hunters skillfully defeat a group of enemies, and Dawn tells Shin that her technique is very cool. The girl becomes embarrassed and replies that the destructive power of the leader so is much greater. The two hunters are immediately interrupted by Ryu, who says that information about the boss has appeared. Meanwhile, in his office, An Dae-sung checks information about portals and realizes that there are very few of them in the country. Then, blogger Yang bursts into his office and asks if Ain saw the news that they decided to hold the meeting of the World Alliance in Korea. At first, Dae-sung doesn't understand what the guy is getting at, but Yeon explains that if they promote themselves as an exclusive clan of collectors, then they may receive offers from many other clans, including foreign ones. Yeon says that the Dae-sung clan will be directly at the center of this alliance meeting where Han and his position in the rankings will be announced. But ultimately, the attention will also be drawn to the Allen collectors themselves, so this is a direct route to the international market. An agrees with the young man's words and says that this is indeed a big chance. Yeon is happy and asks Aura for help in creating content for his channel during the alliance meeting. An guesses Yeon's motives and says that he will ask Ho for help. There, in the meantime, Darren Anderson receives an unfamiliar guest and reports that, as agreed, the meeting of the hunters will take place in Korea. There is a beautiful girl in a hood sitting on the couch, and judging by everything, it is Karina from Hans. The creature stands up and shows a special cube surrounded by an aura. Karina stands next to Darren as he marvels at the portal cube shown to him. The woman urges Anderson to gather his organization and take refuge inside the portal, to which Darren asks what the creatures from Khans are planning. Karina turns to the man and says that they are planning to do what everyone truly wants. Without saying anything more, the woman disappears and Anderson is left alone with the cube. A moment later, Darren goes to the phone to make a call and report that disaster is coming. Sometime later, hunters from all over the world arrive at Incheon International Airport. The media reports that the goal is to see the strongest hunter, Aslan Anderson. A moment later, the American appears at the airport and everyone immediately turns their attention to him. Meanwhile, Khan and his family are preparing to meet the hunters and are thinking about the order. While Jisoo and Mom are sorting out his sister's clothes, Dae-sung receives a text from Ho saying that the raspberries have arrived. Near the festival site, Ol appeared and started a live broadcast. The guy stands with a camera and declares that he will keep viewers updated on all events and show the most striking shots. Finally, all the hunters are assembled and seated in the banquet hall. Dae-sung attracts the attention of many foreigners, such as a high-ranking hunter from Japan. The host comes onto the stage and greets all the hunters gathered at the event. This man invites the president of Korea to the stage so that he can personally present the national order. Jisoo, watching the scene, tells her mother in surprise that the president himself will be awarding her brother. Finally, the host invites the main character onto the stage. Dae-sung walks onto the stage shyly, to the screams of his mother and sister. A beautiful case with a massive order inside appears in front of Khan. The president shakes Dae-sung's hand and asks him to protect Korea. When the president raises Khan's hand, the protagonist thinks that, no matter how you look at it, the order is similar to a dog collar, but it is better to think about tax breaks and benefits. Mom and Jisoo cry looking at the guy and rejoice at his success. Yeon, who is still broadcasting in shock, tells the viewers that it seems like a new era is happening right now. As Dae-sung returns to his seat, Aslan appears next to him and congratulates the guy in English. Khan stops in front of the American and asks who he is. Aslan begins to introduce himself in English, proclaiming himself the one and only chosen one. The American thinks to himself that Dae-sung is probably in shock because he never even thought he would hear congratulations from the #1 in the world rankings. Dae-sung turns around and goes back to his place, thinking that strange weirdos are pestering him again, and he needs to be more careful. Suddenly, a long-haired hunter from Japan jumps up from the table and says that an S-rank dungeon has appeared in his country. Other hunters are also starting to receive reports of high-ranking portals appearing in various cities around the world. Jin from the association runs onto the stage to the presenter and says that S-rank portals have started appearing all over the world. The man adds that it looks like the alliance meeting will have to be postponed. Dae-sung wearily thinks about how the bastards from Hongse have finally started to act. Therefore, the main character goes to the Pantheon, where he is met by a creature that looks like a fairy. Khan orders the creature to open the sky shop. Daesung buys a future diary and learns that portals are opening in over 90 countries, excluding Korea. Huge orcs appear in the USA and attack ordinary civilians. In Japan, in Tokyo, huge white wolves are on the rampage. Groups of Japanese hunters engage in battle with monsters. A high-ranking hunter notices that the portal is not closing, so enemies continue to attack. The American hunters are barely able to cope with their opponents and are indignant that Aslan left at the most inopportune moment. In Korea, a department head watches what's happening in the world and wonders why everything is quiet in his country. A blonde woman in glasses approaches the man and says that requests for help are coming from all over the world, and the boss thinks that in this way, Korea could also be in danger. The man wonders out loud if they can take such a risk and send their hunters to help others. The man asks the blonde, Kim, what the S-rank hunters who arrived for the meeting are doing now. The girl says that hunters from China and Japan have already joined the military action, and European and American hunters will also soon join the battle. Before the boss can answer anything, his phone rings and Ho demands that all S-rank hunters be called in because Han wants to hold a meeting. Meanwhile, a contented Aslan calmly strolls through the streets of Korea. While the hunter is taking pictures, some people on the street recognize him and don't accept why he is here and not in the US. Aslan notices two young men whispering about him and asks them to take a photo of him. The American smiles and thanks passers-by. Sometime later, a meeting called by Han about Hongse begins at the Daesung clan headquarters. The protagonist told the crowd about Khans, the Colossus, so now people are asking their questions. It turns out that the aliens are sacrificing people for the sake of the revival of the Colossus, and the portals themselves are an altar. Lee guesses that when there are enough offerings, the very same Colossus will be reborn. Beck adds that they can currently help no more than one country. Here, Chohan enters the discussion and shows the portal cube. Dawn sees the object and says it looks like an absolute protector. The masked man says that he received it from Han, and together with Professor Pak, he researched the cube's functions. Therefore, through experiments, the hunters managed to turn the cube into a teleportation cube, which allows them to move between the continents of the Earth. Huang has already used the cube, and Shin confirms this, and Dawn says that in that case, there is no need to waste time. While Lee is thinking about Han, Haran asks what about acting in a team of elite hunters from each clan. But Chohan interrupts the girl and says that the cube allows only 7 people to move. The department head intervenes in the conversation, saying that the cube is of no use unless all S-rank hunters go at once. Khan says that everyone present, including the main character, will move together. The chief objects, saying that this would leave Korea defenseless against the portals. Ho intervenes in the conversation, reminding that Daesung ended up at the Research Institute unexpectedly with the help of some technology. Han explains that if Ho ends up in a problem area, Daesung can teleport directly to him. After hearing this, many hunters are shocked by how strong the main character is. The head of the department thinks to himself that thanks to Khan, it is possible to help both other countries and protect one's own, so he orders the operation to begin. However, Ryu stops everyone, asking if they don't need to come up with a name for the team. Daesung wearily agrees that there should be a name and suggests that the girl name it. Ryu says that K is trending now, so their team can be called Kitties K, and no one argues with the huntress. In China, hunters fight with huge bulls. A representative of the Chinese Association watches as his country's hunters lose to monsters. The secretary immediately approaches him and distracts the man, saying that the Korean Association promises to provide support in the form of 7 S-rank hunters. Many countries close to Korea have already accepted the country's conditions and requested support from Korean hunters. In China, a high-ranking huntress is barely holding on, but nevertheless awaits an attack by monsters. However, Team K, led by Khan, immediately appears and saves the girl from the approaching monster. Harin helps the Chinese huntress and restores her aura, healing her wounds. Bak approaches the Chinese hunter and tells her that she should now rely on the Korean hunters. Ryu enters the battle and begins to curse the bulls. Shin comes to the aid of the witch, shooting at enemies with pistols and aura bullets, and Dawn and Lee Changshik finish them all off with their powerful techniques. Not far from the battle site, Chohan stands and thinks that the problem of demand and consumption of etheric cores needs to be solved at the local level. Right there, not far from the hunter, the king of the Minotaurs, Ugnos, appears. Lee and Dawn are distracted and see a huge enemy, frightened by its size. The Minotaur swings his sword and sends a wave of fire at all the hunters. However, Haran comes to the rescue, putting up a shield from her aura and saving her allies. Lee and Dawn thank the girl for saving them because if it weren't for her, the wave would have killed them. Shin Chuan shouts to his partners to prepare a counterattack on the monster. The Chinese huntress warns and asks the Koreans to retreat because the monster is dangerous and has mowed down an entire battalion. But then, not far from the hunters, Han Dae-sung appears and goes straight for the Minotaur. The main character rushes straight at the enemy and blocks the opponent's attack. Ugnos taunts Dae-sung, saying that the flames only make him stronger. Khan does not understand what the bull is talking about, and he throws the main character as far away from the battlefield as possible. Enraged, Ugnos shouts about his strength and greatness and prepares to attack the remaining hunters. His attention is drawn to Shin, who begins firing her pistols. However, the girl's attacks do not work and the monster is not injured. Ugnos shouts that he will destroy all hunters near him and prepares for a devastating attack. The Minotaur immediately disappears, and Lee does not understand what happened, and Dawn explains that it was Khan who used the change of territory and led the enemy away. Finding himself in a new place, Ugnos does not understand where he is. Dae-sung releases his magic completely and gets angry that he has to worry so much because of such an opponent. The protagonist uses a special flame and brings it down directly on Ugnos. While reading the information from the system, Dae-sung thinks that he needs to free the demon god before the Colossus is revived. In reality, meanwhile, an unknown person makes an offering to Kansi in the hope that he will gain immortality. But then his chest is pierced, and Khan appears from behind, saying that the stranger is a traitor. However, the unknown person did not die and continued to summon the Colossus, and Dae-sung becomes tensed. Suddenly, Khan finds himself in a different place and has absolutely no idea where he is. Suddenly, an unknown hand appears and takes the souls collected by the traitor. Dae-sung collects his thoughts and offers to talk to the stranger first. After attacking him, Khan sees that his attack has failed and is lost. Immediately, an unknown hand approaches the head of the stranger who made the offering. At the last moment, the man manages to express his gratitude to the Colossus. Dae-sung begins to analyze what is happening and thinks that the territories changed when the stranger made the offering. A transformed stranger appears before the main character, apparently possessed by the Colossus. The monster approaches Khan and becomes angry at the protagonist. At first, the protagonist makes no attempt to attack the Colossus. However, Khan then grabs his opponent and slams his head into the asphalt. After beating the stranger up properly, Dae-sung moves away, and the enemy continues to get angry at Dae-sung and call him names. Khan gets even angrier and says that he rules a place where freaks like the stranger are kept. Sometime later, Dae-sung returns to his hunting team as if nothing had happened. Khan says they have sorted out the situation with the portal in China. Dawn gently tells Changshik that there was nothing to worry about and that Han knows his stuff, but Lee continues to sulk. The Chinese huntress still can't believe that such a small team of hunters was able to cope and close such a complex portal. However, Dae-sung snaps everyone out of their thoughts and states that from now on their strategy will change, and now Han will deal with all the monsters, while the rest will help the other hunters. The main character thinks to himself that at all costs the revival of the Colossus must not be allowed. And at this moment, Yeon goes on air and greets all his subscribers. The guy happily declares that he was able to obtain interesting information about Khan and other hunters. Yeon says that now in Korea, a special unit has been formed to help other countries, Koteki Ki. In the comments, the blogger is corrected, saying that he got the name wrong and the team is called Hunters K, and this is confirmed on the news. Meanwhile, something is happening in the portal where Darkseid's hideout is located. Aslan enters and heads deeper into the shelter. The American is greeted by the military, and the hunter asks where he can find his brother. Near the portal, Darren Anderson, wearing a carnival mask, notices that his younger brother has arrived. Raising his glass of alcohol, Aslan thinks to himself that other dimensions can hardly be called beautiful. Finally, when Darren approaches the hunter, Aslan asks if anything bad will happen while they are both here. At first, Anderson Sr. does not understand what the hunter is talking about and asks him about it. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, a senior high-ranking hunter gives orders to groups of other military personnel on how to deal with the enemies. Having sent the young hunters to retreat, the elder remains close to the enemy and thinks that most likely his fate will end here. Meanwhile, Karina reports to Lemish about the situation with the portals on Earth and says that Khan is also actively involved in everything. The leader asks the woman to tell him more about Dai Song, and Karina reports that it looks like the boy has transformed the spatial altar into a teleportation altar. Lemish turns to the woman and orders her to send Azar to that altar to buy him time. Meanwhile, in Japan, the young hunters retreat and a teleporter appears in front of one young hunter. The main character's entire team emerges from it, trying to recover from the sudden teleportation. Chohan states that the spatial ripples are too strong, and Heron, standing nearby, clears her perception with technology. Khan, following his allies, mockingly says that they are all weak and, in general, does he really need to assemble a new team? The Japanese woman, seeing that hunters from Korea came to their aid, cannot stop being surprised by what she sees in front of her, Daesung. Immediately, news is transmitted into her earpiece that Korean hunters have arrived at the point with the portal. After listening to the information, the girl runs up to the main character and starts speaking to him in Japanese. Han, standing in front of her, does not understand a word, and Ryu whispers to him to turn on the translator and suggests that the Japanese woman asks to save the leader Tetsuku. Ryu encourages the foreign huntress by saying that they came from Korea to help. Tokyo was attacked by huge white wolves, who almost killed all the hunters. Not far from the monster, there remained one high-ranking hunter with long hair, Tetsuka. The Japanese is exhausted and tired. It is difficult for him to fight, and at this very moment, a huge enemy approaches him. Preparing for death, Tetsuka does not notice Han appearing nearby and killing the wolf in time. The protagonist approaches the Japanese hunter and inquires about his condition, but Tetsuka realizes that his translator is broken, so he does not understand the Korean. However, the Japanese man immediately shouts to Daesung in Japanese, warning him of danger, and Han turns around. An abandoned train is flying straight towards the main character and Tetsuka. However, the young people manage to jump away from the attack in time, and the train lands down, raising clouds of smoke and dust. At that very second, an unknown green ball flies straight at Daesung, which the main character deftly kicks away. However, in the air, the ball turns into a czar, and Daesung recognizes the creature from another world. The entity from Hans gathers all its power into a fist and prepares to strike from above. However, Khan jumps out to meet the monster, and they collide in midair. A moment later, the protagonist assesses Azar's abilities and realizes that the enemy is strong. While the creature from Hansi prepares for another attack, Daesung calls for a change of territory, but the system refuses him because the enemy's size exceeds the norm, and Han is shocked. Suddenly, Azar completely absorbs Daesung. Tetsuka, standing nearby, looks at what happened in surprise. He doesn't believe that Hana was swallowed so easily. Azar cannot hold back and spits a pillar of fire from his mouth. Meanwhile, the young huntress searches for the leader Tetsuku on the battlefield. The long-haired hunter calls out to the young Japanese woman and beckons her to him. Sometime later, everyone gathers around Tetsuka and he informs Han's team that the main character was eaten by Azar. Chohan asks the Japanese man again about Daesung being eaten by a creature from Honsei and disappearing. Tetsuka confirms the Korean's words and agrees with him. Lee begins to wonder about the team's next steps, and Beck adds that facing Azar one-on-one is dangerous. Meanwhile, in Darkside, Aslan asks Darren if he is surprised. Anderson asks if they'll give him an S-rank core if he feigns surprise. Finally, Darren gets up from the table and tells his brother that, no matter what, the entities from Khans are stronger than Khan. Aslan also stands up and objects that he had already warned about everything earlier. Aslan remains silent and does not answer his brother, so he turns around to leave. Darren adds in conclusion that their plan is doomed to success, and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Japan, Ryu summons dolls created with the help of Han. The girl leans over to the creature and explains that Daesung has disappeared, and the doll asks, upset, if Ryu means dad. Changshik and Dong look at the girl's creation and think to themselves, what an ugly doll. Ryu agrees to the creation, and the doll does not believe it, saying that only a psycho would kidnap a demonic god. Then the creature jumps up and claims that it senses Dad's anger. The hunters become wary, and the doll points into the distance, saying that it senses Khan's wrath far ahead. Ryu's creation senses the protagonist's wrath, which emanates from Mount Fuji. After teleporting to the top, the doll tells everyone that Daesung's anger is coming from the crater. The creature jumps down, and Lee and Dawn look down warily, realizing that this is very dangerous. Tetsuka wonders out loud where Fuji got such a big crater from. Shin enters the conversation and tells the other hunters that she will first fire a flare. Meanwhile, Han, inside Azar, realizes that all of his movement skills have been sealed. At that moment, Azar's gastric juices begin to approach the main character, and the guy wearily notes that everything has started again. While Daesung tries to escape from the creature, Azar sits deep within Fuji and casts special spells. A moment later, the creature is found by the Ryu doll and triumphantly announces that he has found the bastard. Lee and Dawn come up next and start discussing who will attack Azar first. However, Ryu's creation does not listen to the hunters at all and rushes straight to the entity from Hans. The doll jumps on Azar's head and stabs him with a knife. Dawn and Changshik join the attack, but then realize that the entity from Hans is very strong. Azar gets angry and starts attacking the hunters with fire, creating balls of flame. However, Lee does not stand still and jumps out at the enemy in response, preparing an attack. However, Azar senses the enemy and prepares to strike back with fire, and Changshik feels that he does not have time to dodge. However, at the very last moment, the blonde is saved by Tetsuka, who arrived in time. Azara immediately begins to attack Shin, using his pistols, distracting the enemy's attention to himself. Dawn comes to the girl's aid and deftly hits the enemy with his technique. Finally, the combined attacks of the hunters succeed and Azar is wounded. But the creature won't disappear so easily, so it starts throwing out dangerous charges, so Beck comes to the rescue with a shield. Ryu steps forward, very angry at Azar. The other hunters shout at the girl to return to her shelter, but she doesn't listen to them. Ryu takes out a homemade doll and a needle and uses an instant death technique on the enemy. The attack hits the enemy, and Azar falls. Dawn, Changshik, and the other hunters are surprised that Ryu almost defeated the monster. Ryu herself is surprised that she was able to use such a complex technique on a monster from Hans. Meanwhile, in the US, the orcs are discussing among themselves why they don't kill people, and one of the monsters says that the Colossus prefers the pure souls of warriors. Right there, crowds of zombified people, controlled by someone, are advancing straight towards the orcs. The orcs are fighting with the humans, and one of them says that the stupid scum, who don't know how to use the ether, are suddenly climbing up to them. At this point, one of the orcs is struck by flames, and their leader orders the others to find the awakened one who controls the zombified people. The orcs continue to be attacked from nowhere, so their leader begins to get nervous and look for the culprit. It turns out that Aslan is standing on the roof, who, with the help of his control technique, has subjugated people and controls them. Noticing the hunter, the orc leader jumps straight at the American. However, Aslan easily parries the orc's attack and uses his control technique on him. Having taken over the orc's mind, the American orders him to attack the rest of his kind. Meanwhile, in Japan, hunters look at Azar and wonder if he is dead. Ryu explains that the monster is not dead, but simply unconscious. The doll created by Ryu tells everyone that Han Daisung is in the stomach of that bastard from Honsei. The girl sees that the creature is tense and asks in shock if he really thought of climbing into Azar's stomach on his own. While the hunters are deciding what to do, Azar wakes up and Tetsuka and Lee panic and warn everyone about it. The monster from Hans is furious and angry, shouting that he will kill everyone. As Azar breaks free, Lee readies his weapon and says that they have no choice but to attack. However, a teleportation portal immediately appears next to the heroes, and Ryu happily announces this. A satisfied Han emerges from the portal, with the Ryu doll sitting on his shoulder, and thanks everyone for their help. Without explaining his plan, Khan tells everyone to run and rushes forward himself. At first, the other hunters don't understand what's going on, but they still catch up with the leader. Meanwhile, Azar breaks free from his bonds and Daesung yells for Ryu to restrain him. The girl is in a stupor and does not understand what Khan wants from her. However, he quickly gets his bearings and turns back, meeting the enemy with his technique. By casting a curse on Azar with the help of her doll, the girl manages to hold back the enemy. the monster of Hans does not immediately realize that he is in quicksand. At this moment, Tetsuka runs up to Daesung and asks the guy why they are running away without a fight. Daesung simply and briefly replies that if they fight here, they will simply get fucked. While Azar tries to get out, Daesung summons his dragon, which picks up all the hunters. However, Daesung himself deftly jumps down from the creature, remaining alone with Azar. Immediately, a huge head of a monster from Hans appears from the mountain. Daesung reacts calmly to the size of the creature and asks himself if this is Azar's true form. The other hunters watch what is happening from the dragon and are amazed. Tetsuka thinks to himself that things are bad and he should return to headquarters as soon as possible. Daesung stands in front of Azar and prepares to release all his magic. With more power, Khan prepares to attack the monster from above. A representative of the Japanese Association is watching everything that happens on the mountain via broadcast. The secretary reports to the man that Korean hunters led by Han have come to the aid of Japan. Hearing the leader's name, the man is surprised. Meanwhile, Daesung continues to fight Azar, attacking from above. While the monster from Hans also tries to reach the hero with attacks, Han uses another technique to finish off the enemy. A dragon flies to help the main character, with other hunters still sitting on its back. Using a laser, the dragon hits the monster from Hans, and it becomes covered in huge bubbles. Finally, after killing Azar, Khan calls the system and says out loud that apparently the monster ate a lot of things. Meanwhile, Lemish is near the Colossus embryo and waits for it to awaken. Standing next to the small creature, Lemish notices how quickly the Colossus' heart is beating. Immediately, the powers of Azar begin to penetrate into the embryo, and the Colossus awakens. Meanwhile, in Japan, far away from Mount Fuji, Tetsuka does not believe that it is finally over. Haran distracts Ryu and asks where Han Daesung went after defeating Azar. The girl remembers that the main character told her that he was going to leave on business, and the others should calmly wait for him. Turning to her allies, Ryu solemnly states that Daesung told them all to have fun, and the hunters don't understand her. Tetsuka meets him in conversation and says that from now on, he wants to take care of the hunters. Dawn immediately asks the Japanese hunter if they have hot springs here. Meanwhile, Khan is in Pandemonium and sells all unused items and ether cores from his warehouse. Then the main character orders all merit points to be invested into the implementation level. The system carries out Daesung's order, but he still lacks 0.1% for full implementation, and he does not understand why. Daesung wonders why he lacks points, so he decides to contact his friend Heo. Daesung asks the young man where they should go next. Ho explains that the World Association is sending out hunters en masse to all parts of the world to close the portals and that Han's team can return home. The protagonist is surprised that the association has only just begun to stir and asks Ho what the matter is, to which his friend replies that it was probably due to a lack of people. Daesung objects that he doesn't understand why some objects are more valuable than ordinary people. The main character immediately asks what his allies from Team K are doing now, and Ho tells them about their location. At the men's hot spring, Don, Chohan, and Changshik finally rest after the mission. Lee asks Chohan if he has to wear a mask even in the bathhouse. The man is surprised and tells his friends that the mask is like his skin, so he forgot about it. Then Chohan takes off his mask, and underneath it is a very pretty and attractive face. However, the man does not like it, so he wears a mask. Meanwhile, in the women's bathhouse, Ryu, Haran, and Shin are also relaxing. Shin asks Ryu what Han is doing in Pandemonium now. Karin intervenes in the conversation and asks what Pandemonium they are talking about. Ryu jumps out of the water completely naked and explains that Pandemonium is some kind of secret base. Tiharan asks the huntress about this again. Shin comes to the rescue and explains that this is some kind of training center run by Han. Ryu mocks Beck, saying that she is now her rival and that in this fight the girl was able to show off a strong skill. Seeing Ryu take out her jutsu doll, Shin warns her and asks if it's dangerous to use it here. But the huntress doesn't listen to anyone and says that everything is absolutely safe. Immediately, Ryu casts the curse of doll replacement. At this moment, Han approaches the men's bathhouse and is met by a worker at the springs who explains where to go. As soon as Han enters the men's bathhouse, Ryu's technique is activated, transporting the boy to the girls. Totally confused, Daesung stands in the middle of the women's bathhouse, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the news broadcasts are reporting on the events of the emergence of many portals around the world. The special guest of the news is Jin from the Korean Association, who came to tell us more about everything. Jin explains that the incident bypassed Korea, and that is why Team K was able to help other countries. The presenter asks that there is a large flow of complaints from all associations to the World Association, whose delayed response has led to enormous damage. Due to the irresponsible approach of the World Association to solving the problem with portals, people riot near the headquarters of the association building. One journalist hosting a broadcast about this problem asks a passerby his opinion, but he says, offended, that because of the association he lost his family. Darren Anderson watches the procession from the building's window and tells Karina, who has arrived, that following their plan has only brought them shame. A woman from Hans counters that they always follow through and keep their promises. Karina pours rocks onto the table in front of Anderson and explains that they are the flesh of the Colossus, and if eaten, one can become immortal. The woman adds that soon this world will turn into a completely new one. As she leaves, Karina says that if Darren wants more flesh, he needs to make sure Daesung doesn't get in. Anderson wonders to himself who this Han Daesung is and realizes that he needs to meet him. Meanwhile, in Japan, Tetsuka expresses his gratitude to the Korean hunters for their help. Daesung states that everyone tried their best, so now they can rest easy. While everyone is enjoying their food, Ryu turns to Baek and Shin, asking if they all saw Han's body in the bathhouse. The girls become embarrassed and tell Ryu to be quiet, but she calms everyone down by saying that she activated the sound wave blocking skill. While the girls are gossiping among themselves, a man's hand falls on Ryu's head. Behind the girl stands Han, who mockingly declares that from this day on, Ryu will train in hell. The girl begins to justify herself by saying that the call was an accident, and she does not understand why she is being punished. Ryu is instantly transported to another location, and Lee and Don, who were watching what was happening, did not understand what happened. Meanwhile, in Korea, An Daesung's clan of collectors received a call. Secretary Moon picked up the phone, and the call came from the Japanese Association. And hearing this, An approaches the woman, saying that he wants to talk to the contact himself. Taking the phone from Moon's hands, An begins to talk to the Japanese man. The secretary asks if they are really going to Japan, since the Ana clan has been entrusted with collecting the loot. However, the old man says that someone must remain in the office, and that will be Moon. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his allies are about to return home after their vacation, and Khan asks where the portal cube is. Chohan replies that after the battle on Mount Fuji, the cube could not be restored. Daesung states that in that case, they will fly home on a dragon, but Baek says that they can use a plane. Chang Shik agrees with the huntress, saying that the plane is much more comfortable than the dragon. Don turns to his allies and says that the leader Tetsuka will give everyone a ride to the airport by car. Everyone immediately rushes to the car, and Khan wonders if anyone really liked the dragon ride. Shin, who still remains by the protagonist's side, wonders about the condition of Ryu, who was sent to hell. Meanwhile, more and more enemies are approaching the young huntress. The girl and the doll she created, Hana, are shocked by so many enemies. Meanwhile, Yang goes on air and talks about the reception of the Koteki K team by Japanese hunters. At this moment, the blogger's phone rings and Ian calls him. The old man tells Yang that he was offered to collect loot in Japan, and it is a very cool prospect. Then Anne asks the blogger if he would like to film the broadcasts in Japan, and Yeon replies that it is a great idea. Meanwhile, the heroes take their seats on the plane and prepare to fly home. As Daesung walks into the airplane, he thinks about how this is his first time flying first class. As he sits down in his seat, Darren Anderson, who is sitting next to him, contacts the guy via telepathy. The man introduces himself and says that he is glad to meet the guy. Khan says out loud, that is there really anyone in this world who has the gift and ability of telepathy? The man ignores the guy's words and says that he is here on very important business and has a proposal for the guy. Darren tells Daesung that a new world will soon be recreated. Anderson continues, asking if Khan never wanted to be the master of that special world since he is well worthy of it. Daesung refuses the offer and adds that he himself came from the destroyed world and pretends to be its master. Anderson stands up and says out loud that he heard the guy. The man is about to leave, but the protagonist calls out to him using telepathy. Daesung asks if Anderson is from Darkside, and the man leaves, thinking that Han knows too much. The main character is happy. Now he knows Darkside's coordinates. Meanwhile, Anderson arrives at a secret meeting. Its participants consume the Colossus' flesh and agree that they feel a surge of strength and refreshment. One of the assembled turns to Anderson, asking if this flesh was the last. The man bows and confirms the words of the unknown man, saying that if they want more, then let them allow them to use the legacy. The man gives his consent to the use of the inheritance for the purpose of obtaining more flesh. Darren turns and walks away, angry and planning to start with the old people once he gets his inheritance. Sometime later, in the office in Korea, Han Daesung declares that Team K's activities are now over. Beck distracts the protagonist and says that she heard about Han's training center and asks if she can train there. The rest of the hunters join the girl, and Han thinks to himself that he can only bring servants to the training hall. However, Daesung states that he agrees to let everyone in, but only after a week's break. Ho adds that each clan will send people to loot in Eurasia. Chohan says that his clan is already operating in China, and the rest need to take different regions. Shin intervenes in the conversation, asking Han if Ryu is still in that camp. Daesung replies that if she dealt with the boss, she should be home by now. Meanwhile, An Daesung and Yeon arrive in Japan, where they were able to collect a large amount of supplies. Yang approaches the old man and asks if he can start filming content now that the loot collection is complete. Finally, the blogger starts a stream on Mount Fuji and greets his viewers. The young man streams with An Daesung and explains that they are now going down to the place where Han fought with Azar. An introduces the audience to their new suits, which are made specifically to protect the body. Meanwhile, the main character has a nightmare about his stay in hell. Daesung wakes up from this nightmare on the beach, where he is relaxing with his family and Ryu. The mother turns to her son and suggests that he take a little swim since they are on vacation. Suddenly, children approach Han and recognize the hunter, and Daesung confirms that it is him. The children immediately begin to beg him to show them various techniques and ride the dragon. The children's screams bring in adults who recognize Khan, and the boy begins to feel awkward. Daesung remembers how he and Heo talked about going to the beach and gets angry at himself for not foreseeing that he was famous. The guy is embarrassed and doesn't know how to react to the fans' shouts. Meanwhile, people continue to ask Khan for a variety of things. Meanwhile, Yang in Japan is making progress inside Mount Fuji, earning big donations in the process. Using his phone to illuminate the narrow passage, the blogger moves forward with great difficulty. And Daesung, who had managed to get ahead, discovered a portal cube. A week later, all the Korean hunters finally gather again at the training center. Lee and Baek arrive and are greeted by Dawn, Shin, and Ryu, who greet their allies. Dawn reports that Han Daesung will also arrive at the scene soon. Ryu jokingly takes out her doll and says that if the teacher is late, she can call him with a technique. However, Han immediately appears behind her and tells her that it is time to start training. Looking at Lee and Heron, the guy thinks that he will hardly be able to make anything worthwhile out of them. However, Daesung uses the territory change technique and all the heroes move to a new location. Arriving in the new place, Dawn notices how spacious it now is. Ryu tells everyone that she trained on this field last time. Beck teases Rao, asking if the girl ended up here because of her prank in Japan. Daesung interrupts all conversations and says that it is time to begin special training. Khan explains that it seems like all hunters are weak against strong bosses, so he decided to change the training method. Lee counters by saying that she can handle regular monsters with ease, but bosses are always more difficult. Daesung ignores his words, takes out his weapon, and tells everyone that from now on, they should attack him like he is the boss. While everyone is surprised and shocked, Khan calls on everyone to attack him. Meanwhile, An and Yeon crawl through the portal and end up in the basement of the Kansho temple. The blogger becomes frightened and wary, asking the old man where they ended up. An says he doesn't know. It's dark here and he can't see anything. Yeon whispers that this place scares him and suggests leaving, but An tells him to stay for a while and look around. An says that if this is a level F portal, then with the help of the suit, he can easily deal with the monsters here. However, immediately a huge red fountain appears in front of them, as if made of blood. Anne turns to Yeon and tells him to stay in front of the gate just in case, so that he can run away if anything happens. Anne himself comes closer to the fountain and sees there the mutilated, bloody bodies of many missing victims, some of whom are still alive. Anne is about to head back to Yeon, but is immediately confronted by the Northern Lord of Honsei, who asks how they ended up here. Anne manages to shout to the blogger to run back as quickly as possible. Yang gets scared and immediately rushes towards the portal, and the Lord of the North turns to him to catch up. However, Yang manages to hide in the portal while the creature catches up with him. Having reached the portal, the Lord of the North extends his hand into the portal, but simply passes through without moving anywhere. Turning back to Anna, the creature discovers that the old man has disappeared and managed to hide. Yan, who by this time had been transported back to reality, and viewers were writing angry comments. The blogger ends the stream and calls Chan Ho, who nervously notes that he is currently busy. However, when he picks up the phone, the young man hears Young Chil's nervous and frightened voice. The guy starts to explain in a hurry where he is and what happened to An Dae-sung. Ho is shocked to hear this news and does not believe the blogger's words. Meanwhile, at the training center, all the hunters take turns attacking Khan. However, Dae-sung parries and blocks any attacks with complete ease. At the last moment, Shin sneaks up on the protagonist with pistols, and Han declares that he likes it. However, the boy activates the volcano technique, and a pillar of flame throws all the hunters further away. However, Karin reacted in time and created a shield for all allies. Dae-sung looks at his students and notes that everyone's coordination has improved, and they only need one hit to win. Changshik sadly notes that they are still not giving it their all. Beck approaches Ryu and tells her to do something, but she replies that all her curses are blocked. Suddenly, the system notifies Han that Ho is trying to call him. Having accepted the challenge, the protagonist's friend nervously declares that he needs his help. Hearing Ho's words, Han and everyone else return to the Dae-sung clan headquarters, while military personnel appear near the building. While everyone stands and waits for Ho, the huntress Ryo acts extremely nervous, and Han asks what's wrong with her. Suddenly, the girl jumps up and runs outside past Ho, screaming that she needs to go to the toilet. Meanwhile, a friend approaches the protagonist, and Dae-sung is out loud angry at Ryu, but the friend calms him down, saying that they are all a team. Finally, Ryu says that he told the Korean and Japanese associations that they will take care of everything, but Han says that they can't do that. Then, the main character tells everyone that he is taking a break because he has an urgent trip to Japan planned. Suddenly, a tall blonde woman in dark glasses enters the building along with military personnel. The woman stops in front of the heroes and says that she is an officer of the World Association, Somi, and has arrived here to investigate facts related to the World Gate. The woman also issues a document stating that she will officially accompany the hunters, and Ho is indignant, saying that this is not an order from the Korean Association. Here, Khan says that it must have been Darren Anderson who ordered her to capture him. Karin and the others standing behind see the altercation, and Beck says that she thought the association had no enforcement powers. Somi says that they suspect that one of the hunters is responsible for the breaking of the world's gate. The hunters behind Dae-sung prepare to fight, outraged by Somi's behavior. Ho intervenes in the conversation, saying that he will leave them for a while. Then Somi touches her earphone and says that, as expected, nothing will go smoothly, so she orders the legacy to be activated. The soldiers outside hear the order and use a special device to carry out the operation. The entire building and everyone present in it notices that they are now unable to use any magic. Somi states that any use of magic is now prohibited, and if the hunters obey, everything will go smoothly. Khan agrees to her conditions and asks not to touch the other hunters, and he will go voluntarily. However, Dae-sung takes out his phone and says that he only wants to make one call. The protagonist dials the number and gets through to Ryu, who has successfully escaped from the building. The guy asks where the girl is now, and she replies that she left the city on urgent business. Han asks if Ryu has awakened her skill, and she asks again what technique she is talking about. Dae-sung reminds the girl what technique they are talking about, and happily tells her to use it right now. After thinking for a moment, the girl refused to use this skill right right now. She said that if she used it, Han would definitely scold her. The main character said that he would not scold her, he was just not in the mood. Suddenly, Ryu hung up and ended her conversation with Han. Daesung didn't understand why his girlfriend always disconnected when he needed her the most. Surrounded by military personnel, Somi demanded that the young men follow her. However, they said that she could not accompany them. Beck announced that from now on, any hostile actions against them would be considered hostile actions against the Fortress clan. Somi asked Han to make a decision, and if they didn't give in, they would have to use brute force. The main character said with pity that he could not do anything in this situation. Suddenly, everyone present noticed a manifestation of magic and a small explosion. But no one noticed that Han Dae-sung had disappeared from this place. Beck assumed that their comrade had used the skill to avoid this conversation. Somi called her military friends and asked them to comb the area. The military received orders to locate the target and return it to its original location. To those who did not manage to escape, Somi told them that they would have to stay with her until Han was found. At this time, a letter from the World Association was delivered to Mr. President. The letter stated that the Hunters Association suspected Han Dae-sung of being the mastermind behind the attack on the World's Gate. The president was surprised by what he read and was ready to give a fortune to thank the association for this act. He asked his assistant to bring Jinky Hong to him. Huntress Ryu turned to Dessen and said that she had been unable to summon him for a long time. The main character asked the girl to follow him since he had people who would take care of her. A moment later, the military split into groups and went in search of Khan Daesun. Jin arrived at this place and asked what the security forces were doing on foreign soil. They replied that they were on a special mission and asked the man not to interfere. However, he reacted angrily to the remark and asked not to turn up his nose at strangers. The soldiers looked at each other and prepared their weapons for battle. The unit commander, after thinking, ordered his cavalry to prepare for an attack. Before the soldiers could even begin their attack, a small explosion occurred between them and Jin. This was again a manifestation of the protagonist's magical energy. Upon seeing Han Dae-sung, the commander of the military personnel ordered his subordinates to take him. Grabbing their weapons, the subordinates began to carry out the orders of their commander. The main character used the territory substitution skill with a smile on his face. He disappeared from the scene again, leaving behind some trace. Yin noticed that in addition to Han, the military personnel had also disappeared. After some time, the soldiers appeared in the Garden of Tombs. For a long time, they could not understand where they were. Looking around, they saw armed, pumped-up monsters in front of them. The Special Forces commander could not believe that such otherworldly creatures were being bred here. An order was given to kill these monsters that Khan Daesun is breeding. The soldiers rushed to attack the monsters, but they were confident of their victory. Suddenly, the fetters of some kind of plant appeared above the heads of the special forces. While the unit was dealing with these bonds, one of the monsters grabbed the commander. The commander asked the creature to show its cowardly face, but it immediately released it to the ground. As the soldier fell to the ground, he saw a powerful energy appear in front of him. The teleportation energy came from Han Daesun, who had just appeared in the location. In addition, the main character used the ability to control the mind. This ability made the soldier's entire brain shake and his eyes filled with bloody energy. Han Dae-sung then disappeared again and teleported to the place where Jin was. Jin asked the hunter where the rest of the guys had gone. He replied that they had taken them prisoner for interrogation. Jin couldn't believe that Han Dae-sung and his team had taken innocent people prisoner. A loud explosion was heard over the city, which was created by Karen and Lee. The main character tried to help the team with hints, but they didn't care. After receiving several bullets, Somi changed her appearance and turned into a monster. Lee and the other hunters were confident that she would not escape. Karin appeared in front of Somi and dealt her a direct blow. Using special magic, the girl managed to escape, and this was immediately noticed by the hunters. The disappearance occurred near Jin, who was standing near Somi. Somi realized that the seal was broken and they should retreat. Suddenly, she heard a voice from the side asking her to take him with her. Looking back, she saw Khan Daesun next to her. With one blow of his hand, the young man stopped the fleeing woman and knocked her to the ground. Unlike the previous hunters, he managed to cope with this chase with ease. As Somi fell to the ground, her appearance changed back to her original state. Due to the great loss of time, Khan suggested abandoning the idea and going to Japan. At this time, he prayed to the gods that his brother would stay alive and return. He looked into the portal in anticipation, and the girls watched him. They decided not to touch the guy since he promised that he would not move an inch until Khan came. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the side, and everyone saw that Daesun appeared. Alarmed, Yang jumped up from his seat and rushed to Han, tearfully asking for help. The protagonist assumed that his old man was trapped. He asked Yang to calm down and tell everything in order. He said that there was a terrible alien inside, and to save his brother, the old man sacrificed himself. The main character concluded that if it was an alien, then there were a lot of strangers there. The girls approached the main character and offered to provide reinforcements. Han gave up on the idea and asked to take Yeon to a safe place. Before disappearing, he asked those present to be extremely careful. When Dae-sung disappeared from the location, everyone found out that he had a stealth skill. At this time, the old man prayed to all the gods for help. He was completely alone in an unknown location. He was prepared for the fact that he would have to wait 3 or 4 days or more for help. Every time after a certain interval of time, a bloody fountain occurred in this location. An could do nothing to help those around him who were trapped with him. Suddenly, Khan Daesun appeared there through teleportation. He easily dealt with the bloody fountain and tried to find his grandfather. An couldn't believe that Han Dae-sung himself came to his aid. Suddenly, all the main character's intentions were interrupted by someone's appearance. Looking back, he saw a powerful fist of a monster flying towards him. Dae-sung blocked the attack with a light movement of his hand. Then the main character used his abilities and disappeared from the monster's sight. The embittered enemy could not understand for a long time what had happened. He thought that someone would definitely come to him, but not so much that such a desired guest would visit him. Another participant appeared between him and Han Dae-sung. She immediately launched an active attack on the protagonist. A cloud of dust formed at the place where Han Dae-sung had been, suggesting that the hero was dead. Having come to his senses, Khan reproached the guests for not even giving him time to say hello, but immediately beating him up. The girl turned to Comrade Volks and said that she needed to become stronger immediately, but he replied that in this place she would be limited in her powers. The protagonist stood up and carefully brushed the dust off himself. He turned to his opponents and confidently announced that it was now his turn to attack. After saying this, the girl threw her hand to the side and pointed to the bloody fountain. Nearby, in exactly the same bloody fountain, sat An, who had been listening to the cries for help from the victims for several days. The girl knew that people were sensitive to the pain of their fellow humans, and with this act, she wanted to hurt Daesun's feelings. It wasn't that Daesun didn't care, he just took the suffering of others in stride. He wanted to save all the victims, so he used the mana release skill. The mana left his body, and the entire location glowed with powerful energy. The attackers had no choice but to cover their faces with their hands. The girl could not even imagine that Khan had so many abilities and strength hidden within him. In addition to using mana, Dae-sung took out his powerful weapon. An inner voice told him that he needed to attack everyone and forget about the consequences. After that, he used the ability of the road to nothingness and struck at the attackers. The force of his powerful blow threw the girl and her comrade some distance away. In the core of the bloody fog, a certain embryo of a monster was formed. When he opened his eyes, a feeling of fear permeated the entire area. At the sight of the bloody fountain, a powerful explosion occurred, releasing various energies. The attacker tried to escape from the scene of the tragedy, and the girl did her best to protect him. She reproached Khan Daesun for not reducing them to these non-entities. While controlling the skeletons, Khan asked the girl to feel the pain that comes from tearing flesh. When the blood ran out to the last drop, on his instructions, the skeletons surrounded the attackers from head to toe. In the core of the bloody fountain, one of the monsters continued to grow. One of Daesun's servants carefully observed its development. The observer suggested that he needed to get away for a while because something sinister was coming to the continent. After he disappeared, black clots of energy appeared behind the bloody fountain. At that moment, the core of the blood fountain exploded, and powerful energy splashed out from within. This powerful energy created an explosion that created something terrible. Thus, one of the monsters, enveloped in green energy, was born. Besides him, in another place, a second monster with fire in its eyes appeared. All of them were ready to kill anyone who got in their way. The third monster was a creature with cherry-colored hair and a bright flash in its mouth. This woman also wanted to rush to attack the supposed monsters, but something stopped her. All three monsters that appeared gathered at one point, and Han Daesun was watching them. Dae-sung announced that all of his newly created subjects could go free. Various human limbs began to emerge from the ground. In addition, monsters resembling ordinary energy wolves appeared in the location. This entire squad of monsters and wolves had a leader. He and his subordinates were ready to meet the enemy face to face. Based on the situation, their opponents were the subjects that the Khan had just created. With absolute confidence, Daesung commanded them to attack, and they rushed forward. One of the giants chose a victim in the form of a red-haired girl. She repelled the monster's active attack with her ability. Besides these monsters, another giant appeared. A huge colossus emerged from the huge core of the bloody fountain. Daesung's subordinate informed the monster that he had not yet fully recovered. However, he didn't care. He tore apart the core of the bloody fountain. After this, he blew out a powerful energy from himself, and the observer realized that something terrible was coming. Noticing this, the protagonist also assumed that the end of everything was coming. A powerful vortex flow flew from the sky onto the battlefield. All the monsters present were afraid that their death was about to come. Then a huge voice appeared and dealt with this phenomenon in 2 counts. Even Han Daesung was surprised that his black flame was destroyed. At the moment the ear of corn appeared on the battlefield, a perfect deathly silence arose. Just by looking at the colossi, everyone began to mention the name of God. The monster himself wanted to deal with all the fighters and tried to gather them in his palm. When they saw the palm approaching them, they scattered like cockroaches. Then the ear came straight to the feet of Khan Daesung. Watching what was happening, An Daesung became worried about his brother. Khan was quite frightened by the fact that his abilities had no effect on this giant. Looking back, he saw Anna, who was trying to stop him from going crazy with his screams. The main character decided that this was enough for today. However, the image of a huge monster appeared in front of An Daesung's face. Seeing something terrible, Grandfather Daesung said goodbye to life. The main character went to help Anu because he was unable to cope with this threat. He stood between the monster and Anne and took out a sharp weapon. Next, he used the King's Breath ability. The fire breath helped Anu get rid of the enemy. The main character grabbed Anna and, with particular rudeness, showed the monster the middle finger. The next moment, he and Daesung Jr. went into the newly created portal. After their disappearance, the portal disappeared from the place as if it had never been there. Han and An Daesung moved to the next location. The main character considered it too terrible that this giant appeared before them. After some time, an unknown car arrived at the Hunters Association. The guards immediately stopped him in front of the barrier. When they looked inside the car, they saw a rather serious person in front of them, Aslan. The detained Somi was sitting in the investigator's office. For her, it was a scheduled meeting with the investigator regarding her case. The director was watching what was happening and was discussing the association. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into his office and said that the association was in big trouble. She tried to tell about all the rumors, but suddenly she saw something terrible on the surveillance camera. Aslan appeared in the investigator's office and tried to take a photo with Jeannie. Realizing that she was being watched, Aslan said that the director had become such a pathetic person. Sonia decided to change the subject and asked Aslan to free her. The director entered the room and reprimanded Aslan for being rude. Aslan arrived to save Somi, and the director wanted to stop her from doing so. The genie insisted that neither Aslan nor Somi be allowed out of the office, since they were both crazy. With the help of her friend, Somi managed to remove the handcuffs. The director reproached Aslan for causing great disrespect by not carrying out any procedures. Forgetting about seriousness, Jin created a special skill for himself and wanted to hit Somi. Seeing the active attack, the girl concentrated magical energy in her hands. Soon, their blows met each other, but Somi clearly won this small fight. Aslan tried to take control of the situation and asked everyone to calm down. The man found that his powers had suddenly disappeared. Somi said that the power that Han has is not the power that a normal hunter has. She suggested that the people around her investigate Han Daesung, but the genie refused the idea since it was already hard for him when Somi was in the shit. After thinking for a moment, Aslan expressed the opinion that Han Daesung had done an excellent job. She asked to check the information about Han Daesung and confirm it with the Korean Hunters Association. Jin and the director agreed with this idea and immediately calmed down. The director promised to discuss the issue within their association and then provide a response to Korea. After this, Aslan planned to take her subordinates and team with her. She freed Somi and went with her to the exit of the office. Jin was indignant that the director was letting these girls go so easily. The director believed that no one could stop these girls if he did not let them go. He was actually very upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. Although the military failed the mission, Somi said it was a difficult one. She asked her subordinates to return to base and wait for the next operation. The commander of the military personnel promised to carry out Somi's order with a special signal. At this time, the system notified the main character that he needed rest due to exhaustion. Anderson and Yang were glad that their meeting took place. The friend asked the main character what kind of gate this was. He replied that the teleportation gate he left behind had worked very strangely. As it turns out, they are in fact directly connected to the base. Because the hero and his team are a cube, the enemies will not come here right away. His thoughts were interrupted by Anne and Jan, who thanked him for saving him. The main character did not consider his act valuable and only hinted to the rescued that they had an income. They bowed to Khan again and asked him to hold a fan meeting at their cafe. However, Han Dae-sung didn't even think about a fan meeting. Anne explained that the number of Deeson's fans around the world increased due to the gate-breaking incident. According to him, if Khan decides to hold a fan meeting, all expenses will be covered for him. When the protagonist agreed to hold at least one meeting, Yang shed a few tears. With absolute confidence, Han announced that they would organize a fan meeting together at their cafe. He was grateful to the guys for agreeing to help him. He never thought before that he would have to organize a fan meeting for Deeson. At this time, the huge monster continued to fight with the defenseless. He lifted them from the ground, and people hopelessly cried out for help. He crushed them mercilessly in his palm, but some managed to fall out of it, managed to fully recover and become the most powerful. However, Khan's subordinate reported that there was not yet enough blood for the ear, which was resurrected prematurely. Despite the prohibitions, the monster demanded that he wanted to drink human blood. At this time, the main character was told that Aslan's power had overcome him, and the force also took away all the captives who were in his way. Aslan himself asked the Korean Association to test the power of Khan's awakening. None of those present understood why this was being done, and why the behavior of the World Association was incomprehensible. The main character didn't know what to do with the local hunting association. The director explained that they had not yet come to a conclusion due to a number of overlapping issues. Han Dae-sung realized that this was just an idea to avoid saying no. The association is pressuring for licensing of the technology for the synthesis of the ether core, which is used throughout the energy industry. The protagonist realized that the global association had the copyright to the thermonuclear installation, and the local organization could not simply refuse the demands of this association. After thinking about the situation for a while, Han Dae-sung announced that it was time to act. First, he decided to hold a meeting with his fans. The director and his assistant heard about the upcoming fan meeting for the first time. An energy portal has appeared in place of ruins in a rock. At the very bottom of it was a dungeon of the Tower of Babel. In this tower, several robots independently broke stones and processed their precious stones. One employee watched over the ancient heritage of Babylon. Babylonian ore can neutralize enemy forces. The gate cube was also made of this great and powerful stone. Suddenly, someone outsider approached the gentleman. It was his assistant who announced that the Korean Hunters Association had contacted him. According to the young man, Han agreed to undergo the World Association's test, but Volks and Han Dae-sung must visit Hunter Han at his fan meeting. After a while, he went live to greet all the fans. Next, Anne appeared before the audience, and the audience was happy to see the legend return. One of the viewers donated 100 million won to these kids. The number of spectators increased to 330,000 people. If it weren't for Anderson and Han Dae-sung, Yeon and his comrades would have died. As soon as he left the gate, he called the commander of the guard for help. The main character appeared only in the morning. On the third day after the boy fell into the trap, Khan told him about the situation at the gate and immediately released Anna. For Anna, it was the most terrible place in the whole world. The first thing he saw was a bunch of people in a pit. There were children, women, men, and their blood was sucked in by gravity. The man could only watch, as he was extremely helpless. He heard the screams of people, their thirst and pain. He heard everything because they were dying. Looking at the screen, he discovered that the audience had grown to 700,000 people. While people were discussing the gates, Anne tried to tell his tragic story. Viewers couldn't wait to see Han Dae-sung kill all the aliens. Suddenly, Yeon's phone vibrated, and it was Han Dae-sung on the line. The young man offered the main character to connect him to the speakerphone. Without waiting for consent, and he turned on the speakerphone on the phone. The main character greeted all his fans, and they immediately confessed their love to him. The hero said that people can ask all their questions at a live fan meeting in a week. The fan meeting will take place in the building of the World Hunters Association. At this point, the live broadcast ended, and people thought the server had simply crashed. People demanded that Yan and An return to the air immediately, but they were unable to do so. However, the protagonist thanked Yan for his work today anyway. The young man softened when the protagonist said his name. Before Khan destroys the otherworldly bastards, he first clears out the otherworldly trash. The World Hunters Association could not believe that Khan was organizing a fan meeting in this association. Aslan said that he had never been to such a fan meeting before. Darren said they were ready to cage the beast. Somi, in turn, allocated a special floor with a magic circle. Even if the strongest hunter activates the magic circle, he will turn into nothing. Aslan laughed at the fact that his comrades had given up the idea of locking him up and using him. If Darren and his team cannot feed on the unknown forces, then his meeting with the dead will turn into a funeral. The action then takes place in the Hunter's Hall. Placing the magic cube on the floor, the man announced that everything was finally assembled. Even though the young man had a definite plan, he was quite worried. He put down the magic cube and went to the teleportation portal. Ryu, Han Dae-sung, and Bae immediately emerged from the portal. The main character was glad that with the help of the teleportation gate, he could find himself anywhere in the country. The man thanked one of the girls for the fact that thanks to her, he was completely fine. He then turned with gratitude to Khan for guiding his younger students. He himself was delighted with the research into the dimensional gates that Deeson had recently sent him. Aslan appeared nearby and greeted the big star. Neither Khan Deeson nor the young man were happy about Aslan's appearance. However, the girls were surprised that for the first time in their lives, they were seeing the #1 hunter. Aslan explained that the name Deeson translates from English as Big Star. Despite the compliment, Khan reproached Aslan for being able to take him prisoner at his own discretion. The girls also supported their comrade's side and expressed their indignation to Aslan. However, he asked those present to calm down because he was simply doing what he was told. The personality of the World Hunter seemed very strange to the guests. No one present could understand what to expect from this young man. Aslan announced that he had a separate room in the hotel. He asked the guests to follow him for seating. Han Dae-sung and his team couldn't trust such a strange character. After this, Somi announced to Darren that Khan's group had gone to the room prepared by director Aslan. Darren ordered the perimeter around the hotel where Khan was located to be strengthened. Somi was then tasked with carefully screening everyone Deeson came into contact with. She finally asked why Darren wanted to catch Khan at a fan meeting when there would be a lot of people, but he said that more people would make the fight better. More than 1,000 people gathered on the day of the fan meeting. In addition to regular fans, reporters were also present at the event. The female reporter interviewed one of the passers-by, and he said that he was a hunter from Chicago. During today's meeting, he will try to get information about the aliens who killed his family members and then go to their base. For his purposes, he had already assembled a team of hunters, and after these words, the girl took the microphone from him. Before the event began, the main character wanted to say something to his comrades. While he was chatting with his friends, Yang appeared on the stage. He was as nervous as he had been when the monsters were chasing him at the gates of Tybalt. Eventually, he pulled himself together and announced himself as a YouTuber who would be hosting a fan meeting with Han Dae-sung this year. People immediately clapped their hands because they were seeing the 10 millionth YouTuber. After the applause, the young man announced the beginning of the meeting with the most powerful hunter in the world. People from all over the world watched this live broadcast. Darren was present at the fan meeting and was in the VIP room. To applause, he called the main character, Hunter Han Dae-sung, onto the stage. The host calmed the crowd down to give the floor to the main person at the meeting. Han Dae-sung thanked those present for the meeting and asked how they were doing. Suddenly, at that very moment, the electricity in the entire hall was cut off. However, there was a special energy on the stage that gave off a magic circle on the floor. The main character didn't like that he wasn't given time for an opening speech. The subordinates warned the commander that the enemy was up to something. A bloody portal appeared behind the presenter and the main character. He was quite restless, and several lightning bolts were sparkling in him. At the next moment, a huge bloody monster emerged from this portal. Fans did not understand why Han Dae-sung made a gate and summoned monsters. Previously, the main character could not even imagine that this could happen. He leaned against the earpiece and asked his assistants to destroy the magic circle immediately. Chohan was on the line and immediately accepted Deeson's order. Suddenly, a capsule caught fire in front of the servicemen and Somi. Somi asked her subordinates to replace the etheric core. They listened to her order and took out a bright capsule. Using the remote control, they tested the system, and when the card was attached, the light changed from red to blue. Suddenly, the girl noticed that during the check, one of the servicemen tried to open the location. He immediately opened the door, but saw an army of angry soldiers in front of him. Somi's army immediately grabbed their weapons, and the girl was defenseless. When the threat took over her body, Somi changed her image. Chohan was the first to attack Somi. The girl tried to fight off the unexpected guest with her pink sword dagger. When Chohan touched her body, she became covered in furious energy. At the next moment, she managed to strike and throw the attacker back to her troops. The man had no choice but to cover his body with his hands. Chohan's soldiers moved forward to attack the enemy. Somi grabbed her dagger again and rushed towards the attackers. The entire location lit up with red rays, which indicated Sami's active actions. The Chohan turned to his subordinates and ordered them to begin with the sealing circle. One of the soldiers wanted to stop this young man on his own. The auditorium was filled with bloody monsters who wanted to eat everything they saw. People were worried about their appearance, but they did not make any attempts to kill. It turned out to be much faster than the main character thought. He managed to break the small seal that was on the floor. Suddenly, he heard a female voice praising the cool fan meeting. The girl used ant poison and an ultrasonic blast to fight off all these monsters. As expected, her skills were able to knock the blood creatures off their feet. The audience watched what was happening and realized that it was not the main character who opened the gate. Han Dae-sung and his comrades fought against the monsters that had just appeared. The main character grabbed his relic and decided to stretch a little. At this time, Somi arrived to Darren and reported that the room with the sealing device had been captured. During her report, a strange sound was heard at the door. Darren and Somi immediately realized that something dangerous was approaching them. The soldiers who surrounded their room were killed with poison. An outsider was able to spray poison throughout the premises to cause mass murder. The culprits of this tragedy were Karin and her comrade. Karin used a shield of light to block the blow. The shield of light formed a circle around her, which repelled the streams of attacking energy. Aslan couldn't believe that her skill wasn't working. The white-haired girl promised to take care of Aslan and sent 2 subordinates to President Darren. Aslan asked with a grin if they were really going to take Darren. She really wanted to let the uninvited guest go, but Changshik immediately rushed to the attack. Without thinking twice, Aslan used her web skill. Magic threads surrounded the girl from all sides, preventing her from moving. Aslan said that the opponent was strong enough and her 2 comrades would not be able to stop him. The hunting team decided to retreat and leave this location. Finally, one of them activated the thunderstorm skill and used it on the doors. It turned out that no kind of attack worked on this door. The young man assumed that the doors had absolute protection. Suddenly, the girl looked at the door and noticed suspicious knocks on it. Somi asked Darren to take cover as they would not be able to block Khan Deeson's power. Darren decided that they would take this stone much later when the time came. At the same moment, the door was broken down with a sharp weapon. Darren couldn't believe that the enemy had the strength to break through this barrier. After this maneuver, the door broke down and there was a commotion in the room. Neither Darren nor Somi could believe that it was Han Di-song standing in front of them. The main character, using his small weapon, was able to knock this door off its hinges. He blamed his opponents for ruining his meeting with fans. In another room, a real fight broke out between the hunters. One of the girls used a special magical ability to distract the attackers from herself. Lee used 2 energy swords to fight the brave girl. During the fight, he used the Dance of the Night technique. Just like last time, Aslan used her web armor and surrounded the attacker. After this perfect attack, the fight between Lee and Aslan stopped. The girl couldn't understand what was going on because Lee was quite strong. Someone replied that he couldn't fight the person who was ranked #1 in the world. The girl licked her fingers and said that, alas, she was second in the world. The young man could not understand what his interlocutor was talking about. Aslan explained that if the 2 fought and died on the same day, she could become #1. Then the young man realized that they were talking about the main character, Khan Dae-sen. At this time, people were being evacuated from the dangerous hall nearby. They were forced to move forward and immediately leave this territory, avoiding encounters with monsters. Aslan watched what was happening and did not seek to help the pathetic people. Darren is surprised that Han managed to break through the absolute barrier. The main character said that if he was going to pull a prank, then he chose the right person. However, Darren reproached him for not seeing the difference between a person and otherworldly creatures. The main character did not understand where Darren was dealing with the otherworldly. Darren said that the only one who works with the otherworldly is Han Deason, who made a deal with them and received their power. Usually, awakened ones may not feel this power. However, the aura waves emitted by Deason's minions are perfect for the monsters coming out of the gate. The protagonist was confident that he could use the auras that the awakened ones use. The girl asked Dawn to stop Darren. When Anderson wanted to leave the room, Dawn stopped him. The young man introduced himself as the #1 hunter from Korea. According to him, Han Dae-sung is the universe's #1 hunter. He reproached Darren for not recognizing him as a world hunter because he had rotten eyes. Darren apologized for being too superficial. He also felt uneasy about being insulted by such a worthless hunter. Dawn was excited that this hairy man meant him. The protagonist said that this place was no different from hell, since he had already met bastards like him in hell more than once. However, after his beating, all these people told the truth. He announced that the same thing was awaiting Darren, and he became alarmed. At the same moment, the skill of the super-awakened paladin appeared between the heroes. With this skill, Darren could transform himself and acquire a hammer and shield. Beck and her brother had never seen a light shield strike before. The man swung at the protagonist and wanted to deliver a blow of condemnation. However, he was unable to do so because Khan used the aura's skill compensation. A real fight and competition of abilities broke out between the young people. As Darren flew back towards the wall, he realized that Han Dae-sung had the power of Aurora. The protagonist asked the man not to be surprised, as he thought that all hunters should use auras. Using his energy, he delivered a powerful blow to the man's face. Darren let go of his defense and flew back into the wall. However, he did not give up, and getting up continued the battle. A light blow from the main character caused his nose to bleed. When he got angry, Khan used his aura stealth skill. He instantly disappeared from Darren's sight to deliver a sneak attack. While the man could not understand what had happened, the hero appeared behind him. Hearing the strange sound, Darren became nervous and began to look around. Not finding anything suspicious, he decided to hide behind his holy shield. This shield did not prevent the main character from delivering a direct blow to his opponent. With his only weapon, he cut the holy shield into 2 equal parts. He proudly announced to his opponent that Aurora's powerful blow had worked. Back then, Darren's only hope was his holy hammer. However, at that very moment, the hammer flew up and disappeared from sight. The hammer fell near Darren, leaving him unarmed. The protagonist asked the man who the paladin was. As he was about to answer, he suddenly felt pain in his head. It turned out that Han Deason's energy sword had pierced his neck. The protagonist used the skill Wrath of the King of Hell to fight Darren. Darren's anger caused him to become covered in flames and burn alive. Before his death, he shouted various insults at Khan. The protagonist expected Darren's death to come as soon as possible. The system notified that the protagonist had killed the Colossus's flesh and increased the level of materialization. At the spot where Darren was killed, a beam of light appeared, reaching into the sky. This beam covered the entire planet with powerful energy and went far beyond the solar system. A unique soldier appeared in front of the main character instead of Darren. In order to repel this person, the protagonist used the soul imprisonment skill. He released many fiery chains from himself. The chains wrapped around the transformed Darren and made him suffer again. The protagonist ordered that Darren's resurrection take place. Darren turned to Han Deason and begged him for mercy. However, the main character didn't care about this gentleman. The next day, the news announced that the gate had been breached, and President Darren was at the scene. He said that thanks to the heroic efforts of Khan and his colleagues, the rift was successfully stopped. He was convinced that Han Dae-sung was a treasure for all mankind. Viewers missed the moment when Darren said he had more flesh. While chatting, they noticed someone entering the room. Han Dae-sung appeared in the room, confused that there were only 3 people present. One of the men called security to throw Dae-sung out of the room. When security arrived to the main character, he didn't even move from his place. The man didn't know how a world-class hunter got here, because even his guards are better hunters than he is. The next moment, Deeson's fiery chains were released at everyone present. The main character grabbed absolutely everyone who resisted him. When those around calmed down, the main character left the room. He went to the place where Mr. Darren was waiting for him. Khan asked his old friend why there were only 3 members. Darren said that 3 people were already dead, and if the flesh eaters knew about it, they would be even more willing to hide in corners. The main character jokingly suggested hanging up a few more warning signs to be more discreet. During the conversation between Khan and Darren, a powerful explosion occurred in that very room. After some time, Aslan was drinking alone in the bar. After every glass of alcohol he drank, he shouted throughout the bar that he hated Handa Song. Suddenly, someone unknown crept up to him and called out his name. Looking back, Aslan saw that Somi had come to him. The girl asked the current president about the state of affairs, but he said that he was not the current president, but simply a puppet in the hands of Khan. Aslan thanked Somi for her successful escape. The girls began to think about what to do next and whether it was worth taking revenge. Somi didn't want to do this because Darren had taken care of her all these years because she was an orphan. Aslan suggested pretending that there had been a car accident and moving on with life. Somi learned from a friend that Aurora Khan Desena is a different world from theirs. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard in the bar, as if something had fallen. Looking around, the girl saw that everyone present was unconscious at their tables. Aslan had never felt this aura before. The 3rd-rank warrior of heaven, Brakel, entered the room. When this girl appeared, Somi's body was completely frozen. When Aslan was distracted by Brakel, Somi fell next to him. The girl was lying on the floor and showed no signs of life. Looking at Brakel, Aslan concluded that the creation of this star was indeed strange. They are such small vessels of life, but their desires reach the edges of the universe. Aslan asked those present if Khan Deeson had really sent her. She replied that she had come to save this star and asked those around her not to be afraid. However, Aslan heard that the source of this star wanted to banish Brakel. She was afraid that if this creature touched her, she would immediately crumble to dust. This star has a chaos beast and an iron beast. Brakel wanted to show Aslan a sign and touched his forehead. In a completely different location, Colossus was undergoing changes. An unknown force cut off his hand and splashed blood out. This blood filled the entire space, creating micro-portals on the floor. From these blood portals, little people appeared. It turned out that the monster cut off his own hand in order to get as much blood as possible. Kalos is Scott's star, filled with ethereal energy. If wars destroy them now, they will disrupt the most grandiose plan. The man wanted to ask the bishops to hold back those of them who could be bred. He needs to be patient, as many portals take a long time to open. When the heroes went to train, the system notified that demons could create demon apostles. The protagonist needs to bring the skills of hell into this world to complete the quest. Ryu, who arrived, couldn't understand why the main character was smiling so much. Han De-sung promised his comrades that he would make them 10 times stronger than they were now, but they couldn't believe that they could become stronger. After the main character's words, the entire location was filled with powerful energy. The young people were forced to cover their faces with their hands to avoid breathing in the magical dust. Khan asked his friends to imagine that they were in a hot pit in which they simply had to hold out. Thanks to this, young people can become 10 times stronger than they are now. After the training began, Daesung announced that everyone had 72 hours before the enemy invaded the world. An assistant arrived to see the chairman and reported the rush. The president personally decided that it was time to leave. He and his assistant set off on a mission, and all his subordinates saw him off at the door. After this, Jean and other officials escorted the president to the desired location. The president arrived at the huge conference room, but it was still empty. A photo of Darren Anderson as president appeared on the screen. The president of the Chinese Association said Darren was forced to step down as chairman because the Doomsday meeting had already been announced. Darren announced that after the end of the World Conference, he would naturally step down as president. Japan fully supports President Darren's reappointment as president. The president of the Russian Federation reported that those present were violating the law of association. On behalf of the Russian Federation, he said that the state will be held accountable in accordance with the results of the Apocalypse Conference. President Park asked the audience to remain silent and asked Darren to state the reason for their meeting. To begin with, the young man thanked the president for the right to speak. After this, he announced that in 3 days, there would be a massive alien invasion throughout the world. Everyone present immediately became alarmed by the news they heard. Jean asked Darren if they could handle the alien invasion. According to one of the men, if there is no invasion, the world will suffer huge losses in human and material resources. Darren announced that the source of the information was Han Deason, and he trusted this information 100%. President Park couldn't understand what had happened to President Darren. Everyone present assumed that something had happened at the last fan meeting. One of the representatives suggested that the main character saved his brother last time. Another said that Han was a hero who saved all of Tokyo. It was also mentioned that Han Daesung took care of the Moscow S-class gates. Darren has announced his desire that he wants national associations to prepare for an apocalyptic war. After these words, all the soldiers and hunters gathered on the street to prepare for war. Lee and Beck were apart from the crowd. The girl noted that Lee was noticeably nervous, but he convinced her that he was filled only with curiosity. During the conversation, the girls discovered that a real war was coming. Lee inquired about the status of the teleportation gates here and abroad. Beck replied that they were installed in major cities around the world to reduce defense. According to her, it is assumed that they will mutually support each other depending on the nature of the war. This was announced by the man who is in charge of the entire operation, together with his new deputy. In one Korean school, students were placed in gyms for everyone's safety. The young people did not understand what all the fuss was about when the monster was not there yet. One of these guys called his friend and got through to Jae-hyuk. He asked his friend why he was still not in the gym when the rest of them were all here. He replied that he would not go to school because he was at home. The guy said that the monster will go to crowded places, that is, to the gym, which is why he is not going to go there. The young people decided that they also wanted to stay at home because there was no opportunity to even go to the toilet at school. Many people do not leave their homes at all so as not to suddenly encounter a monster. Ji-hyuk was not one of them, as he was out and about as usual, walking and shopping. While talking with a friend, he looked out the window and saw something terrible. The whole street was filled with hellish gates. An order was given to activate the protective shield at the school stadium. All the soldiers, as ordered, prepared for battle and stood in a preparatory stance. All portals were covered with hellish energy. They were releasing something incomprehensible into the streets, and the local army couldn't cope with it. Several dozen wave guns were set up on the street for firing. As soon as the cannon fired on command, it was instantly enveloped in energy Buddhas. The contents of the portals fell onto the streets and nearby buildings. One of these portals flew into Ji-hyuk's house and stood right in front of him. An energetic entity emerged from the portal. The young man immediately regretted not going to the safety of the others at school. This entity has changed and become a real monster. On the street, hunters used their weapons to try to deal with the energy portals. The black-haired guy asked everyone to concentrate, since there were quite a lot of enemies. There were countless numbers of them on every street, and they were all as one. Many of them have undergone modifications and have become much larger than normal. The young man immediately concluded that this was due to the unification of several individuals into one. When these unifications began to happen at every step, people became noticeably agitated. Experts continue to monitor the emergence of gates that are spreading across the country. The rescuers have formed a defensive line around the weapon and are fighting against this gate. The presidential aide noted that the number of gates and monsters continues to grow rapidly. On the screen, it was visible how the gate swallowed up the entire country, leaving no empty space. At this time, the hunters gathered their forces and went to battle with these gates. Lee was confident that he could deal with 1,000 portals with his sword. He used the White Tiger Ascension special skill and rushed upward. He announced that he was a hunter of Joseon and asked the portals to die immediately. Next, he used the skill of provocation and universal roar. His girlfriend announced that he could not use provocation and asked the unit to prepare to shoot. Suddenly, a bright cloud appeared in the sky, giving hope for salvation to people. This cloud sucked in all the created monsters one after another. However, Lee continued to fight the giant of these monsters. He used the hunter's power and made the monster feel as bad as possible. His head started spinning and couldn't stop for several dozen minutes. Lee's sister, who was worried about her brother, watched what was happening. Soon, Shaolin hunters appeared, armed with spears. These spears could hold a portal regardless of its size and shape. People were happy that the Shaolin hunters had finally arrived. The hunters addressed the residents and asked them to immediately evacuate to the air defense structures. However, people believed that China was invincible as long as they had hunters. During the battle, the portals merged into something powerful. The leader of the hunters noticed that all the monsters began to merge. He asked his tribe to prepare to release their true form. One of the armed men was still not accustomed to Qin's method. As the huge monster hung over him, he tried to free Qin but was unable to. Seeing the confusion of the hunters, the people rushed in different directions. In Japan, the same thing happened, but the hunters threw 1,000 knives at the monsters. The elder hunter counted about 1,000 dragons ahead of him. He ordered his subordinates to run towards the monsters and turn them back. However, soon the monsters stopped and simultaneously looked at the hunters. The order was immediately given to dodge any slightest blow from the dragon. The elder hunter armed himself with a special sword and swung it upward. With his blow, he hit one of the dragon's heads. He did something terrible, after which the other dragon heads ate the damaged one. After cannibalism, the dragons merged into one large creature. The same commotion was going on near Khan Dason's house. However, this time the monsters did not move on the ground, but flew like real dragons. An armed police squad tried to shoot them down with conventional gunfire. However, the shots that reached the dragons did not stop them from attacking. The spectators who managed to stay watched what was happening through screens. They couldn't believe that the monsters were already in the parking lot, and even the best shields couldn't take them down. The monsters were indeed in this building, among dozens of cars. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and the girls realized that it was them. Khan's mother prayed to God that her son would save her quickly. For a second, she assumed that it was he who had come, but through the peephole, she saw a terrible creature. It was that bloody monster that gradually evolved into a large giant. The hero believed that the scum of chaos could not enter the place where the supreme demon god resided. The soldiers of the Iron Castle of Daesong were ordered to destroy all these scum. Iron Knights began to emerge from portals in the parking lot. Without thinking twice, they rushed to attack the created bloody monster. Thus, all the scum of chaos that had invaded the domain was dealt with. The main character felt uneasy because the hunters couldn't cope with even this easy task. The subordinate demanded that he be given an order, but the hero simply asked to stay here for now. Hearing something strange, he wondered how it could come to his house. Behind him were 3 monsters he had created. They all simultaneously announced that they were ready to leave. The protagonist told them to follow him and created a bloody portal in front of him. At this time, he went on a journey through the portal. The green portal threw him into one of the locations. The young man saw something terrible ahead of him. It was a huge pile of corpses and people calling for help. A bloody hand of a monster hung over this pile of people. The hero tried to stop her and rushed to attack. He couldn't just continue listening to the pitiful cries of people. However, the monster managed to gather many people into its palm. He enjoyed crushing people on his face. By this point, he was completely soaked in the blood of his victims. The young man did not know how to help the defenseless people left behind. He knew that there was a way out of any situation, and he just had to think about what exactly to do. Suddenly, energy fetters appeared from his green portal. All the defenseless people were lifted inside this portal. The hero did not understand what he could do in this situation, why people were rising up. Suddenly, the senior hunter appeared at the scene of the tragedy. Lee, who asked the captain to immediately leave the crowd of people. According to this guy, the elder hunter can also be sucked into the teleporter. As expected, the captain was also lifted up right into the monster's face. He could not come to terms with this situation and rushed forward, armed with a sword. He was confident that he would be able to save both his own life and the lives of others. He delivered a direct blow with his sword to the monster's nose and broke its face into several pieces. However, the young man did not expect that he would withstand this blow and hoped that it would be fatal. Having lost his vigilance, the senior hunter found himself at the monster's mouth. Luckily, Deason's flame chain was used against this monster. His hands were completely wrapped in golden chains, and the people were saved. Thanks to this, dozens of lives were saved, including the senior captain. The main character jokingly told the monster that he shouldn't eat a lot. Han Daisung and his subordinates were prepared for any outcome. The one-armed monster lacked the strength to cope with the protagonist's fiery chains. The subordinates of the bloody monster gave the order to the lower ones to kill the unexpected guests. At this order, the remaining monsters rushed into the alley where Han Daisung stood. However, the main character didn't care and was confident of his victory. When one of the monster's subordinates approached him, his created fighter repelled him with just one blow. The remaining fighters also repelled several enemy attacks. Soon, a huge monster eye appeared above the girl. Looking back, she saw in front of her not one eye, but several at once. It turned out that these huge portals covered the entire city. The monster's subordinate announced that he had received new eyes from God. He wanted to make the girl experience hellish pain, but suddenly, the girl's doll jumped on this monster and dealt him several fatal blows. After that, she took out his new eyeball and cut it in half. The girl proudly announced that mental attacks do not work on them. The protagonist continued to squeeze the monsters with his fiery chains. Because the monster's dinner was interrupted, he promised Hannah Deason a quick death. Despite this phrase, the protagonist used the skill of Burst of Magical Power. With this skill, he became more powerful and pushed away all the surrounding monsters. When he began to threaten the bloody monster, he asked his minions to come to him immediately. At this moment, his assistants were wandering the streets and intimidating ordinary citizens. But suddenly, they simultaneously heard the cry of their senior commander. They immediately responded to the call for help and fled the scene of the crime. Fortunately, thanks to this fight between Deason and the monster, tens of thousands of lives were saved. As the monsters ran to help their older comrade, the hunters shot at them. Despite the deadly gunfire, several of the monster's specimens managed to escape and fly upward. The huntress girl couldn't understand why these monsters were retreating.